the distinction is these systems provide an interface for us to interact directly with AI systems, using it to produce new material, whether that's text or images or video. I want to underscore that the underlying techniques are best seen as more of a continuation than a radical break with prior forms of AI. But it has done something different in our public discourse because it's transformed AI from something that is invisibly used on us, as is the case with systems like facial recognition or automated decision-making, systems that we don't see, but that nevertheless impact our access to resources, our life chances. And it sort of changed AI into something that we now directly use. You know, your grandmother is playing around with ChatGPT at home. Having this material understanding of AI is important because it enables us to understand this present moment as an evolution of an existing market rather than the emergence of a novel one. Today's AI boom is driven at its core by commercial surveillance, and its incentive structures are shaped by the existing infrastructural dominance of a small handful of firms. This is what's driving the push to build AI and deploy it in the world at larger and larger scale, increasing the demand for resources that only big tech firms can provide and further cementing their considerable advantage. It's worth starting to then unpack the current landscape surrounding competition in AI with that material understanding in mind, because as you go down the stack of what it takes to build AI, there's concentration and monopolies at every layer. From the firms that make the chips at the bottom, design firms like NVIDIA, chip fabricators like TSMC, to those that run the cloud infrastructures like Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, to those who amass large data sets through sprawling ecosystems like Google, Amazon, and Meta, and those who are training base AI models like Google, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, and some of these run through partnerships with firms like OpenAI or Anthropic. Now, there are a number of concerning trends that emerge from this picture of the market, and OMI's new report does a tremendous job of mapping these out. So now I'd like to turn it over to Max to walk us through them. Thank you.
Great, thanks a lot, Sarah, for those really insightful remarks. Just to start off by introducing myself, I'm Max von Thun. I'm the Europe Director at the Open Markets Institute. So I'm based in Brussels, but despite the jet lag, it's great to be here with you all this morning to take part in this critical discussion on the future of AI. So I'm going to build on Sarah's points by going into a bit more detail about what concentration in AI looks like in practice, why that concentration is likely to be self-reinforcing over time, and some of the harms that are likely to come out of that concentration, indeed are already emerging from that concentration. And as Sarah mentioned, in doing so, I'll be drawing from our new report on AI and monopoly power, which we published today, and which you should be able to access using the QR codes that are scattered around the room, and which I'd encourage you all to read for more insights into our thinking. Can we move to the first slide, please? So let's start by talking about the AI supply chain, or the tech stack, which Sarah just mentioned, where at nearly every level of the technology stack, a tiny handful of corporations, often the very same ones, are completely dominant. So the first image that you see here is a really useful visualization of the AI supply chain, which we've borrowed from the Ada Lovelace Institute, which is an AI research organization based in the UK. And while in this case, we're looking at the supply chain for generative AI, most of these layers are applicable to market power in AI more generally. So if you take data, for example, which you see on the far left, which is one of the key inputs that you need to train an advanced AI model, the dominance of a few tech monopolies in areas including social media and search has allowed them over 2 decades, more or less, to collect and aggregate unprecedented amounts of data, often very personal and sensitive data on pretty much all of us in this room, which they can then use to train their AI models. And that experience has also made them more proficient than most at also collecting and organizing data from the wider open web, which, as we know, has been used extensively to train large language models, often without any permission. Or if you take computing power, another critical input for training AI models, NVIDIA, which designs the advanced semiconductors that underpin the most advanced AI models, and TSMC, who manufacture them in Taiwan, both enjoy market shares of around 90%, which is as close as you can get to being in a monopoly in the real world. And where the only competition that we're seeing in semiconductors is actually coming from other big tech firms, who rather ironically are quite unhappy about having to rely on a handful of chip monopolists. And if you go lower down the chain, the picture is largely the same, with just a few corporations owning the leading AI foundation models and the cloud platforms which host those models. So for example, in the cloud, just 3 companies, Amazon, Google, and Microsoft, control around 2/3 of the global cloud market, and they face no serious rivals. And when it comes to foundation models, even though you do have some leading foundation models that aren't provided by the big tech companies, these players tend to be hugely dependent on the financial resources and the infrastructure of big tech, as we'll see a little bit later. Where you do see a bit more competition is at the application layer, where you have a larger amount of startups and entrepreneurs who are building applications on the basic infrastructure provided by the monopolists upstream. But the fact is that this diversity does very little to challenge the extreme concentration that we see upstream. And it leaves these smaller players almost completely dependent on the technological capabilities, on the technical decisions, and on the commercial strategies of the upstream players. And so what we're likely to end up with in terms of market structure is something that's worryingly similar to what we see today in e-commerce and in app stores, where sellers are entirely dependent on the infrastructure provided by companies like Amazon and Apple, and they're subject to the whims of those gatekeepers, whether that means handing over huge and growing amounts of their revenue and data, or being kicked off these platforms without warning. And in fact, we're already seeing early signs of the AI market moving in this direction. Just this week, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman said that his company had plans to launch a GPT store, which would allow developers to build applications on top of the basic infrastructure provided by OpenAI. And earlier this year, Amazon launched a service called Bedrock, which is designed to act as a gateway for our use of foundation models, not just Amazon's, but those of every company on the market. One other critical part of the picture, which isn't captured in this visual, is the role of monopoly power in other digital markets in reinforcing power in AI. So if you just think of the way that Google can use its dominance in search, for example, to steer users towards using its chatbot, or Meta's ability to do the same with its social networks. And this effect goes both ways. So we know that Amazon, for example, are using AI to strengthen their market power in the cloud, and Microsoft are doing the same in relation to Office software and other areas where it's already dominant. So this concentration in the supply chain means that anyone who wants to create a serious and competitive AI product finds themselves having to strike deals with the dominant gatekeepers. And these deals take a number of shapes, including partnerships, which usually involve access to the cloud computing controlled by the gatekeepers, direct investments, and sometimes outright acquisitions. We can go to the next slide, please. So the table you see in front of you, while not completely exhausted, captures many of the key deals that big tech has used to increase its control over AI in recent years. And while it would take me all day to go through them one by one, I think a couple of them are worth mentioning in particular. The first is Google's acquisition of a company called DeepMind back in 2014, which hugely expanded Google's advanced AI capabilities and also eliminated an important independent player from the market, and one that today would be likely to be a serious independent competitor to big tech. The second, of course, is Microsoft's huge investment in OpenAI. And while we don't know the exact terms, the investment is rumored to be worth up to $13 billion and gives Microsoft access to 3/4 of OpenAI's profits. And this arrangement works really well for Microsoft. It gives it privileged access to OpenAI's technological capabilities, huge influence over OpenAI's commercial and regulatory strategy, and on top of that, a very profitable cloud customer. But from a competition perspective, it's highly questionable. And most recently, Amazon and Google have both plowed up to $6 billion into Anthropic, who are one of the few non-big tech companies who are designing cutting-edge foundation models. And these deals, even when they aren't outright takeovers, are worryingly reminiscent of the notorious anti-competitive takeovers which helped a few tech giants monopolize digital markets in the past, from Facebook's takeovers of WhatsApp and Instagram to Google buying YouTube and DoubleClick. Can we go to the next slide, please? And if that wasn't bad enough, our view is that without intervention, this concentration in AI is highly likely to be self-reinforcing, as the illustration in front of you now shows. The basic logic here is simple. Those models trained on the most data and the most computing power will perform better than others, in turn attracting more users and generating more data and profits that can be plowed back into training those models even further. And as the combined impact of these network effects and economies of scale kick in, it will be harder and harder for anyone outside of big tech's orbit to seriously compete. And that's without accounting for monopolistic practices designed, for example, to exclude rivals or lock in customers, which, as we know, have been a chronic feature of digital markets in the past. So some of you might be asking yourselves now, so what? Why does this concentration in AI matter? As our report finds, there are a whole host of problems that monopoly power over AI presents us with, some of them already very real and some of them likely to emerge in the near future. Many, if not most of these, are amplifications of existing digital harms, including the ability of a few gatekeepers to exploit the individuals and businesses that are dependent on their platforms, to their ability to exclude and eliminate rivals. And by reinforcing surveillance advertising, further weakening business models of publishers, and making it easier to create and disseminate misinformation, AI also risks greatly magnifying many of the harms that tech monopolies have already inflicted on our public debate and on the health of our democracies. And last but not least, our growing dependence on the digital infrastructure provided by a few monopolistic platforms also threatens our resilience and our security. To cite the head of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Gary Gensler, our reliance on a few AI models is highly likely to trigger a financial crisis within the next decade. But fortunately, as our report makes clear, there are a whole range of actions, and as Barry mentioned as well, that we can take now to rein in the power of the tech giants over AI without necessarily passing new laws. That can include imposing new regulatory responsibilities on gatekeepers in the cloud and in foundation models, to breaking up some of the anti-competitive deals and partnerships that I was talking about, and imposing interoperability requirements across the technology stack. I won't go into more detail on those ideas now, both to avoid preempting many of the discussions that we'll be having over the course of today, but I encourage you to read about them in our report, where we go into some detail on all of these ideas. But to summarize, we have a clear monopoly problem when it comes to AI, and we can't expect it to resolve itself. But by using the extensive tools that we already have, and by working across regulatory silos to tackle AI's overlapping harms, we can loosen the grip of the tech giants and create a more democratic and inclusive future for AI. So yeah, I'll stop there, but I'm looking forward to the rest of the day.
We're going to go to the first discussion right now. Just a couple points. We have a coffee break at 10:40, and actually just want to just retrospectively thank Sarah and Max for that terrific introduction. They have done really, again, I said this in my own introduction, but Sarah and Amba and the rest of the folks at AI Now and Max Von Thun also within our team have just really sort of dedicated themselves to sort of mastering this issue and putting it into this context. But again, so we have a coffee break at 10:40. We're going to run through pretty much straight until then. And actually, one other point before I get to the introduction is that, as Sarah mentioned before, we are publishing a paper today on AI and the public interest and really sort of mastering the monopoly problem. You can find that through our websites. Actually, there's a QR code actually on the back tables, and that will connect you to the paper. But anyone who's watching this online, you should be able to find it in a variety of other ways. It's a great report, and I think the AI Now's whole body of work and this report provide a pretty effective map for dealing with this problem. So I'm going to turn this the stage over to my friend and partner Courtney Radich, who is the director of the Center for Journalism and Liberty at the Open Markets Institute. Courtney is some of you will remember Courtney from an event that we hosted about 2 months ago in the end of September with Senator Klobuchar and Minister Sonange from Canada. And this was about one of the other very pressing threats that we face today, which is that Facebook, some people actually are presenting Facebook as one of the heroes of the new AI world because they are promoting theoretically open source AI. But let's just remember what Facebook did, as we covered back in the end of September, which is they have shut off news sharing in Canada. They're shutting off news sharing in Spain. They are threatening to do this to the citizens of California. It's like Facebook is a threat to democracy. They are not our friends. They are not good actors. They are a direct and imminent danger. But Courtney has been leading this work, and Courtney is one of the great new additions to our team here at Open Markets, and I am really thrilled to have her, and really thrilled to introduce her.
Great. Well, thank you so much, and I am so delighted to be up here today to kick off the first of several landscape discussions with some very long-time friends, collaborators. You can sit here if you want, Susan. First, we've got Susan Benish, the founder and executive director of the Dangerous Speech Project, and also one of the leading organizers of the Coalition for Independent Tech Research, and Nora Benavides, who is the senior counsel and director of digital justice and digital rights at Free Press. And this panel, as you know, is about AI as a threat to democracy and free thought. Now, it doesn't have to be, but it is because of the current landscape that we're in. And if we think about democracy, of course, we can think about elections, so let's cover that. But more broadly, democracy is about equality, it's about fairness, transparency, and accountability, and fundamentally about our free will to engage in the democratic process, and liberal democracy, freedom of expression, freedom of thought. It is essential to human dignity, individuality, decisional autonomy, and due process. And I think that the situation we're in right now is that general artificial intelligence and generative artificial intelligence in particular is undermining the foundation of these core models. It's weakening institutions of democracy, the press, surely among the leading of those, and it is exacerbating online disinformation, the destruction of news, the closing of civic space. So, let's delve into some of those. And I think I want to start to hear from both of you about the issue of disinformation, about our information environment and information integrity, because I think that is what a lot of people see as the primary threat from generative AI, right? The ability to easily create information. And here we're talking about the application level of AI, right? So, Susan, in your work, you have studied what you call dangerous speech and disinformation, propaganda, hate speech. What are the dangers posed by AI and where we are right now to democracy and free thought?
First of all, it's lovely to be here, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation with these two magnificent people and also with the rest of you. AI is a constellation of spectacular tools for communicating and doing some other things. But in this context, for communicating extremely effectively. So that means that all of the kinds of malevolent communication that we have been seeing now for years that have created a kind of collective moral panic about online communication are now becoming more and more effective. Just to give one example, there will be 40 significant national elections next year in 2024, culminating in the United States national election, but there will be these vastly important elections all over the world. AI will make it frighteningly easy for someone to create a fake video, making it look as if an election official has canceled the elections, announced that the electoral system is flawed or corrupt, has been taken over by the opposite side, any number of forms of disinformation that I would call dangerous speech, because they have, unfortunately, great capacity to inspire violence, to inspire collective violence. An event like that, which again would be quite easy to bring about. You can imagine that an announcement by someone who seems to be a person in authority, a key actor in the democratic system of a country or a state, let's say, can not only completely disrupt an election, but also significantly erode the faith of a population in the democratic process itself. Once you are convinced that a fake is real, you will, of course, have greater difficulty distinguishing between what is fake and what is real, and feel that you can't have a proper grip on the truth as it is being offered apparently by those who govern.
And this erosion of the ability or even maybe desire to distinguish between truth and fiction is also, I think, about the role that communication plays in identity formation and group formation, and in your ability to understand the past and the present and the future. And so, as we head into these elections, Nora, you work at Free Press, which has been a staunch defender of press freedom around the world. And we know that one of the biggest institutions that is under threat when it comes to democratic governance is the press. And in the information environment that Susan is, describing, full of fake videos, fake content, there's an information glut, but also the danger of reporters, reporting on these types of things. So then the issue of authenticity and provenance comes into play. How are you thinking about the dangers and the threats to democracy and journalism in particular as we head into, this election cycle globally?
Well, like Susan said, it's wonderful to be here with all of you. We have the privilege of being the first panel, so we get to say all the fun stuff and get it out of the way, and then you hear it again and you say, oh, yeah, Nora and Susan said that. They were so on it. So it's wonderful to be here. Susan is a luminary in the field, and Courtney and I go so far back. So we've talked about all range of press freedom and democratic issues. There's this really weird tension that we are always fighting. And it's the relationship between the online world and the real world. So many in the tech sector, even lawmakers, other sectors will say, there really isn't that much of a relationship. What happens online, it's online. And one of the issues that researchers and tech accountability experts are trying to push back against is that premise. And there are always examples that would debunk that premise, but they're usually in crisis moments, and they're usually too late
for the sectors that could mitigate those harms to actually implement them. When it then comes to the ways that our journalistic sector is digesting what happens online, the porous relationship there is very dangerous in those kinds of crisis moments. A great example is what's happening now in the Middle East. So many online originating lies and low quality, inauthenticated pieces of content and narratives have moved into our mainstream media. CNN, the LA Times, other news outlets have had to retract and or correct stories that originated online that they cite to and say, this is happening in Israel or in Gaza. And that's just one example of a very, very combustible crisis moment where mainstream media is taking in those junk, low quality, and lies. In any democratic moment that Susan describes, the threat is more acute. And I worry that journalists are not equipped right now to handle the next 40 elections that we're going to see over the coming year. For a number of reasons. One, there is always the concern for journalists now that AI is going to take their jobs. That's everyone's concern. AI is going to take my job, which is really not true. But people who know how to use AI will eventually take all of our jobs. So we have to be able to understand the innovative and exciting reasons to embrace certain aspects of AI. But also there's really, I think, Courtney, to your question, something else here, which is about trust. And we're always circling the issue of trust, because in our line of work, to talk about dangerous speech or lies, we have to talk about what it feels like for the person receiving that content. It has very real eroding effect on individuals, and played out over societies, people are less and less likely to engage, which includes the trust that we would otherwise bestow upon other media, not just social media, but mainstream media.
And I mean, so to this end, the issue of declining trust, crisis of trust, the disinformation issues, deep fakes, these are actually not new problems, right? We've already seen how the monopolization of a handful of tech platforms has undermined the economic basis for the production of quality information through journalism. We have seen a decline in trust accompanied by the rise and power of the platforms. And we know, for example, that there are discriminatory impacts and biases baked into the algorithmic design of many of these systems. So if we think about the opacity of these algorithms, the kind of psychographic persuasion and manipulation that's available through behavioral advertising, micro-targeting, the manipulation of psychological and social behavior that distorts, again, free will and free thought. How are we going to see generative AI amplify or exacerbate these? And Susan, do you want to take that first?
Sure. In lots of ways. Take a long time to discuss in detail. Let me give you an example. Content moderation. That's something that corporations are doing on a scale much, much, much larger than any government is doing, including China, by the way, or ever has done. So corporations are controlling human communication to an almost unimaginable degree and at an almost unimaginable scale. Meta, for example, has thousands and thousands and thousands of underpaid, psychologically overwhelmed, subcontracted people watching. We used to say beheading videos, watching all kinds of absolutely awful content and making very quick decisions whether to take that content down or leave it up. That's a terrible system in all kinds of ways, for its impact on people, as I just implied, for the fact that they only get to the content in many cases after it has already done a lot of damage. Though prior censorship, says this journalist and lawyer, would be an absolutely awful idea. Now along comes AI. So you're a corporation. You're paying not nearly enough money, but you're paying quite a lot of money to people to do this awful job of content moderation. So increasingly, of course, you hand it over to the algorithms, which are now more and more often powered by large language models, which is a form of AI that allows you to, among other things, detect certain kinds of content a little bit more effectively than your previous algorithms could do it. And you can argue that now this AI is at least as effective as people at detecting certain kinds of content and making decisions.
But we also know that these algorithms, the large language models in particular, embed certain biases. So there have been studies that show, the llama model from, Meta is more conservative than another model, or the embedding of misogyny and extremism. So, what are the implications kind of beyond the individualized content, like the systems that are being set up and on which all of these application level, applications are being designed are closed and non-transparent for the most part, and embed, again, a lot of the kind of data that is used to feed this is based on data that we don't know what it is about, and that embed certain biases. So, Nora, how are you thinking about this as you think about, press freedom, freedom of expression? What does the dominance of a handful of corporate actors creating the foundation models on which we're trying to build these systems?
Well, to be any member of society nowadays, you have to be online. That's just really a fact. And most of what we are doing produces pieces of information that social media companies, as well as other digital services, gather in the millions and millions and millions. All of those data points are put together for AI, for various automated tools to make a number of decisions for these companies. In a few different contexts, what does this look like? Let's take something like the healthcare realm. In the United States, an algorithm that distributes patients to hospitals has given preferential treatment to white patients, despite Black patients being equally, if not more ill. That's just one example over here. In, let's say, the housing realm, Facebook, now Meta, has settled a lawsuit with the Department of Justice, we may talk about it later today, in which Facebook was found to place users into cohorts based on the composite or sort of curated identity that it creates from its algorithm that then distributes housing and other advertisements to users. It's a pretty well-known settlement, and we're currently litigating a different set of similar issues in the Vargas v. Facebook case, if anyone wants to look it up. Those are, again, sort of these discriminatory or biased harms. And then most important, in my opinion, for this discussion is thinking of the democracy and voting realm. And we know from the last several elections, even here in the United States, that algorithms employed by social media companies like Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube have preferential treatment in some ways, particularly targeting Black, Latino, and Native American users who would be voters with the kind of content that would dissuade them from voting. And in particular for voters of color, content that would dissuade them because of potential violence, potential intimidation at the polls. So there's this large set of data we're giving, pieces of information. We're just sort of like signing away because we all have to, have the exact Uber location because we want to get picked up in the best spot and not have to walk half a block. But all of the pieces of data that we are giving have downstream impact for our offline reality and for the ways that we would connect with democracy. So as it relates then to this 40 elections around the world, we are in an unprecedented moment, which is not to somehow say it in this fun, arbitrary way. These are very real harms that will ultimately affect how people make decisions and attitudinal shifts in their voting in other ways that they would connect with each other.
And these aren't hypothetical because we know that Facebook, many years ago rolled out voting stickers and it changed people's behaviors. I do want to note, if anyone has a question, my colleague Audrey in the back, you can give her a note card and we'll take those at the end if there are any. But, I want to go to this point about the power that platforms have to potentially influence elections, but other parts of democracy, to influence, people's perception of things. And this isn't to say that people are, automatons and, don't have any free will, but we have seen evidence that the way that social media enables micro-targeting and psychographic profiling does have behavioral change. How do you think generative AI, again, is going to make this even more concerning from the perspective of, democratic governance? We have no transparency into these algorithms. We have no transparency into what social media platforms are doing, much less, how advertising platforms are allowing different groups, whether it's, foreign adversaries or, people wanting to make a buck. How are you thinking about these, within the framework of the dangers that we're facing?
With a lot of anxiety. May I just pick up your point, Courtney, that freedom of expression is vital for democratic life, obviously, for individuals and for collectives. In the United States, our law separates the freedom to speak, or really the freedom to get other people to read or listen to what you have to say, which is freedom of speech. We separate that from the freedom to receive information. In fact, it's a two-way process, both of which are absolutely vital for freedom of expression itself, but particularly also for democratic life. It is mind-boggling and really worrisome to me that we have no idea whether the platforms are governing the speech of different groups of people in similar ways. There is a body called the Oversight Board, originally called the Facebook Oversight Board, that then Facebook launched a couple of years ago with great fanfare. They were informally called the Supreme Court of Facebook at first, and now Zuckerberg and others have retreated from that moniker. Quite like the United States Supreme Court, that body has decided very few cases. I think it's finally up to close to 50 cases.
But they have no insight into the algorithms,
no insight, no access to data about algorithms, and in fact, no access to data at scale. They look at one case at a time, one decision to take down a specific piece of content or an account. The sorts of questions that I'm referring to, like if women and men post similar content, is it taken down at the same rate? If Hindus and Muslims in India, one of those countries that's about to have a major election in 2024, are posting similar content, is it taken down at the same rate? If Israelis and Palestinians post similar content, is that, et cetera, et cetera. We claim to care about equality and discrimination at this time in history. How is it possible that we are not even asking those questions? We need a systematic, independent, non-government, non-corporate mechanism for auditing what the platforms are doing.
And Susan, you're part of this independent tech research group, which includes researchers who have tried to gather some of that data and then are being targeted by tech platforms. I think some are being sued. They've had access to APIs cut off. So, can you tell us just a little bit about the difficulties, given, again, the power of platforms, their wealth? They can sue you. They can, they control access.
Sure.
How are you fighting back?
Well, first of all, just to be very clear, I have this dream of a body of independent auditors and I hope it's not just a dream, it is a proposal, a body of professional independent auditors who would watch and scrutinize what the tech companies are doing. Just as in any industry you can think of whose goods and services significantly both benefit and can harm the public, there is always some kind of independent oversight. Think of consumer protection. You can't run a slaughterhouse or manufacture cars, for example, without somebody coming and watching what you're doing.
But you also need a license. So do you think that we should be requiring licenses for AI companies?
You don't need a license to do all of the sorts of things I'm imagining or referring to in different industries. But just to make sure that I also answer your question, Courtney, about the Coalition for Independent Technology Research, that's separate in my view. I don't think we should rely on whistleblowers or journalists or independent researchers to do systematic oversight. It's a different thing. The researchers are absolutely vital to protect the public interest, since we can't expect corporations to operate on behalf of the public or in the public interest. Sometimes they are more or less inclined to damage public interest or help it, but they're not nonprofits, clearly. So researchers, including academics and journalists and independent researchers, have in various ways tried to study what the platforms, what the tech companies are doing. The companies themselves have gotten in the way terribly. I think perhaps Laura Edelson is here. She and her brilliant work that was very abruptly shut down by Facebook inspired us to start the Coalition for Independent Technology Research 2 years ago.
We'll also be hearing from Julia Angwin, whose work as a journalist has been also at the forefront of revealing some of this. But, to build on that point, Nora, one of the challenges is you need to have a robust, well-funded media that can go out and do those investigations, come up with, gather the data, et cetera. And we know that generative AI systems are pirating and taking content from news organizations, which are overrepresented in many of the language models because of the value of news data, without license, without compensation, without permission. And I worry that we're entering, we thought the social media era was bad for journalism. We're entering the bloodbath era. How are you guys thinking about this at Free Press? And what do you think, does journalism have a future if we continue to just let these very valuable companies create more value without compensating not just the journalists, but the creators, the artists, et cetera?
Well, I think we're really in what I would call the chaos era, an era that is marked by, one, opacity. And that's sort of been a premise that we've all talked about a little bit, but we have no idea what's really happening within the companies that are in charge of and serve as the primary way that most people get information, social media companies. And those companies are always concerned with profit more than anything. So they're making money off of our eyeballs, off of our behaviors, the data collected about us, and they're not incentivized in any way to produce or curate more credible feeds for each of us. But at the end of the day, we still do not really understand how every single person's feed is different from any other person's. And so in the generative AI context, what that really looks like is the possibility for Courtney to be micro-targeted now with content created really specifically for the behaviors, the attitudes, the little data points that she has engaged in. What groups is she on in Facebook? What likes has she, clicked on? That content then that would be generated for a composite profile that looks like Courtney will then differ from the content that's given to me, differ from the content given to Susan. So then we all get together, right? We're going to be at our happy hour and we'll be discussing an issue of the day. And we all have a different set of facts. We all have a different set of underlying beliefs that have then been based on the facts that we thought were real. That honestly cannot be penetrated by journalistic integrity on a news feed that none of us have any idea who's seeing what. And the companies, as I mentioned, have no incentive to prioritize that, because that's honestly not what sells. That's not the sexy stuff. So eyeballs will move towards more incendiary content, which psychologists have over and over found on social media. It creates a loop, as I say at the top, of chaos, because whatever Susan is talking about, I'm like, that's not what's happening. I found this. That's a chaotic moment. I don't know if it's just bloodshed necessarily. It's an era that's marked by complete and utter darkness. We have no idea what's happening.
But I mean, we're still talking at the individual level. So if we think about the institutional level, the ability of journalism to exist as a field of practice for news organizations to, create the profits that they need to do the work. I mean, I was speaking with some folks at the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project at the Global Investigative Journalism Conference, and they were talking about, they're the ones that did the Panama Papers and the Paradise Papers. They've recovered like $5 billion in public coffers, led to resignations of, people in power who are corrupt. They're paying $20,000 a month for cloud services, which is, for them, it's like a huge amount of their budget, and they're constrained. There's no negotiating power from these, little independent investigative journalism networks or, independent media outlets to negotiate with these very powerful, very wealthy companies. So you've got this power imbalance amplified even more so now that we've talked a lot about the kind of platforms that they're on, but also the underlying infrastructure of the press, not to mention, all of the other creators that are dependent.
Some of that really, I think, speaks to the supply and demand aspect here. And however much we supply people with credible content, we have no real sense of what the demand will be. Will people want and seek out credible journalistic coverage? Again, we have very little insight into that. And we're up against, I think, the infrastructure barriers here are so great that one-off, credible, fantastic, pro-democracy coverage, reaching the people that it needs to reach, we have no sense of how that's happening, if it's happening at scale and in language.
And we probably won't have any idea because of this pervasive lack of transparency, right? And I think one of the key tenets of democracy is accountability and fairness. And it feels like throughout the entire AI stack, from the data that's being collected about individuals, but also on a social and sensorial level, the cloud services, the computational power needed, the talent, there's a lack of transparency. And I think many of the AI fellows on Capitol Hill that are embedded in congressional offices, helping them understand what the problems are funded by big tech. So how do we get out of out of this, not just online, but also offline, the power of these platforms to shape our democracy?
I want to plead again for systematic oversight. It may not have made sense in the very beginning of the consumer protection scheme for someone outside a company to go and watch what it was doing. Right now, you can't operate a slaughterhouse, for example, without someone who isn't working for the company coming and watching what's going on inside there.
Okay, but I want to
go ahead.
Push back on oversight. Oversight is important, but oversight comes at the end, right? And the problem I find as a member of civil society, for example, now that we're in the era where tech companies are expected to do consultations, there's the Digital Services Act allows for some auditing and oversight. The auditing, huge burden
under the Digital Services Act. The auditing will be done by companies like Deloitte. It is corporations overseeing corporations. That's not in my view.
So much better. So
That's
not in your view, what we
not what I'm imagining. And I take your point, Courtney, but I'm also not imagining that the auditing comes, at the end, but rather all the way along the process. I know that there are also proposals for breaking up the big corporations, big tech corporations, to similar to break up some of their power or devolve some of their power. That's a major project. And it seems to me may take a long time. I don't see political will for a major antitrust effort to break up the monopolies in tech. In the meantime,
we are trying to change that.
No, I understand, and by all means. In the meantime, however, there's plenty of damage being done, as you said, very quickly. So I think it's important to try to improve the current situation and the current use of AI, rather than wait until it's possible to take power away from these enormously dominant corporations. Both efforts are necessary, let's say.
And frankly, I'm eager to see what compliance and non-compliance looks like from the DSA. For any single violation, a company may be fined 6% of its annual revenue. That's actually a lot of money, and that's only for a single violation. So played out, if Twitter, we all know how great that's been going, violates the DSA any number of times, that's a massive dent. However, in the US, I think there are a couple of current and exciting steps that we're taking. One of them is the FTC's commercial surveillance rulemaking. It's an effort that began last July, and the FTC is examining what lax data security practices look like across companies, and will be recommending rules for the ways that we rein those lax practices in. One of them has to be by minimizing the data collected about all of us. Data minimization is an easy, low-hanging fruit. We talk about AI because it's the hot topic du jour, but data minimization and data privacy issues are things we've been working on for a long time, and we need a floor. We need a basic floor in the United States so that we understand what data is collected about us, limiting the data that companies can collect, the ways that they then use, analyze, or sell it. We know there's also a relationship of they're selling it to government. So there's a government surveillance component. And we need to, frankly, be able to make easy choices. We haven't talked a lot about design here on this panel, but there's a design barrier, a kind of opacity where we don't even understand often what's being collected about us, or easy ways to opt out of that collection. None of these are rocket science solutions. These are the easiest steps forward, and we need those ahead of 2024, because the less data collected about us is really the less data used to curate and micro-target, often with discriminatory results.
And data is, of course, the basis of these AI systems. Now, my colleague Audrey, did we have any questions from the audience?
Hi. So we have quite a few in the theme of looking at legislation that exists, touching on a few areas. The first is the, if you have any thoughts on the Journalism Competition Preservation Act, which has been proposed by Senator Klobuchar and Representative Jayapal. And then there's questions as well about, is it too late for privacy legislation to look at issues of data privacy, as well as what it might look like to regulate issues such as deepfakes in the context of elections. So those are broad categories, but what does legislation look like for these topics?
Great. So why don't each of you kind of take, what does legislation look like?
So on one piece that's moving now is we know that FISA's 702 will expire at the end of this year. That is one of the ways that the NSA, the FBI, and others can collect untold amount of data about us. And there are, I think, opportunities for this year for policy solutions that would address, reauthorize, and amend 702. That sounds really wonky. What it really means is putting limits on what government can collect and buy from data brokers and others. It's not the whole problem, but it's one big piece of it. On the commercial surveillance side, like I say, I think the FTC's rulemaking is one of the most promising avenues that we will see. There are a number of proposals that address data minimization, data privacy. ADPPA was the largest and most comprehensive bill, which was introduced last session. It received overwhelming bipartisan support in its committee. It has not been reintroduced this session, much to the chagrin of the entire data privacy field and the digital civil rights field. So that's an area that we're always engaging, trying to push for, particularly ahead of the elections next year.
Kind of ironic that we have limits on what data government can have, but not corporations. Susan, what about you?
The legislature, fortunately, is not the only possibility for rulemaking. As Nora has already mentioned, talking about the FTC, the White House just issued a new executive order on AI, as I imagine most of you know, and it has some very important principles and ideas, including, for example, labeling of AI-generated content. Difficult to implement, but very important, and perhaps there's still time to do some of these things before at least the United States election in 2024.
Great. Well, there are a lot of challenges that AI poses to democracy and freedom of thought, to the collapse of reality. But I think that we are in good hands. And with that, I want to thank our panelists for this discussion and hand it back over to Barry. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Actually, can we get that was a really tight conversation, and I think we should give another round of applause. They wandered from, sort of an era of information chaos to actually offering us some vision of things that can be done. One thing, the FTC was mentioned right at the end, and we will have Alvaro Bedoya, Commissioner of the FTC, with us a little bit later. Right now, we have Christy Hoffman, who's going to do our first keynote. And Christy Hoffman is the General Secretary of Uniglobal Union. Uniglobal is a large organization of working people. It's 500 unions that spread across 150 different countries. But it's not just what Christy does now that makes this important, because Christy is one of the true heroes of the American workers' movement and of the international labor movement. Christy is someone who understands what it's like to work on an assembly line in a factory. She worked at Pratt & Whitney, helping to build jet engines as a member of the Machinist Union. Christy's also worked closely actually with the Teamsters, with SEIU and many other organizations. One of Christy's really important achievements was just recently, after that terrible fire in Bangladesh a few years back, Christy was the person who really pushed hardest to make an agreement that's called the Accord for Fire and Building Safety, which changed how a supply chain, how you can actually leverage power through a supply chain to make the world safer for working people, even when they're on the other side of the world. It's a really great honor for us to have Christy here. And one thing I'll note is that Christy knows a bit about sort of the intersection of technology and work, and she apparently negotiated her first technology clause in a contract in 1982. So, Christy.
Thank you, Barry. And good morning, everybody. And thanks to OMI for the invitation to join you today. As you heard, I've been a trade unionist for a very long time, even a little before 1982. And so I'm here to talk about technology and workers. And you might be thinking, oh, God, a Luddite, we're not known for being open-minded. But I'm not a Luddite. But I do want to say they get a bad rap. Because you think Luddite is somebody who's a backward person who hopelessly, foolishly stands in the way of inevitable progress. But let's remember the winners write history, and the Luddites were not winners. But they did wage an incredibly disciplined and widely supported campaign for about a year to protect their jobs and their communities from losing thousands of jobs across the whole all the cities in which they were operating. And this campaign was so successful that it ended only when the British Parliament declared that it was a capital offense to become a Luddite. And nearly 50 men were executed because they were Luddites. And that ended the first conflict between workers and capital relating to technology. So just to set the platform from which we start. Now, let's fast forward to the 60s and 70s, and that's when robotics were introduced into the factories that got their start back in around 1812 at the time of the Luddites, and especially in the aerospace and automobile industry. And most of those workers who were affected had union representation, and this marks the beginning of a really serious engagement of unions around technology. And in the early 80s, using myself as an example, in the late 70s and early 80s, I worked in a jet engine factory for 7 years, running a very complicated, big machine called a vertical turret lathe. And it was a metal cutting machine. It created the very expensive parts that go into a jet engine. Well, in the early 80s, they introduced machines into my factory called numerically controlled machines. Now, only a few people could get that. They brought them in very slowly, one at a time. Numerically controlled is sort of the precursor to the full robotics, meaning you push a button and the cutting starts and you don't have to turn the wheel all day. So my almost all male coworkers were like, oh, this is de-skilling. For me, I was like, this is liberation. I love this machine. I could stand there all day and push the button and watch and measure, but I don't have to turn the wheel. So I welcome the technology, and I see technology through that lens. But I could also see that some of these new machines could create trouble for other workers in this big factory and different machines. So my union and I negotiated a new technology provision in 1982. And this topic became so important in that era of the 80s, in particular, that my union, the machinists, we had a separate national training institute dedicated to only that issue. And the demands we had then are still the relevant demands for today. We wanted advance notice before there was new technology introduced at work, the opportunity to look at what the risks were to workers, whether it's job displacement, health and safety, the need for training, a chance to offer suggestions on how to best implement it. And those are, again, as I say, the relevant demands today, but equally, we wanted to share in the benefits from the newly found efficiencies, share in the advantages. And you won't probably remember because this was a long time ago, but there were big strikes in the auto industry during that time for exactly that reason. We've negotiated with you over robotics, but we want to share in some of the gains that you've made as a result, because there are fewer workers required to make a car. So now we look forward from that period, which was really the boom time in the past of negotiating around technology, and we see new forms starting in the 2010s. Algorithmic management started to become more common, really exploded during the pandemic, but it's been around for a while, which means a surveillance system coupled with digital analytics to track the pace and the quality of work. It also directs how to work, how fast. It could be keystroke monitoring, cameras and voice. All of these things can be surveilled. Now, the point of these systems is to monitor, record, and store information about workers' performance, which inevitably leads to pressure to work harder or face the consequences. And it's no wonder that these technologies have been nicknamed bossware. Workers talk about the squeeze. Everybody's read that big New York Times article about the squeeze, because the tool doesn't make it easier to get the job done. It's not like me saying, yay, I don't have to turn the wheel. It just pushes workers to work harder. It is not transformative technology. It's designed for speed up and control. And I would label it somewhat medieval in the theory. We can't figure out other productivity tools, so let's just push people to work harder. That's maybe overly simplistic, but now most of the workers affected are in customer service centers, warehouses, and drivers, but 80% of all employers claim to be using some form of algorithmic management. I think that's probably an exaggeration, but they want to look good. In the call center industry, we work a lot in that industry. They put very sophisticated monitoring programs into their workers' homes even, and the cameras, sometimes nonstop, in post and logistics. Delivery drivers have inward-facing cameras in their vehicles, although I would note the postal workers and the Teamsters who deliver with UPS and the U.S. Postal Service have both negotiated those cameras out. And then in Amazon, of course, we have what we call the panopticon of surveillance, many different versions of that. Now, I would say workers have always had productivity goals and held to productivity goals. I could say from a factory, of course, that's nothing new. And sometimes the factory workers are like, you white collar workers are babies. We've always been measured. Like, what's the big deal? But when I say that, really the truth is these new technologies enable a productivity squeeze on a qualitatively different scale, because the data inputs and the processing the capacity is so much greater. In the past, a supervisor did not have enough time to analyze data about any one worker. My boss might look at what I did over the course of a week, my deal, and say, oh, okay, good week, bad week, but that's about it. This constant surveillance degrades work, and it violates privacy. It also pressures workers to skip their breaks. The quotas are unrealistic. There's a lot of health and safety conversation happening about this. The European Agency for Safety and Health at Work in 2019 found that workers who are under constant monitoring may feel they will lose control over work content, pace, and scheduling. And the way they do their work, that they are unable to interact socially or take breaks when they want, and that their privacy is invaded. The use of data to reward, penalize, or even exclude workers leads to feelings of insecurity and stress. And that sort of sums up the package of problems. I would also argue that quotas are often so unreasonable that OSHA in the US has issued multiple findings that these quotas are just not made, they're not designed for the human body. So resistance to this takes various forms. There have been some steps forward legislatively when it comes to drivers, and arguably data protection laws in the US could be helpful, although I will say so far we have not seen that. We are pursuing some cases against Amazon on that. We don't really think that the current algorithmic tools violate the GDPR, but we will see. But I want to just call out a few examples from worker representatives which have been able to limit both the extent of surveillance and the purposes for which the data can be used. And first of all, CWA, I think they've negotiated some great agreements with AT&T in particular in connection with their call centers that limit the amount of time workers can be monitored. Like, it's a really small amount of time, 1 hour a week or something like that for purposes of evaluation. They have to get notice, some monitoring for coaching purposes, but again, it's not constant. And also addressing sales goals, sales quotas, and protections against disciplinary action. It's a really great groundbreaking agreement on many of the things we complain about. When you look at Europe, the German works councils have a lot of negotiations going on with companies about monitoring devices. But there was a dispute, again, 2019, with Amazon over using the monitoring to create quotas, individual quotas. And after some back and forth and arbitration, the company had to agree that they would no longer use algorithmically generated performance feedback for individual workers. They could only look at a team because it's degrading to look at one individual worker's data performance, and they can't use the data for making decisions such as promotions or dismissals. Now, there's a similar case in Italy. And again, in Italy, they have a workers' law through which employers are not allowed to use equipment to monitor without the consent of their representatives, such as trade unions or works councils. And the company has to clearly and fully explain how the equipment will be used, what information is obtained and for what purpose. And again, here unions have reached agreements through their works councils that the monitoring app would only use aggregated data on the overall workforce, not individualize it, and no individual cases. Now, Uni Global Union, my organization, we negotiated an agreement with a giant call center company with 500,000 workers, which prohibits disproportionate surveillance. You know, we haven't really litigated that issue right now, but that's the frame we're looking at, disproportionate. Workers have to be told when and how they're going to be monitored. The decisions made from the data collected will be made by a human, not an algorithm. I recognize there's a lot of disagreement about whether that's meaningful, and I share that concern. And I just want to say that, you know, a lot of these call center workers moved to home-based work during the pandemic, and the actual surveillance, the cameras on full-time in home is a really serious violation of their privacy. So we thought getting this agreement, you know, for the totality was a breakthrough. So those are some of the things that unions are doing right now to negotiate around these issues. And, you know, I obviously think we need to do more of that. But before I come back to that point, just to say a few words on generative AI, because this is what everybody really wants to talk about. This is kind of the sexy new issue, potentially transformative at work and elsewhere. You know, everybody's excited about using ChatGPT, including, as what previous panelists said, you know, your grandmother. But alarm bells are ringing about, is this going to displace more workers? Both McKinsey and OpenAI say 80% of all US workforce will be affected. But what does that mean, affected? I mean, probably 80% of the people in this room have used some form of generative AI at work already. Maybe not, but certainly 80% of the people who work for uni have used it, because I'm constantly trying to tell them to respect some rules. But in any event, I think the evidence of large-scale job loss so far is thin. You know, a little bit in freelance graphic design that was just reported by the Financial Times. Some companies, IBM, a few others, predict that they're going to reduce their assistants or customer service people in the near future, but few have already done that. Most companies are using it to augment, the word they use, the current workforce. And you see stories about a 20% uptick in productivity, but mostly we're not fully embracing Gen AI right now at work because it's so inaccurate and slightly off and just not there yet. But who knows what the future holds? I do want to point out that the only place where it's been extensively deployed across at scale and also extensively studied is customer service work, because many of them have had their own GPTs, or they've been using specially created GPTs well before it was released to the public. And what we know from that is that the call time, at least in one big study, has gone down by 14%. So that's great. But another part that's beneficial to the workers is that the customers are happier, so there's less abuse and harassment of call center workers. I'm sure all of you know that when you finally get to a person, when you're trying to have a question or a problem, by the time you get to that person, you're pretty grouchy. So 85% of exchanges with call center workers are hostile and aggressive. So a lot of them quit. So getting that number down is important. Can possibly using some bots to support the agent is a way to do that. But that's a good side. The bad side is, are the workers going to get paid more because they can now answer more calls? Will the work become even more stressful because they're not getting a break between calls? They've moved a lot of the easier work to bots. These are open questions, and they will be determined in part by whether or not these workers have a negotiating opportunity and a chance to be at the bargaining table. Now, you will know that in industries with strong unions, workers have already been at the bargaining table. We've all heard about the strikes, the writer's strike, SAG, and the director's strike. No coincidence that the people who have shaped our imagination about the future, Terminator 2001 and Megan, they're on the forefront of shaping AI's implementation in the world of work. And they haven't tried to ban the use of technology, but rather protect their compensation and their respect at work. They've ensured that the writers and the directors are not going to get replaced by AI. And then I don't have too much to say about SAG's agreement, but similarly, they're trying to protect their compensation and the integrity of their images going forward. So these agreements were groundbreaking and in effect, a shot heard around the world, not because they're technically complicated, but because they establish the role of collective bargaining in navigating the impacts of AI at work. And Barry, I know I need to wrap up because we have a coffee break, but I just have a few more comments about the US and regulation and what we need here in the US, because in some ways, US unions have had it easier than others because the impacts of technology at work have long been recognized as a mandatory subject for bargaining. And so this is not true in all other countries. So we have that advantage. But in other respects, the US unions are very far behind because very few of the workers most likely to be affected by Gen AI have the benefits of collective bargaining. And indeed, US law needs to significantly change in order to make sure that these workers have a seat at the AI negotiating table. Simply put, I would say it is too hard to create a union under US law, and very few achieve bargaining rights unless the employer agrees to remain neutral. And so I want to give recognition to the Partnership for AI, which has advised that all companies deploying AI at work should at the same time embrace a neutrality policy with respect to unions. Because, yes, the regulation and the executive order under discussion in the US could improve things on the margins. We need better protection for image rights, intellectual property. Surveillance should not be continuous. Health and safety rules should be enforced. Fair labor standards should be enforced. But these issues skirt the core issue, which is that workers need real power to engage with their employers on technology, as we have done for many decades in heavily organized sectors. We know how to do this. Unions have been doing this, as I said, for a very long time, me included. We just need to open the door. And I've spoken to so many employers in manufacturing around the world, and they wouldn't even think of introducing new technology at work without involving their workers, without talking to their unions, because they say without worker support, it doesn't work. And it's true. Same thing is true, I would argue, especially with generative AI. So we've got a lot going on at Uni on this space. So I won't go through it all. I will say we're going to do a lot to promote best practices in bargaining in 2024. That's one of our big focuses. We're also launching a health and safety program relating to technology in 2024, which will have a heavy focus on content moderation and content moderators who often work in the global south and are, have very difficult situation. So we're doing a lot in this space, but we are, at the core, we are technology optimists, especially when it comes to Gen AI. I think that the algorithmic management is going to be a thing of the past. I'm not an optimist about that, but like the Luddites of a long time ago, we are not willing to stand by and be ignored or left behind. A boost in productivity or profits, and these numbers are wildly, they're very, very high, but that should not be the benchmark that we use to judge generative AI success, because if those gains are only concentrated at the very top, it will exacerbate already staggering inequality, undermine democracy, and erode job quality. This is a moment for transformative change, both when it comes to using technology at work and also in redefining the role of workers in that process so that we can strengthen democracy at work and beyond. Thank you. Yeah.
If anyone's been paying attention to recent headlines, one of the things that we've learned is that workers and unions are out there fighting on the front lines. They're fighting in Detroit, they're fighting in Hollywood, they're fighting across Europe. They're fighting for all of us. The unions have gotten a really bad rap, and they've gotten a really bad period of abuse for 40 years by Democrats and Republicans. And what we see is these unions are, right now with their depleted resources, are out there fighting for every single person in the world on these issues that are so fundamental to our basic liberties and to our democracy and to just human dignity. So I just really want to thank Christy for coming from Europe for this, and it's really an honor to have you. And actually, if we just give her another. We have a break for about 10 minutes, and after that we're going to come back and we're going to have Commissioner Bedoya with us, and someone who needs no introduction.
Want me to see that? Nope.
Okay, I guess we can actually start. And actually, before I introduce this next panel, I just want to note the work of the teams at AI Now and Open Markets. This is our fourth big event this year, and this one we didn't even really, I think, pull the trigger on the decision to make this event happen until 7 weeks ago, and we were already had a lot of stuff on our plates, and but we just felt this issue is so important. It is so misunderstood. It is being so manipulated to achieve all the wrong ends by people like Dustin Moskowitz and Eric Schmidt, that we felt it was important actually to step in and start to brush away some of that nonsense. And also to recognize what it is, that is being promoted by the Dustin Moskowitz and Eric Schmidt teams, that is actually issues that we have to address, because not all of what they're talking about is nonsense. But our team pulled this together in 7 weeks, and that is a real achievement. And I just, I'll say that again at the end, but I just want to note that because that's not, it's really not easy. Anyway, we now turn to one of the people who is really sort of been thinking about this issue and how it intersects with enforcement power, with law, with the powers of one of our most important antitrust competition policy agencies, the FTC. That's Alvaro Bedoya, Commissioner Bedoya of the FTC. Before becoming a commissioner at the FTC, Mr. Bedoya was a founding director at the Center on Privacy and Technology at Georgetown. He was also a professor of law there. He was also chief counsel to the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on Privacy. And he was chief counsel to Senator Al Franken, who just want to recognize for his long career of achievement in many of these issues. Senator Franken, a lot of the foundation on which we're working today was due to the work that Senator Franken did while he was in office. And then the person who needs no introduction is Christina Cafara. Now, because actually a lot of you are not from the antitrust community, I'm going to actually give a little bit of introduction to Christina Cafara. So Christina Cafara needs no introduction if you are involved day to day in conversations about how to use antitrust law and monopoly law, competition law in the United States, in Europe, and actually pretty much around the world. Christina is perhaps the best known economist within antitrust enforcement, and also the person who I'm just going to recognize this, and you should all go back and watch the event that we hosted February 15th with Senator Warren, in which there's a discussion about the role of antitrust the role of economics in antitrust. It is a great discussion. It was between Christina and Luigi Zingales, who's an economist at the University of Chicago. And it's a mind-blowing conversation basically about how so much of the law as we have enforced it the last 40 years is based on, this is a quote, on bullshit, economic bullshit. That was Christina. So anyway, I'm going to turn this over to Christina to run this conversation with Commissioner Bedoya.
Thank you, Barry. I'm not sure I actually used that word. I think I probably said snake oil. Is that a bit more acceptable in our brain? But thank you for that introduction, and I'm very honored to be here. I'm particularly honored to be here really in this discussion with Alvaro Bedoya, who indeed, unlike me, needs no introduction and is one of the people I'm most happy to have been able to interact with. So in part because one of the things that I think has been historically missing in antitrust and the way in which we've enforced is any awareness of data protection, of privacy, and that intersection. I'm so glad that there are people, deep friends like Johnny Ryan in this room, who have done so much in Europe and globally to push that conversation. But Alvaro has been certainly one of those who most deeply understands and pursues that connection. And so for me, the fact that he's a commissioner in Competition Consumer Protection Agency is very, very significant, a leading example. So I wanted to, of course, this conversation is about AI. I wanted to start with the beginning, really. Your background, Barry described your background in data protection and privacy, exposed you reasonably early on to issues that are now center stage in the discussion on AI. So how did you actually come across it, and how did you start learning from it? Let's start from the beginning.
Thank you, Christina. First of all, let me say I'm really excited to be here with you. I want to thank Barry, everyone at Open Markets, everyone at AI Now for having me. I'm, of course, speaking just for myself, not for my colleagues or any of the staff of the Commission. Also just want to thank my team with me here today, Catherine Sanchez, Sunil Stevens, watching at home, Max Miller, and my colleagues who work on consumer protection issues, Aaron Ricky and Danielle Estrada. All of their thinking has helped me better understand all of this. So yes, I am. Now, there's a number of folks in the room who've been doing this AI stuff for a while, for longer than a year at least. But my introduction was when I was on Senator Franken's staff. And incongruously, I ended up with a data protection portfolio really by accident. I joined on Senator Franken's first day in office, and they were dividing up the portfolios. And now it's hilarious, but no one wanted privacy. And so I got stuck with privacy, and I came to love it. One of the reasons I love it is because I came from the world of immigrant rights, of civil rights, of labor rights, where I was used to, dispersed interests going up against a concentrated, powerful set of interests. And I like being on the side of the little guy. And so that suited me. I'd like to think it suited me for privacy, but my real in-depth introduction into AI was with face recognition. We held what I think was one of the first congressional hearings on face recognition. But then when I joined Georgetown, we did a deep dive into how law enforcement was using face recognition. At the time, everyone knew the FBI was very advanced, but people thought the state and local police departments were kind of backwaters. And it turned out those state and local police departments are actually arguably more advanced than the FBI. And half of all Americans were part of a face recognition database in use today. And probably today that number is much larger than it was, almost 10 years ago. And so why am I raising this? Why do I think it's relevant? Because I learned a few things that may start sounding familiar looking at the modern AI ecosystem. First of all, one thing I learned was that if you just look at the names of the companies providing services, it seems like there's a lot of them. It seems like, at the time there was a company called Face First. There's all sorts of different companies, maybe dozens of companies. But then when you look under the hood, not only 2 or 3 algorithms from 2 or 3 different companies that were powering the overwhelming majority of those systems. And so just from the outset, you saw that what seemed like this highly competitive marketplace was actually extraordinarily concentrated, number one. Number two, one of the shifts in generative AI has been that suddenly, machine learning and neural networks is that they're not hard-coded, right? It's not a human saying, if A, then B, if X, then Y. it's a system that produces an outcome, and oftentimes the people who design the system don't really understand it. And the way I learned this was in a conversation with a guy named Simpson Garfinkel. Does anyone know Simpson? I'm sure, yeah, a lot of people in the room do. Well, actually, only Mark raised his hand, so Mark knows. But at the time, everyone was talking about regulating face templates, which was a file that described your face. And we thought that the key to regulating face recognition was, you got to control the templates. And Simpson said, over coffee, he said, well, you can't do that. And I said, well, why can't we do that? He said, how do you know there's systems that have, that every face recognition system has a face template? I said, well, don't they? And he said, I don't know. When you use your brain and you recognize someone, do you think you have a file in your brain that says Christina Kafara? And I said, well, yeah, that's a good point. I don't know if I have a file in my brain, or if it's a collection of neurons. I don't really know. He said, well, yeah, exactly. And the new systems are built in a way that there's a lot of marketing hype that says, they're neural networks. They don't really function like the brain, but they're more like the brain than the old hard-coded systems of if A, then B, if X, then Y. And so those were two things that started me down this road. And lastly, we saw that the systems were highly biased, despite them being sold as being perfectly unbiased. And we don't see race, etc.
So you touched upon briefly the issue of concentration. We'll get back to it and market structure, because I think this is a topic that animates many in this room. But before getting there, we've had, of course, a lot of hype around AI over the last few months. There was the existential risk.
It's going to kill everybody.
It's going to kill everybody, the killer robots.
Right.
And then we've had, of course, a more sober discussion, at least around what you may call catastrophic risk, potentially very big risk, but not existential. So, to just name a few, we heard Christy earlier talk about replacement of labor force, but of course, there's much more than that. There's this the exacerbation of discrimination and inequality, supercharging online disinformation, amplification of toxic content, major injury to privacy, and amplifying also massive crisis of human rights online. In this just panopticon,
it's very flowery,
of potentially catastrophic dangers to us as citizens and humans, what do you most directly worry about, and how do you think of it in terms of what, in your position, for example, one could think about doing?
Three things. Bias in key decisions around our lives, number one. Number two, hurting new entrants, and this is with an eye towards labor. And number three, entrenching concentrated power. So I'm happy to take those in turn. But the first one on bias, I don't think people appreciate how pervasive these systems are in the major decisions around us. Who is hired, who is fired, what they're paid, who is allowed to stay in the hospital, who has their claim covered. Increasingly, these systems are mediated by automated or semi-automated decision-making systems fueled by what we would call our artificial intelligence. And I think that can be highly problematic. And let me give just one concrete example that I think is highly illustrative. So sepsis. Tens of thousands of people die every single year from sepsis. Sepsis is really hard to detect because it presents as much milder conditions. Like, you could have the flu, you could have a cold, or you could have sepsis and be about to die, which is a problem. And so physicians work very hard in hospitals to track sepsis. And there was a team at Duke that came up with an idea to develop a sepsis detection algorithm specifically focused on kids. And mind you, they set out from the very beginning to create a system that would not be biased. And so one of the things they did is they reviewed the peer-reviewed literature, and they saw that we can't use data from billing, because if you just look at who is billed more, you're just going to magically find that the poorer people are healthier, right? Because they are not paying as much money for their healthcare. So they said, we're going to look at clinical data, much harder. HIPAA is involved. Lots of systems are feeding into this. Privacy laws involved, but they did it. And just as so they root out that source of bias, and just as they're about to roll out the system, this researcher in their team says, wait a second, it looks like Latino kids are much healthier than everyone else. And they said, well, what? That's strange. Why is that? You know, you might think because of socioeconomic patterns that it's the opposite. And she said, well, I looked at it and they get diagnosed with sepsis systematically at 1 to 2 hours later than everyone else. And they started looking at that for a second. And then they realized, does anyone know why that might be? Translation. It took, on average, an hour or two for a translator to arrive to that bedside. And so the training data was telling clinicians these kids are healthier, they develop sepsis later, when in reality, no. They just could not communicate with words to allow the system or the doctors to make the diagnosis at a rate 1 to 2 hours later. So why should you care about the story? Let me give you 3 reasons. First of all, it is so hard to detect and stop bias. Okay, even when you are at an academic institution who has as its mission to, or in the project, to identify it, stop it, etc., this thing almost rolled out and a bunch of Latino kids almost got treated later for sepsis than they would have. Number one. Number two, the idea that it is up to individuals, private citizens to detect bias, to make the right choices, to flag things is completely bananas. Because there's no way those people sitting in the hospital would have any way to say, oh, clearly this is an AI system that has been, that's bananas. It is clearly incumbent on companies and on the government to address this. Lastly, and this feeds a little bit more to the conversations I know that are going to be had today. The only way this researcher was able to understand and prevent this was by having access to the training data. Open access to the training data that was being used. And yet, what you see with a lot of these large foundation models is that, ironically, they are becoming less transparent about the data that is being fed into them with each progressive iteration. Not naming names, but if you go look at these foundation models, you look at the papers being issued around them, and to their credit, most of these companies put out papers, right? The first papers actually go into a lot of detail about the data being fed into the systems. Oh, we used books 1, books 2, books 3. And if those sound innocuous, I urge you to take a look at what those mean. We used, common crawl data. We used this, blah, blah, blah. Now, increasingly, the foundation models say, we used a custom blend of data that we choose for safety reasons not to describe. And so that concerns me from bias perspectives. And I'm happy to talk about the competition side of the coin as well.
We will get there.
Yeah.
One thing that I think was very interesting was your comments recently on the actors and writers strike in Los Angeles around, which was linked to issues of copyright. I'd like to open up that subject because
Sure.
it is something that you indeed have written about. You've done an op-ed on the Los Angeles Times that was influential. Tell us about that and what animated you about that, and how did you see the issues and the potential answers?
Sure. So, Catherine, Sunila, Max get tired of me saying our three priorities are your food, your health, your job. And I think this really gets to the job part of it. So I'm sure people in the room follow the writers and actors strike. But I was particularly struck by the stories about background actors, people we know as extras, where they would describe, these folks don't make a lot of money, but it's a decent way to supplement your income if you live in LA, particularly, if you get your union card. And they would describe getting on the set. And then suddenly, towards the end of filming, these are allegations. I have not investigated them. I don't know if they're true, but they're certainly compelling. They would say, someone would tap me on the shoulder and say, actually, you got to go to that tent over there. They said, well, why do I have to go to that tent? Well, they're going to scan you. What? You're going to scan me? What? I said, well, you got to do a full body scan from 360 degrees, 80 cameras. And actors, some of the actors protested and were told, okay, well, yeah, if you can't do it, you're going to get fired. And some of the stories, some of the allegations were really harrowing. Some of the actors described having to do this nude. But if you know a little bit about the movie industry, you know that a lot of the way that actors get their start is by being extras. So Sylvester Stallone famously was discovered as an actor, as an extra.
right? Just being a guy in the background who a producer or director said, who's that guy? I like that guy, right? And so if studios are able to literally map your body, and some of these scans involved full emotion capture, right? Why would they need the living article, right? If later on they can just slot in the file that they captured when this was a 20-something up-and-coming actor, right? And so what I did in that op-ed, and there's similar claims being made about writers where there was a concern that writers would be asked, for their first script that gets bought, oh, well, actually, we want the rights to everything you've written. We want that to be fed into our proprietary AI. This was one of the concerns they had. And so I think that the gesture I made in the op-ed was saying, antitrust law may have something to say about this. One of the things I most admire about Chair Khan is her looking at our core Section 5 authority and saying, we need to make sure we are doing right by its original purpose, which was a law that was meant to track innovation in industry, both good innovation and innovation in unfair methods of competition, and empowered us to look at situations where a powerful market actor was using that power not to compete on the merits with someone, but to take them off the playing field. And I think that law may have something to say about these scenarios that are being described by actors and writers.
So this is a transition really to competition, which has been an undercurrent in everything you said. We had at the beginning of the morning a very compelling discussion from Sarah and from Max, and a description of the way in which the industry structure is set up. You have layers at which you productize essentially the foundation model algorithm, and then they have the creation of the model. Yeah. And this is, as an economist, the nature of this vertical stack is important, and it is something which needs to drive our intervention, the way in which we think about future regulation. Now, you mentioned also Chair Khan and the fact that the FTC is very focused on unfair methods of competition, Section 5 and so on, which is very much a sentiment that is around, we should use not just new laws, we cannot just think necessarily about new laws, but we need to use the tools that we have on the book.
As they were intended to be used, yes. Absolutely.
So in this mix, now we have an executive order from President Biden, which is wide-ranging, which has attracted attention around the world, but certainly leans quite a lot on the FTC as an enforcement agency with all the panoply of tools that you have. Give us your thoughts about structure and how that will possibly drive the kind of enforcement that you might see happening.
So let me reiterate, I'm speaking just for myself. I can't speak to what my colleagues or the staff thinks, but I had one main reaction to the executive order. And why don't I share that and then say a little bit about how I've been thinking about these things. So first was, I read it, and obviously, we don't, Chair Khan, myself, Commissioner Slaughter, we don't report to the president. We're an independent agency, hence the language about encouraging, if it deems appropriate. But I read the order and I said, great, we've pretty much already been thinking about this stuff. I didn't see anything in that order that I don't hear, that I don't think about, or I don't understand us to not be focused on already. And so that was very encouraging. And for me, I've been focused on a few aspects of this. And by the way, I think the president and the team that worked on that deserves great credit for it. The OSTP team, the NEC team, absolute. It's quite a document. I found the UK's the CMA report on foundation models to be quite useful. So what do I think about this stuff? When the president says you should think about it, here's what I've already been thinking about. First is the labor side of it, right? Both in terms of, I'm not a copyright guy, but both of artists, workers, actors. I think it's very interesting that what was happening with actors, because if you look at all the reports about AI and the future job losses about AI, the one thing they say that right now, at least right now, is protected is jobs that require social skills, right? Emotional, social skills. And so how interesting that there's this huge effort to scan everyone's emotions when they're a struggling actor, to study how they move, et cetera. So that's the first focus on AI for me, which is labor. Looking at the more not theoretical but broader antitrust concerns, this UK report did a great job, I think, teasing out some of the key pressure points. One of the things it did was tease out the key inputs, right? You need massive compute, you need massive quantities of data, you need highly skilled labor, and you need lots and lots and lots of money. And so if you have a scenario, I think Daniel's trying to get your attention. If you have a scenario where only a few companies have access to that compute or have access to that data, that may be bad for competition down the road. And so, and I think in particular, for me, the compute side of it is particularly interesting. I think there are some privacy risks to saying everyone should have access to every bit of data, but I think I'm particularly interested in the cloud side of it. That's one thing. And then the other interesting point they make is, I think that you were getting at, is some of the folks in the space, look, there's 160 foundation models that have been released since 2016, 2018. So it's not like we have few foundation models. But that said, only, what the report said, and I'm not saying it's right or not, but what the report said is a few actors are already have some advantages because they're vertically integrated, right? If you have a foundation model, you need data and compute feeding into that model, right? And then you need platforms and user interfaces that people can kind of interact with. And, I'm sure every single person in the room can think about which market actors that have these foundation models, have that data, have that compute, have those user interfaces, have those platforms already. And so I think those are the dynamics that I've been trying to track a little bit.
And so we are, in a way, in a world in which we have already very clearly a vertical structure integrated with key inputs, feeding into a downstream market with application or plugins or what have you, tons of productization. But at the top, you have an increasing level of concentration. And the question there, though, for an enforcer, I'm not asking you to predict what you in particular, the FTC, will do, but what kind of intervention do you see as being? So is it, again, watching out for unfair competition vis-a-vis the downstream? Is it anything to do, for example, with control of agreements and mergers? How do you see the sort of the set of potential enforcement activities?
Here's what I'm most interested in. I am most interested in the basics. So when these systems are being deployed in ways that affect your access to healthcare, your access to prescription medicine, your access to a job, a fair wage, things that relate to safety. And so anything that affects the basics, because look, if there's an AI system that models how my glasses I'm trying to buy might look on my face, I don't really care. But if it's a system that's deciding what someone's going to get paid, who's going to be fired, who's going to be let go from the hospital earlier than someone else, those are the systems that I at least will be asking the most questions about. Because you're right, you do have to make hard choices as a law enforcement agency about where you investigate, where you look, and what cases to bring.
But at that level, at that level of productization, there is enormous amount of choice and competition because the models are used to meet thousands of user cases. So there needs to be regulation of sorts and watching out for that deployment that doesn't end up being toxic. What I think is also a big question is how do we actually watch the upper layer, the level of concentration, and how it can distort the input into that. Do you think there will be inevitable kind of thinking around this, and how do you see the link between deployment and the upstream concentration?
I'll just say this: when the new models are coming out, I am reading the papers, right? I'm reading what they say about data. I'm reading what they say about compute. I am reading those things. So I can't speak for what other people in the building are doing, but I certainly am trying to get a sense of the leading models, how they work, what goes into them in terms of data, what goes into them in terms of compute, the commercial relationships between the companies behind the models and the companies behind the compute, behind the data, behind the interfaces. That is absolutely of acute interest to me.
Right. I'm going to thank you now because I think we've run out of time. Join me in thanking
Thank you, Christine.
Alvaro Bedoya for this illuminating conversation. And thank you so much.
Next time it'll be the other way around. I'll be interviewing you. Thank you.
Some of you have heard of Chair Lena Khan of the Federal Trade Commission. Just want to say, you know, we know that Chair Khan is a transformational leader in our country, intellectually, in terms of policy, in terms of our understanding of the law. It's been an honor for me to know Chair Khan. But I think we just saw here, we have two other great leaders, or certainly one other leader, and I'm going to add the other one at the FTC with Commissioner Bedoya's comments. And along with Commissioner Slaughter, what we see is that we have three transformative actors. So anyway, please let's thank them again. And actually, I'm going to just do a little flacking for a publication called the Washington Monthly, which we at the Open Markets Institute have long had a very close relationship with Paul Glastris, the publisher, and with everybody at the Washington Monthly. And I will encourage you actually to read this issue, which is the most recent issue, because one, it has two articles. It has many articles that you should read, but it has an article about the achievements of Chair Khan and her colleagues at the FTC, and also of Jonathan Cantor and his team over at the DOJ, and the entire Biden White House team on taking on not just taking on the power of today's monopolies, but transforming the way we think about power and the way we think about what's the purpose of government. It is a truly revolutionary moment, which does not get enough attention in a lot of the press, what is taking place in this White House, in this administration, in these agencies today. So I'm going to move on to the next panel, and Justin Hendricks. I'm just going to introduce Justin Hendricks, who's going to serve as the moderator. Justin is the CEO and editor of Tech Policy Press, which is a nonprofit news publication that focuses on the intersection of technology and democracy. Before that, he was the executive director of the New York City Media Lab, and he is also an associate research scientist and professor at the NYU Tandon School of Engineering. So this is somebody who actually understands both the technology and the law, and he also understands the business of publishing, having worked for 10 years at The Economist as vice president of business development and innovation. So a very uniquely experienced person is going to lead this next conversation.
I want to thank Barry, and I also want to welcome my panelists up onto the stage. It's always fun to be in DC and where there are multiple events happening in the same space. I got up very early this morning to go get a coffee, and the farm credit people we're hard at it conferencing at 6 a.m. And I think they have already opened the bar outside. So hopefully we'll get to enjoy that at lunch. But AI affects perhaps every sector of the economy. And we've heard that this morning. We're going to focus specifically on artists and creative folks and kind of the concerns that they have. Joined by an excellent panel here. I'll go from my right to left. Jen Jacobson, who's executive director at the Artist Rights Alliance, former policy executive at Sony Music, Time Warner, and will tell us a little bit about perhaps the intersection of that experience as we go along. Liz Pelly, a freelance journalist who specializes in the music industry, also a colleague of mine at NYU, I should say, and has a book coming on the subject of Spotify's business model soon enough. And we'll talk a little bit about that and how that intersects with platform power. And then Ashley Irwin, president of the Society of Composers and Lyricists, who composed the music for the Academy Award show, I understand. And like me, is a Southerner, but maybe from south of the equator.
The equator, yeah.
So quite pleased to have you here. And we're going to give each of you a chance to sort of say something to start to set things up a bit. But maybe actually I'll start with you, because you mentioned that you, while you are based in Hollywood, you've been here in DC quite a lot lately, and folks are listening, or at least you're getting in the door. You've had a lot of meetings lately. What's on the mind of folks in DC when it comes to artists?
I think this is my 6th trip up here since March. I've testified in front of the House Judiciary on IP and copyright. And I think one of the things that most engaged what we had to say, or what was most engaging in what we had to say, is we actually showed up with some proposals as opposed to just complaints. And, there was a lot of talk about AI and how it was going to affect our industry. And, a lot of panic across all industries. But we had some, suggestions of what might be considered, not solutions, but, at least talking points to get the discussion going. And we began with the 3 C's. Consent, credit, and compensation for our works that are injected into these machines. And that seemed to grab hold. It was a little catchy phrase, but it seemed to grab hold, and people started to run with it. And since then, I think I've seen it in many publications, even in Canada and whatever. So that was kind of where it started.
Excellent. And I'll come down the line and just get folks to maybe talk first, but Liz, maybe to you next. You're working on this book now around Spotify. So you're thinking perhaps about AI slightly differently than maybe folks in the room who focused on generative AI. What's your particular angle right now?
Yeah, I think that right now in music and creative fields generally, there's a lot of conversation about generative AI and copyright, which is incredibly important for copyrights to be protected when we're thinking about how generative AI might be used. But I think it's also, important to also zoom out and remember that over the past 15 years, streaming services have basically reshaped what music looks like using AI. So reshaped not just the creation of music, but how we discover music, the context within which we understand music, what it looks like to have a career as a musician, and powered by machine learning, data, algorithms, have merged with a business model that is incredibly lacking in transparency, especially for independent musicians. A business model that is basically created in partnership with major record labels, while independent artists don't really have the same seat at the table in terms of input on these systems that are really determining how they're able to make a career. And then also streaming services have, used AI data and algorithms also to exercise incredible gatekeeper power when it comes to playlists and discovery. And in the report that Open Markets released today, there's talk about the way in which AI contributes to media deterioration. And I think there's also a really important point in the way data-driven streaming platforms have also contributed to media deterioration in terms of just how we understand the context of music. And then, also the shifting dynamic of artists being seen as customers more than artists and creators. So that for now.
A theme we've heard throughout the day, this idea of AI being introduced not into necessarily a perfect world, but in especially in the terms of media, introduced into a environment rife with exploitation and surveillance capitalism and various other problems. Jen, how about you? You've got so far as to maybe have a hand in getting a piece of legislation put forward?
Well, it's not, it's at the very beginning stages, but we'll see. I want to, if it's okay, take a step back for one second though, and pick up on something that Liz said about artists having a seat at the table. And that's kind of what the Artist Rights Alliance is about, making sure that artists have a voice. And as Ashley was talking about, making sure that artists have the ability to, give consent and get paid for how their works are being used. And in the AI context, and this goes to the legislation, artists are very concerned about not having that voice. But I do want to say, upfront, artists are not averse to AI in every context. Musicians use AI in a lot of ways as tool in their creativity, in the production studio, on tours, countless ways that AI has been used as a tool. And, the sort of technology content relationship is long and strong and has peaks and valleys, but AI is something that's very valuable. The issue here is when that work is being used without consent and compensation to create work that then competes directly against the artist's own work in the marketplace. And we can talk more about that. But when the artist doesn't have the ability to not only consent to it, but doesn't even know, a lot of times there's no transparency about when their work is being used. That's a real problem. This legislation you refer to, the Protect Working Musicians Act, is just one small tool that could be helpful. It would give small independent artists and indie small record labels the ability to engage in negotiations with big AI developers and also streaming platforms about how their work is going to be paid for, because a lot of times there's no transparency, as Liz was saying, into the way those relationships are, the way those rates are created, and there's no ability to have a voice. So, and we can talk more about the consent and compensation issue, but that's kind of the framing for artists.
Liz, do you want to pick up on that? Since she, sort of mentioned our pre-chatter there, this sort of problem of the general dynamic in streaming at the moment, which of course is one of the major, economic superstructures for artists generally.
Yeah. So in terms of business model.
Yeah.
Well, I think when we talk about the lack of transparency with the business model, independent musicians make up like 30% of the recorded music market. And right now, even in just a couple of weeks ago, there is a new royalty model that is going to go into effect in January on Spotify that also is being experimented with put into practice by Deezer, that says that artists who have under 1,000 streams a year, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's actually a lot of artists, like that work will be demonetized. And for example, that is a policy that independent artists have had no say in helping shape, but is something that Universal Music Group had like a lot of say in helping develop with Deezer, and then Spotify sort of like picked up on it. So because the major labels hold the vast majority of the IP and licenses that are seen as valuable to streaming services, they have been partners since the beginning in determining the deals and contracts that determine how these systems work. So there's just kind of like a huge imbalance for independent artists, who are the vast majority of artists, who aren't having a say in terms of how these systems operate.
And actually, your folks are not they're not even unionized, right? So not really even the ability to kind of come together to negotiate with larger entities.
Correct. We're probably, well, I think the only craft in working in the film and television industry, which is our members are composers and songwriters who work specifically for audiovisual media. We're the only ones who are not unionized in Hollywood. No collective bargaining agreement, because the studios consider us independent contractors. And that's a problem. So we don't have the ability, as most unions do, like we were watching, obviously, the writers and the actors and the directors and their interaction recently with the strikes, just to see what their position on AI would be and how that may influence some of the things that we try and get into, some of the legislation that Jen's talking about up here on the Hill. Our concerns, once again, are not so much the use of AI, because we've been using versions of AI for probably 30 years. I think I've been using some permutation of it. But the difference is generative AI is a whole other beast, being used by people who are not arbiters of taste. I mean, part of what we are engaged for when we're employed on a film or a TV show is people come to us because they like what we write as music. And what we reject from our own compositions and songs, the audience never hears. We have that taste. The machines don't have that taste. The machines just spit stuff out. And much like a slot machine, if you sat there long enough, you're going to hit a jackpot. But the arbiters of taste, art in all its aspects is a reflection of society. And everything we do in the artistic world is a reflection of today's currency, from songs, from books, literature, painting, everything. If that goes away, society suffers. If that's hampered in any way from the human aspect, society suffers. And that's part of what, it's not just an economic thing in jobs, it's a cultural thing as well. It's really going to be an impact.
Well, let's talk about that, because I think this issue, this tension between this cultural question and copyright law, right, ends up being kind of the core of it. And I'm interested, that I'm not asking any of you to be experts necessarily on copyright law. I know there are a few in the audience, actually. But when you think about the arguments we're hearing about fair use, and you're think about maybe some of the litigation we see that's sort of questioning exactly how the law should think about, a model hoovering up all of human production over the centuries, and then making it possible to represent some output from that input. I don't know, how are you thinking about that as you think about the rights and the livelihoods of the artists that you work with?
Well, I would just say that I'm not a copyright expert, but I do, work on these issues tangentially, not even tangentially, but in the policy context, fair use, which is a defense that people can use to defend themselves against a copyright infringement lawsuit, is a very complicated test. And as you mentioned, there are a lot of cases that are being determined right now that could have an impact on how fair use is viewed in the AI context. But I would say there is not going to be some blanket assertion that the use of AI in training models is going to be fair use. And in fact, we've seen in a lot of cases that the use of the works to train ends up having such a substitutional effect in the marketplace, where the works that are coming out, as I was saying before, are competing directly against the original works, that that really, is very strongly against the notion that that could be considered fair use. We were talking about the artist having control and being able to have some kind of consent in the use of their own works. It's there are many layers in which the lack of consent and control can impact an artist and their rights. The deep fakes issue we've talked about, where an artist's name, their voice, their likeness is used and confusing consumers as to whether this is the actual artist, this is a fake. That's a huge problem in terms of the artist-fan relationship, in terms of what music you're getting out there. So that's one way. Another way is simply the dilution of the market, where you're having works out there that are not only competing with the original artist works, but they are devaluing the original works by flooding the market with these AI generated works, and then decreasing substantially the amount of money that an artist can make from their original work. So this gets away from your original question, but it just shows how there is so much harm that can be caused by the use of their works to train, that it's a very complicated test, and we'll see a lot of developments in the courts over the next few months on it.
Can I just say something? That there has been once again, I'm not a lawyer either, but there has been some precedent on some of these sound alikes, because years ago, when I was heavily involved in advertising, I remember there were two cases. One was a Bette Midler sound alike, and one was a Tom Waits sound alike, that were both adjudicated in the courts as being an infringement on both those artists for advertising. They had got voiceover people in to sound like Tom Waits and sound like Bette Midler, and they lost the case. So there is a precedent for that in the courts already for likeness.
So let's maybe talk a little bit about your reactions. Commissioner Bedoya talked a little bit about the Writers Guild agreement and some of these things. How closely were you all watching that WGA SAG-AFTRA? I am also less familiar with SAG-AFTRA's agreement, as one of the earlier speakers said. But WGA, a writer can choose whether or not to use AI and how to use AI in their work. The companies have to disclose, if they're handing a writer material that maybe has been influenced by AI. I guess most importantly, AI generated material can't be used in some way to kind of undermine the rights of a writer, their credits, or otherwise their compensation. Are you looking to those agreements as models for the types of arrangements that you want to see for artists across the board?
We are, and I've actually got a meeting with the Writers Guild next week to see how we can support each other in those actions. But once again, we're working from a position without any labor backbone. We don't have that. So we're really looking to some form of legislation to help support whatever these positions are from our point of view. And we're working with the Copyright Office as well. But our situation is very similar in as much as when we're given, just to give you an example, when we're given, let's say, a cut of a movie or a television show, in a lot of cases, there'll be what's called temp music, which is temporary music, which they'll put from another source underneath that film to show to, test audiences or studio executives or whatever. And there's, a lot of times an expectation from us to sometimes copy that music in a way, or use the style of that, or not always, but sometimes if they get attached to that, that's really working with a test audience. Well, in those situations, we try and develop the style rather than, rip off the music. I think in generative AI, they'd just be ripping off the music. They'd just be basically replacing it, getting far enough away from the plagiaristic aspect of it. And, look, there are certain things out there that, they may have a good argument for, things like, how many Law and Orders do we have? How many CSIs do we have? How many Marvel movies do we have? I mean, do we need a new score for every Marvel movie? I don't know. Maybe not. We certainly need some characters. They keep killing them all off. But anyway, that's another. So
they can bring them back to life.
But to your point on working with the writers, I would say that there are a lot of creators in different industries that are working together on this, and we are partnering and supporting each other and helping each other. There's a large coalition called the Human Artistry Campaign, which is a large group of, I think it's over 150 artists, creator group that are members of it, kind of supporting each other in the context of AI and its impact on human creativity. And that includes people from all the creative communities that you can imagine, writers, music, visual arts, everything. And so it's really incumbent upon us to stick together as creators in this space, especially when we're working against large behemoth platforms.
So I want to come back to something we talked about just prior, and you've sort of brought this up a bit, this idea of the flooding of the market with stuff. You called it the problem of junk when we were talking earlier. This idea that generative AI in particular, because of just the vast volume of material that is likely to be created and published in just the next bit, extraordinary amount of material and media that's on the internet. Imagine it just hitting an exponential at this point. Talk about the problem of junk. You've already mentioned how it might push out, or dilute the competitive market for artists. How do you think about it?
Well, we're seeing already, if you go to a large platform, Spotify, others, when a person wants to call up, mood music, for example, it's possible that some of these platforms will create their own mood music playlists that are entirely made up of AI generated tracks. And they don't necessarily have to pay for them because they've created them themselves and put them on their own platform. So that's the way in which not only are you gatekeeping, but you're also driving down the price that human actual artists are going to be able to get in the market. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, but
Yeah.
But as you said, Liz, you touched on that too, where you are forcing people into listening to things and directing their taste.
Yeah. It's interesting because AI relates to this issue in two different ways, which is one, yes, streaming services are being flooded with what you might think of like junk music or AI generated music that fits really well on these mood playlists. They also, there are companies that are specifically providing music to Spotify for a lower royalty rate for this exact purpose of filling up these official mood playlists where working artists maybe would have had a spot. But in addition to the, AI potentially being used to generate this sort of stock music that is taking up so much visual real estate, like prime visual real estate in the playlist ecosystem, I think even more than using AI to create this music, streaming services are maybe not counting on us really enjoying this music, but using AI to hyper personalize the recommendations that you're being served to the extent that, perhaps you won't even notice or care if the music that you're being served is junk because their AI-driven hyper-personalization machine has basically, completely shaped your listening behavior so that when you open a streaming app, you're not really thinking about, searching for a specific artist, searching for a specific album or label. You're just, clicking onto a playlist that's been served to you using AI-driven hyper personalization. So, and it really is like in other areas of the platform economy, the way AI has been used to sort of create behavior manipulation or even addictive qualities. I do think that there is a certain extent to which streaming services are using a similar tactic to kind of contribute to habit formation around types of content that may be cheaper to them. And that also is an AI-powered risk.
Yeah, I'm sure some folks who are parents in the room might have found their maybe young children watching YouTube, and seeing these kind of strange AI-generated approximations of programs that they watch, maybe that are often nonsensical, maybe not even have any plot or narrative or whatever, but sort of look like Thomas the Tank Engine, maybe a bit. That stuff's already happening.
And I just want to add one other point to this discussion too, is that I think oftentimes when we think about like the contributions of generative AI and like junk and fraud, there's a tendency to like point to like specific bad actors, but it really is a systemic AI-driven issue on these platforms. It's not just necessarily a few bad actors working, kids in their room trying to figure out how to game the system. It really is services and labels working together to create a system that is deeply unfair to the vast majority of creators on the platform.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that this idea of, all of this being introduced into an environment that is driven by a culture of exploitation in all the sort of infrastructures are essentially designed around that and designed around attention, economy, et cetera. I know that we might have a question or two from the audience. We've only got a couple of minutes left. And I think they're going to be read out from the back by the voice of God, which is a female voice, I believe.
Hi, so we have two groups of questions. So the first group is asking about your thoughts on artists who choose to sign their rights over or their images and their likeness, or who choose to share their royalties with AI, and what opportunities that might create, or if this is a sustainable model for the industry at large. And the second group of questions are asking about, given that AI is all about large amounts of data, and therefore the contributions of any one artist is quite marginal within that larger system. How do we think about this relative to how the current industry works, especially in terms of copyright law, and what does or does not need to change when we think about these systems?
So we've seen examples already, I think, of actors in certain parts of the industry permitting themselves to be deep faked so that their output can be increased without them having to do any more work. There are folks who are going to, do more of this. What do we think of it?
Well, oh, sorry.
No, go
ahead. Go back to Ashley's original point, which is that it's about consent. It's about the artist having consent, and any system like that, we believe, and I think you guys would agree that it has to be an opt-in system. That the artist has to be able to make that choice, and if they're making that choice, that's okay. I mean, technology can do wonderful things, and if that's the way what you want to do with your art, that's fine. And that goes to also to that legislation, the Protect Working Musicians Act. Congresswoman Ross, by the way, I didn't mention before, is the sponsor of that. She's been awesome. It allows artists to be able to engage in the discussions that will allow them to have that choice.
I mean, we have in our ecosystem, the music ecosystem, we already have collective licensing agencies for mechanical royalties, for digital streams, for performance royalties. And it wouldn't be very hard to model something like a sound exchange, like an MLC, like an ASCAP, like a BMI, for collective licensing of our works. And it's just, it's not a compulsory license, but it's collective that, you pay a license fee. If you want to ingest stuff, knock yourself out, But as Jen says, it's your choice to opt into that licensing system.
Only have a minute or two left. Anybody on question 2?
Oh, I just want to add that there also needs to be transparency around artists knowing what they're opting into. So I think something we didn't mention yet is that there is like an incredible opportunity for the FTC to do some sort of investigation into, for example, like the deals between the major labels and the streaming services, so that independent musicians and, all artists can better understand the systems that they're basically forced to use to have a music career. Same thing with AI systems, like regulatory measures that could be taken to create a situation where there's actual transparency, I think would be incredibly important.
Well, maybe if Commissioner Bedoya is still in the room, you can whisper that to him. But I saw a lot of heads nodding on that. I don't think we quite got to question number 2, but I believe we're out of time. We've got a couple minutes left. Okay. So anybody want to take that one?
Well,
You might have to remind
I
us.
forget what question number 2 was.
Yeah. Remind us question 2. Oh, she's going to come back and remind us. I've kind of forgotten the characterization of it as well.
So the second group of questions were about with each artist providing a small marginal contribution to a large data model, how do we need to rethink copyright systems or just how we think of what is being produced by AI?
So a lot of folks think maybe there'll be some extraordinary system that will do fractional payments based on the extent to which your rights were represented in the training data. Is that kind of the idea that's out there a little bit, that maybe we'll have some magical?
No, I think maybe I was not clear. I think the licensing should be on the ingest side. So once it's in the machine, you do whatever you want with it, but you pay to put it into the machine, and then it can be manipulated however they choose to manipulate it if they paid the license. So it's not on the output side.
And maybe I'll just push you a little bit on that too, because we were talking earlier about the idea that, well, a lot of the fair use folks, it's almost like the idea is that the machine, it's like anybody, it's listening to lots of music and then it's coming up with something that's basically expressing something in the style of what you've asked.
And that's very true. It learns a lot faster than a human can learn, and that's part of their argument. But the problem with that argument is that what we've learned as creators in whatever field we're in, I'll speak specifically to music. Yes, we've learned it. We've had influences. We've had lessons as a child. Any of that stuff that we learned from was paid for. It was from copyrighted material, even if it was, as I said earlier, when we were talking, my parents paid 25 cents for the sheet music when I was 6 years old to learn for Elise. Beethoven, public domain, they still had to buy the sheet music. And that's what it comes down to. Everything that we've learned and been influenced with, whether it was on the radio, whether it was in a library, whether it was at lessons with sheet music, somebody paid for that intellectual property that we learned from. And that's really all we're asking for, that analogy with generative AI.
So there was a working economy there somehow. Yeah.
I was just going to say, with respect to the copyright law part of that question, the tools to protect artists are already there in the law. They just need to be applied to this context. I mean, the tools to protect human creators and protect that unique art that only humans can give, the emotion, the nuance.
Yeah, we're talking about a derivative work. It's essentially a derivative work. And there's provision for derivative works in the Copyright Act. Needs to be expanded. How it's expanded, that's for people with more intelligence than me. So, but essentially we're talking about derivative work.
Well, we will see, I suppose, over the next year or so, how the arguments of the fair use maximalists play out, and whether those arguments will find purchase in the courts and to the benefit of the tech firms, or perhaps things will even out a little more in favor of artists and creators and folks, craftsmen and folks who make things generally. I want to thank Barry, I think Courtney as well for inviting me, and Karina for helping put this on. I want to thank our panelists. So give them a round.
Thank you very much.
And I think we're turning it back over to you, Barry.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just following up on that panel, I actually want to make a comment about slaughterhouses. 1922, Congress passed the Packers and Stockyards Act. One of the parts of the Packers and Stockyards Act, when the provision said, if you are a slaughterhouse, you will not also own cattle. You will not have a herd outside your doors, outside the gate to your slaughterhouse, in order to pit your supply against the supply of the farmers. You're going to be operating in the marketplace. You will not control content. You will not control, in this case, animals and the slaughterhouse itself. Now, that's been somewhat overturned inside of agriculture. It's one of the things we're working to do. But when you hear this story about how these corporations are running the platforms and also now manufacturing the music, after 20 years of just stealing it, we actually do. It's just we have the tools. We know what to do. None of this is fundamentally new. We have dealt with every single one of these problems in the past, and we have mastered it in the past. We have tools, we have analogies, analogous legal regimes, and we're going to apply what we learned in the past to the future. Because you know what? The technologies might be new, but the ways in which human beings screw one another, there's nothing new to that. So lunch, we have, I think parts of the lunch have been put out. Is it all out? Do we know? Actually, while they're figuring out like whether lunch out is out, in at 12:50, we're coming back, and we're coming back because we have Johnny Ryan, who is, some of you know, is one of the great privacy activists, and he's actually one of the great, he didn't know this until just a short while ago. He's one of the great anatomists of the online advertising system. And Johnny just published a really important paper yesterday, which was covered in the Financial Times and Le Monde and a number of other places. And so we're going to hear some pretty scary stories about what Google is doing with your data. We've been hearing about this for the last 10 years, but according to this report that Johnny put out yesterday, it's actually even worse than we have understood. And I got a thumbs up. So lunch is good, is out. So thank you all. Oh, I guess you have to walk to the right. Room next door.
Yep.
Okay, everybody. Already introduced Johnny a while back, but I'll just give him a slightly more formal introduction, which is Johnny was the chief policy officer at the search engine company Brave. So in that work, he got to spend some time really understanding how that business works, including the business models of their competitors. And as I mentioned, Johnny put out a fantastically important report yesterday. He did so as a senior fellow and advisor to Open Markets. Johnny's been one of our great partners the last 3 years. And he is also a senior fellow at the Irish
Council for Civil Liberties.
Council for Civil Liberties, which somehow it wasn't on my list, so sorry. But so anyway, with that, I'm just gonna turn it over to Johnny because so he can tell you about the report he put out yesterday, and I think you'll understand why it's important.
Okay, guys, you need to hit X. That was not the screen you're supposed to see. That is the speaker note where I write the word blanks. Well, okay, let's try that.
Good morning, Washington.
So you would need to see a black screen. Okay. My apologies for the false start, ladies and gentlemen, but this is just a symptom of the malaise within the market in which we are discussing. Let me start off by saying this report came out yesterday, and it frames, it's a reoccurring symptom. This report came out yesterday, and it frames this problem we have in the market in national security terms. Now, before I show you what the national security problem is, first, I have to show you how nearly all news, nearly all entertainment on the internet is paid for today. So we're going to go through a hypothetical. And Barry, my timer is no longer on my screen. So if I go on, you have to start jumping up and down. We're going to go through a hypothetical game where we're all in a company and we're going to market a product using online advertising. So we're this guy here, the marketer, the advertiser. Now let's imagine we have some data on our customers. We've got maybe 10,000 customers. We've got their email addresses. We take our data and we send it to another company called a data management platform, a DMP. And the DMP says, thanks for that list of email addresses. We're going to talk to other companies that sell data and supplement these profiles about your people with more information. Once we've done that, we are now ready to start advertising almost. We're going to have agents appear in the auctions for each rectangle, each advertising rectangle on the internet, billions a day. We're going to need an agent, and our agent's going to be called a demand-side platform. Now, the DSP needs to know who it is bidding on in these auctions. What people's eyeballs is it trying to put our ads into? So it requests the information from the DMP about our intended targets. And now we're ready to show some ads. So along comes poor innocent Barry, who thinks the world is a good place. And Barry loads, for example, The Hill or The Washington Post or any publication he would load. In the space of milliseconds, the editorial content is put onto his browser or his device. And then, because the ad hasn't yet been sold, the publisher asks for an ad. It makes what's called an ad request. And that goes to a company that works for the publisher called a supply-side platform. Now, Barry does not realize that he's being supplied to a demand, but that's what's happening. The information about Barry is then packaged up in a request for bids for the opportunity to show Barry an ad. And that goes out to at least one ad exchange, at least one auction. But normally, there's an auction of many auctions. Now, information about Barry goes out to tens or hundreds, conceivably thousands, of DSPs. And our DSP knows that Barry is the customer for us. So we bid more than anyone else for the opportunity to show him our ad, and our ad goes in to one of those red boxes on Barry's website. And often, there's an opportunity for our DMP to update its profile about Barry. Now, I know that that was utterly incomprehensible. I want you to take away one thing from that diagram, and that is, that was a lot of arrows. So let's do that 2 more times just to make sure that death by PowerPoint has some meaning to you all. You visit the Daily Bugle. The Daily Bugle throws you to the wolves. You've been sent out information about you to 3 or 4 different ad exchanges, and each of them sends out information to several demand-side platforms. Now, the theory is that the right ad is shown to the right person at the right time. That's the theory. The problem is, once the data leave the publisher, we have no idea what happened to them. They're out in the dark without a chaperone. And we've some idea of what happens to them because, for example, there was an investigation into one DSP, a tiny one called Vectory. So small I'd never heard of it when this investigation happened. The French enforcer, the CNIL, went into Vectory, tiny company, and they found out that in the space of a year, they'd hoovered up 67.7 million people's data just by sitting in on these auctions. So I said I'd do it a 3rd time, and now here you have it. You do something very brave. You load your web browser and you visit a news site today. This is what will happen. The supply-side platform sends information about you to at least one ad exchange, which broadcasts it out to tens or hundreds of other companies. One of them wins the opportunity to put their ad in a rectangle on your page. That's a new one, guys. Would you put, there we go. And then various other arrows appear. Now, we're about to come to the national security problem, and you're still hopefully thinking, that's a lot of arrows, but these ones are twistier. So the question is, what's in those arrows? Well, we can know what's in those arrows because the industry standards are public documents. You could Google these right now, or you could DuckDuckGo them, or anything else you want to do. They're both very similar. Let's take a look at the most common one, which is the IAB Open Real-Time Bidding Protocol. This is 14,000 words. It tells you as an engineer how to build stuff for this system. And I'm going to spare you. We're going to scroll down to the very bottom, and we're going to see an example of a bid request and what's in it. Now, let me take you through it. That's just the URL. Normally, it would be embarrassing website / excruciatingly socially awkward article. Now we got IDs about the person, including the buyer UID. That's our ID for Barry. And now we see we're dealing with a young lady. Turns out Barry was born in 1990 and is a female. Now we see information about his device, so we could guess that we're seeing him again, even if we didn't have those IDs. And finally, we have his GPS coordinates. In Google's system, you get something different. You get the hyperlocal coordinate. Now, this isn't all. There can be other things in there as well, such as a categorization of what Barry's reading. So if Barry, for example, was a survivor of sexual abuse, the code that the industry once upon a time would have used is IAB 7-28 for incest/abuse support. So we've got a problem. We've got a problem. Just to remind you, this is the MERV of data. It just goes everywhere, right? Now, what does that mean? Let's take a look at one of these ad exchanges. It's called Google. We're going to scroll only a little bit through the list of companies that Google's own documentation says it sends data about us to. We're scrolling through 150 pages if you print it out in A4. This is 2,051 companies. We're still on the letter A. So that's where the data can go. And how often do they go? Well, the answer is in the billions per day for each state in the United States. So if you're in Florida, this will happen to you an average of 870 times a day. If you're in Arizona, it's an average of 782. And we don't even have the data for Amazon and Meta's RTB systems in this particular study. So we've got a problem. Now, the question is, what happens to the data and what does it mean? What does it mean for the voter? What does it mean for anyone who wants to compromise anybody? And why is this a national security problem? We have the documents that show what goes into a profile about people. This is one of them. It's a long Excel sheet. And just to prove this is a feature, not a bug, this invasive profiling, let me take you through some of the categories that can be added into a profile about you. Now, I'm going to scroll quickly, but let's start off with their traits, their behaviors, including their religion. All in there. Your mental health. Are you infertile? Do you have a sexually transmitted disease? Are you thinking about losing weight? Is that something you're worried about? And even the most sensitive things about a person, such as whether they are the parent of a child with special needs. If that's the case, then the code for you is 357, gifted to you by the industry that is looking over your shoulder. What are your political views? And I want you to note that these people do not know how to spell. But they do know how much money you have. So some things matter more than others. Where do you work? And so on and so forth, right? So this is the kind of stuff that the industry rules they can and should be going into a profile about you. Now you can see as we look at things like bankruptcy, why this might be important from a national security point of view. All of these things are highly compromising and they expose someone to blackmail, to hacking, to compromise. And in the report that we released yesterday, one of the things we were showing was a new segment list, hundreds of thousands of different segments about people. I'll give you a taster of a few of them. Decision makers at government organizations in national security. Wouldn't it be good to know if those people have mental problems, have financial problems. And wouldn't other people like to know about that? Here's a bunch of them grouped together, slightly reordered. I want to show you what you're seeing here. This is Microsoft's list of segment IDs for these people. Microsoft owns this company, AppNexus, now called Xandr. And this DBM, that's Google's list. So if there's a number in those columns, Microsoft and Google are there. And here we're seeing judges, politicians, decision makers in national security, even counterterror and intelligence. Now, I showed you this before, but I just want to stop at one particular point. If you go to this public document and type in the word Beijing, you'll see that there's quite a few companies that have the word Beijing in their title. They are Chinese companies. You'll see Russian companies in this list too. The inescapable conclusion is that this free-for-all of our secrets is not just a privacy problem. It is broadcasting the most sensitive information about political leaders and active military personnel to foreign states and non-state actors. So I've been told we're at the end of time. We really are at the end of time, because wait till you see this slide. This is the kind of information based on our research that we know can be in a profile about a key decision maker. So we know what she is. She's a decision maker for national security. We know where she goes. She works at the Pentagon. She's getting cancer treatment. We know her most frequent driving routes. We know her financial situation. We know her psychological makeup. Is she open to compromise? And we know what's going on in her head, going on in her life. We know she wants to get a divorce. We know she's dating. We know she has these problems. And you can bet that in a screen like this, there would be a button that said next page, because it gets worse. So let me leave you with three concluding points. First, Google and others in this huge industry are sending RTB data out to China. And second, you can see it for your own eyes. This data is extraordinarily sensitive. And that means that this is undeniably a national security problem. Now, that report is available at iccl.ie, and please do take a look. Thank you very much.
That was a great job, Johnny. And we're going to continue the conversation with Johnny and later this afternoon. Meanwhile, we're going to get the next panel up here. And as we're doing that, I'm going to begin the introductions for the moderator of the next panel, who's also one of our co-hosts today, and this is Amba Kak. And Amba is the executive director at AI Now. And for more than a decade, she has served in various roles across government, academia, and the nonprofit sector. This includes as a senior advisor on AI at the FTC, and also as the global policy advisor at Mozilla. And Amba is also on the board of the Signal Foundation, which is the texting platform that y'all should be using if you're not using it already. But anyway, I'm going to turn it over right now to Amba. Oh, and one thing is we actually had one of the people who's going to be on this platform is Andreas Schwab. He will be joining us hopefully by Zoom in a second. Andreas, 2 days ago, his doctor told him he is not allowed to fly in a red eye. He had COVID, and he has a major policy conference this weekend. So he was under strict doctor's orders not to come. But and he sends his deep apologies for that, but we do have him with us.
Thank you. Barry, should we wait for Andreas to get on the? Should I go ahead? Okay,
We're going to get started, and hopefully Andreas is able to join us soon. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the fourth panel of the day. I was a little late coming in, so I missed some of the morning's panels, but this is also the first panel after lunch, so we'll try and keep things snappy and as exciting as possible when you're talking about policy and regulation. I'm Amba Kak great. Great to have you, Andreas. I was just getting us started. I'm Amba Kak, and thank you, Barry, for the introduction. I'm joined by a very all-star panel today to talk through the state of play with AI regulation. Suresh Venkatsubramaniam, who is the director for the Center for Tech Responsibility and a computer science professor at Brown University. Christina Kafara, who is wearer of many hats, an economist with 25 years of experience and more kind of just working on many of the flagship competition cases of our time. And last but not the least, Andreas Schwab, who is a member of the European Parliament from the European People's Party. So thank you for being with us for this panel today. Just for the audience, for those that weren't here for the morning panels, the way in which we're doing questions is that Audrey, who's raising that sheet of paper right now, is going to be sort of walking around. And if you have questions, you can just flag her down, hand her, she'll give you a piece of paper, you hand her the questions, we'll consolidate them and try to make time for most, if not all questions towards the end of the panel. So the current state of play with AI regulation, we're at a moment which is sort of bizarre, where there's the seemingly straightforward task of just talking about what existing regulation, what we have, or sort of bringing up or drawing attention to enforceable regulation or imminent regulation, has somehow become this formidable challenge in an environment where we have tremendous lobbying that is sort of diverting attention from the current to the horizon, right? So we're never looking at the right now, we're looking at what's next. And so, whether that's this, industrial policy push to focus on the expansion of AI sort of in this linear fashion, or the kind of existential risk obsessed kind of debate that we saw for the last several months, that was also looking at forms of these technologies that are not even yet on market, right? We're seeing that this kind of push towards giving actors with a stake in the present a clean chit. And that's worrying for many reasons, which is why I think today we're really going to focus on what tools do we have today and how can we kind of enforce them. So I'm going to start with a question for each of you, and I'm going to start with you, Andreas, which is, what do you think is the sort of the most potent or powerful regulatory tool we have to regulate AI, and why?
Amba, that's great. Thanks for bringing me in. Unfortunately, as announced, I'm not perfectly in shape, but I'm very happy to participate aside with Christina and others. So a warm wish of welcome from Brussels. And I'm very grateful because I was already drafting an article on this, as AI is very topical at the moment. And the whole economic logics of AI is something which we should not put in another basket compared to what we did already on platforms. When we were in Japan with our committee colleagues, and the digital minister of Japan has made a very short, but maybe a bit general, but a very short definition. AI is nothing else than a platform, only that there is a specific big set of data behind, because it's a tool, a computer and an algorithm. But in that case with AI, it has a very strong data set behind, which is shaping the outcome. And for that reason, I think it's obvious that we have to make sure that the Digital Markets Act and all competition policy related reflections can really control and mirror as much as the classical Web 2.0 applications, as much as also artificial intelligence. And therefore, I have been trying to outline a bit in the existing law that we have been voting last year, the Digital Markets Act, which was, I think, one of the most important pieces for authorities to control without censorship, without interference into their business policy, just making sure that competition is fair and reliable, maintained in between platforms and companies, that we apply this tool also to AI. And there are three elements that I would like to explain. First of all, access to data is as much as important for platforms as for AI, because all the data that AI platforms, that AI data sets are brought in, are data that very often are common ground, and therefore making sure that the access to this data is made sure is something that we have regulated very clearly and largely in the Digital Markets Act. I could go through the different articles, which may Amber, go a bit too far here, so I will not do it. But it's a very clear set of rules for the access of data, which is important for competition in platforms, but also in AI. Secondly, as AI to a large extent could be considered as a search, just that you don't scroll the web, but that you crawl your own data set, fair ranking settings are another principle that has also to be respected with AI. It's true that there is that missing link to the outside of the data set, but the data set itself has to be fair and has to make sure that the rankings within it are correct. And also here, the Digital Markets Act gives very clear lines to competition authorities how to apply. And finally, and this is the third point, the transparency requirements for advertising are also laid down very clearly and can help competition authorities to apply the same rules in platform legislation as in AI legislation based on the Digital Markets Act, which makes sure that what we want to achieve in transparency requirement is something that is also important for artificial intelligence. And therefore, I believe, and I would like to conclude, Amber, with this, if we apply Digital Markets Act in Europe, if we apply competition policy in digital times as we have been doing in Europe and as the US is about to do, then we can also cover AI in the same manner. And there is exactly the same need to be for AI to be covered as for platforms. And therefore, it's very helpful that this conference is focusing on this. And I hope that you can also make a contribution for the United States authorities to work hard on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andreas. I think that was also a good reminder at the start that competition regulation is AI regulation and is often a good place to start. And thank you also for flagging access to data, fair ranking, and advertising transparency as part of the toolkit. Maybe I'll move to you, Suresh. So the question again is like, what do you think is the most potent or powerful regulatory tool we have today to address AI?
We have some tools now, at least as of 2 weeks ago, or at least the beginnings of tools. We have an executive order on AI, and we have associated guidance that will be put out to agencies to do something with their own use of AI, as well as the extent to which they have regulatory control over that as well. And the exhortations to the FTC and other agencies to do that. That actually speaks to, I think, a component that isn't covered purely by competition arguments. Although, I mean, all these arguments make a lot of sense. Access to data, transparency requirements make a lot of sense, and we should have them. But a lot of the concerns that sort of weigh on me when I look at, how we think about AI deployed are concerns about bias, about equity, about, the impact on people who are subject to AI in various forms, as Alvaro talked about earlier. There's a number of different ways in which virtually every aspect of our life is controlled by it. And we need tools to protect against that. And that's where I think we have to add to the competition discussions that we're having. And so what the EO does when it talks about, transparency requirements, it talks about testing requirements, right? So AI is software, but it is also AI. It is also collecting lots of data, yes, but it's also doing something with the data, making inferences about people. We don't know if those inferences are valid. We don't know if they're justified till we can do the kinds of testing that needs to happen, and that we can do it before these systems are put out there. So the infrastructure for testing and evaluation and the way to make sure that these things happen, and that systems that do not meet some minimum standards that can impact our rights are not put out there, are things we need, and that we are trying to do, or I don't say we, the government is trying to do with the executive order and the guidance. I think we do need legislation, so we're not there yet, but this is something to start with.
Yeah. Thanks. And I have a feeling you're going to bring it back to competition, Christina, but yeah, what would your response be?
Well, let me start again. Thank you for having me here. I also should say, as somebody who comes from the private sector, sometimes
exposed. When you are coming from government, it's obvious you are not exposed, but of course, I have been working consistently against Google, adverse Facebook. I've done work for Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, and multiple others. I'm not working on AI matters for anyone, but I'm not, of course, surprised to hear Andreas essentially talking ways in which it doesn't work. Okay. I'm not surprised to hear Andrea, of course, and I'm expecting to talk about ways in which the existing tools we have in Europe are going to be useful in this world. And the analogy with platform is apt. What I don't know you mentioned is that Andreas is not just any member of parliament. He is the father of the DMA, or the main actor so he knows it intimately, and of course has every right to be saying what he does. I think I want to give you a little bit of a broader perspective about what else is happening in Europe more generally, because the discussion and the conversation is by no means going in a unique direction, okay? We heard this morning a very useful discussion between Max and Sarah describing the vertical stack and how effectively there are questions to be considered at the bottom level when you are productizing, but also very much the level of the production of these models. Now, in Europe, we are having different narratives going on at the same time. You're having the UK essentially saying, too early to do anything, we are not going to regulate this. And you can place this into a context perhaps in which the UK has left the rest of Europe. There is geopolitical considerations to be brought to bear, but of course, in a world in which the UK has ambitions to be Singapore on Thames, to signal that they want to be free of regulation, not regulate too early, just allow everything to unfold in a way that is more natural, is not surprising. The question then is, do we really do enough with existing tools, or do we need specific regulation? Andreas' answer is we can do a lot with the DMA. If you think of the DMA as platform regulation, effectively AI is a platform which it's being platformized because you're building businesses on top of the infrastructure that AI produces. I would say it's neither or. Is it new law or existing tools? Neither or, because we cannot wait for new law to do anything. Clearly, we need to use the existing law, which is apt. In Europe, there is a big production, which is the AI Act, which is being at this moment is being on the books, being discussed since 2021, and is now coming to the final stages of what is known as the trialogue. But there are, again, big disputes internally about whether it should be extending to foundation models or should be actually be looking at the deployment stage and with what kind of approach. Level of risk is the one thing that seems to be the approach that is being taken. We will see how that ends, but indeed, I agree with Andreas that one cannot wait for the end of the process, and one needs to use the tools that are in place. One that I would certainly want to flag, and before concluding, is really in the US, you have, we discussed it this morning with Alvaro Bedoya, you have the Section 5 of the FTC Act, Unfair Methods of Competition. It is not quite something we have in the same way in European antitrust. We tend to have intervention when there is a violation, which is leading to anti-competitive outcome, but not necessarily unfair outcome. So there is some difference there. One feature, one aspect where I think much more attention should be going is really to look into the implication of these tie-ups, these agreements, which are being concluded, which are being adopted across the market. Because this morning, Max again had a slide that described them. It is incredibly important that we investigate and we understand what the implication for competition of these agreements are. This morning, the German regulator concluded that
Microsoft's latest investment into OpenAI is not something that should have been notified. So Microsoft didn't violate any rules by not officially notifying it, but it also was careful to say, we do not by this mean to conclude that there is no competition implication. So we have tools. The control of mergers and agreements is potentially very powerful. We should look at the way in which the usual suspects are potentially grandfathering their current market power into AI by virtue also of these agreements. Because essentially, if you do agreements which are exclusive with some of these players, they are no longer competitors. And we have seen this playbook. This is what concerns me. We've seen this playbook play out. We have failed to enforce merger control dramatically 10, 15 years ago, and we are where we are. So to the extent that this is still a platform which is going to be behaving like a platform, we are seeing concentration by acquisition of complements. And we're just kind of saying legal, clever lawyering is allowing us not to just, is allowing the companies not to really just notify it. And I think substantively that is a major problem.
Okay, I think before I'll come back, Suresh, in a second, but while we're on competition, while we're on competition, Andreas, I wanted to come back to you and thank you, Christina, for saying we have two architects. We have the architect of the DMA and also the architect, one of the architects of the Bill of Rights in this panel. So with that context, Andreas, you kind of listed some of the ways in which the DMA goes quite, makes significant strides, I think, in kneecapping the data advantage of some of the biggest players or gatekeepers, as they're called under the DMA. That said, one of the kind of notable omissions that people have pointed out is the fact that cloud computing providers don't find themselves on this list of designated gatekeepers. So I'm curious, where do you stand? Do you think that the DMA can be leveraged to address the potential choke point in the cloud and compute market, or do you think we should again look to other or new tools?
Amba, I think what has been said is remarkable, and I only would like to add on this. Obviously, these companies that are all stock market listed companies, they want to push themselves also in the age of AI. And generally speaking, this is not forbidden, but it is only not forbidden under the condition of fair competition. And for that reason, I'm arguing so strongly that we should now not make a case that AI is so special that we need special laws for this. No, competition can be fair and reliable in all conditions, be it platforms, being it analog or being it AI. It's up to competition authorities to make use of all the needs they have to control this, and there is no other law needed. However, as you ask me about the DMA or about this law, it's with all laws. A law is good if the application is very convincing, pragmatic, and useful. And the DMA has just started to be in operation, and therefore we have been seeing the first decisions. We expect now the European Commission to go deeper. And there are still, leaving AI apart, already areas where more action is needed. You mentioned cloud. We have mentioned mapping services. It's a bit a similar issue. If you are looking for a restaurant in a mapping service, you're doing exactly the same compared to looking for that with typing into the words. If you are doing it with your speech, you are doing it exactly in the same way. Therefore, also voice assistants have to be covered. And it's not to make innovation impossible. It's to make sure that competition in these markets remains an issue, which helps also new market entrants to play a role and not to be absorbed or destroyed by the sheer amount of money that there is. That's a bit my argument. Let's not make AI, as we have seen sometimes in Europe, such a specific thing that there is no law to cope with it. No, it's true that we need some basic elements, as OECD is doing, as the United States is doing, as we are also doing at G7 and G20 level. That's all good, but it doesn't change away our view from the fact that competition can be done and enforced with AI as with all other policy area.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's a good reminder that as we emphasize existing tools, we are also simultaneously emphasizing where they need to be strengthened or go further. Just as a reminder, again, Audrey is at the back, so if you have questions that have come up, you can flag her down. She's around. I'm gonna maybe turn to you, Suresh. Now, I think I can speak for both of us when I say the last year of AI policy has felt a little bit like whiplash, where there's suddenly a blank slate and AI is this new thing, and suddenly the conversation about AI is always driven by the animating example of chatbots, even though we have a decade of AI systems that are already threaded in commercial and public domains. So you brought up the executive order as a powerful tool. I'm curious how well, or do you think the EO threads that balance between both kind of future uses and current uses, and also the balance between generative AI and other kinds of AI?
That's a good question. I think there's a broader, way in which policy discussions around AI have been distorted by the extreme focus on generative AI. I mean, I was writing down here in my notes. It's not in bold, but it's very big. AI is platform. I'm writing AI is not platforms, and so maybe that's a provocation to bring to the group, right? So to the point with the executive order first, and maybe I'll generalize from there, right? I mean, the executive order is trying to do many things at the same time, and I think various reports on it have described it as a kitchen sink, a grab bag, confusion. Depending on your perspective, I think although you could say all those things about it, but it is definitely trying to address the fact that yes, there are some concerns with the newer systems, the LLMs, the deepfake generators, the image generators, and there's these broader concerns with how they could be used to generate biological weapons, but it's something that people apparently are concerned about, and so there are things in there for that. But I think what it's trying to balance that with is, of course, the broader focus on all the things that we've been worried about for many years around the use of AI systems, transparency around them, access to data, how the data is being used, how these systems are being tested, and so on. And so I think what the EO tries to do is sort of, and this may sound a bit corny, but sort of center people in this discussion and understand from that perspective what needs to happen, in addition to one section, which is or a couple of sections very specifically focused on the new technology. So it's trying to balance, in that sense, some immediate tentative concerns, which is why those sections feel a bit more tentative, with a much broader, comprehensive view on what agencies should be doing with the broader systems of AI that are put out there.
Yeah, and I mean, an emphasis that's very clear in the EO is on kind of independent or testing and evaluation, and arguably that applies to generative AI as it does to all of the other systems. So on that point, because I know in the aftermath of the UK summit, we heard that companies and governments had voluntarily, again, committed to third-party independent testing. And I know there were many of us that kind of had a double take, because we were like, oh, that is actually like a fairly strong, outcome, with the big caveat that it's voluntary. But it also kind of like raises the question of, if it is suddenly a palatable option for industry, like why is that? And so I guess my question to you, because I know you've spent a lot of time thinking about evaluation, is how can we ensure that the outcomes of this AI testing and evaluation debate are not susceptible to industry capture?
Well, they are, because the reason why industry is agreeing to testing, especially of generative AI, is because we don't know how to do it.
Okay, I'm going to quote you on this.
And that's why they have agreed to do it, because we have no idea how to test these systems. So why not allow testing? Because whatever we come up with is going to be just fine. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit cynical about this. The places where we do know how to test and have spent years figuring out how to test these things are the systems they don't want to think about, the systems that actually make decisions about people. And so that's where, you don't hear companies putting up their hands saying, we will voluntarily submit our loan application algorithms for testing. I haven't heard anyone say that yet. So, and I think that's to my point about AI not being platforms, being platforms, but also not being platforms. Yes, OpenAI, Microsoft, Amazon, Anthropic, platforms for sure. All of these things absolutely important. Consolidation of that. But there's a gazillion other AI companies out there selling tools that are very, very small companies, but with tools that have large of impact. Not that all of these things are not useful. I agree they are. But they are also AI products that need to be tested and evaluated for the actual things they produce. Competition by itself makes sure you have a market where people can compete. It doesn't mean the stuff you compete on is going to be any good if you don't test it.
Yeah.
And so, if we're all competing in a market where all the products are crappy, then great. We have a competition with crappy products. And that's the thing, the other part of the discussion that I think I don't think competition discussion fully takes into account.
I actually had a sort of question related to that for Christina, but do you want to come in on the
Yeah, and just for clarity, when I think I describe it as platform, to pick up the language that Andreas uses, not because one thinks about it in a literal sense, but again, think about the structure here. We're talking about layers of the supply stack. At the bottom, you have productization, and it doesn't mean, so the tool makers, the ones who are implementing, the ones who are doing the plugins, however you want to call them. And that level needs to be certainly also looked into, because competition doesn't ensure that outcomes there are necessarily good. The way in which I think of it as a platform, the place in which I think of a platform is simply where you are building models that are inputs into this lower level. So it is a way in which you are essentially allowing for application to be built on an existing infrastructure. And so that is where we have, in principle, experience of dealing with how do we want to approach the notion that there are companies that are de facto infrastructure and produce an input into a lower level in which is dependent on them. So the one thing I would say, and going back to the capture point, which I completely agree is pervasive here, is that I'm a little worried about, so when I say that neither full new regulation, not necessarily existing rules are sufficient, because the narrative you hear from industry needs to make you sort of wonder what people are, of course, pursuing. Industry tends to say, the usual suspects, this is also novel, we don't need regulation. Or you regulators have got tools and use it. Jolly good, we've had tools for decades. And where did we get to? This is the problem. We've had antitrust tools for decades, and we have achieved almost nothing, which is the very reason why in Europe we pivoted to regulation. Because antitrust, as it has been pursued, with all great intention, with great, goodwill, and this is no judgment on the ability and the intent of the people involved, but it has led to nothing. So I'm concerned that antitrust enforcement, when I think of Europe, what do I need to show to intervene? Well, I need to show that there is dominance, there is a conduct that is anti-competitive. Yeah, mañana, what? In 2029, I will get there to begin to think about some of these cases. It just does not begin to measure. Existing tools, unless you have something to do with unfairness, which in Europe is a very I know you think in Europe everyone is based on fairness. It isn't. We don't even have exploitative abuse as an actual. I mean, we have it in principle, but we don't pursue cases on exploitation. We only do exclusion. So antitrust is normally pursued in Europe is going to be very weak. So Andrea is right. Are we going to use regulation like the DMA to stretch it to this? Possibly. But we're still in the infancy of the DMA. So the whole thing is very unbaked.
Can I just, because
yeah,
I don't, Andreas, I did want to ask you a follow-up, and then I'll come back to you, Suresh. Just on that, I think what Christina is also highlighting is, and remains true for the DMA too, is that there are certainly going to be enforceability challenges. Those don't disappear with regulation, obviously. So I'm curious from your point of view, what do you see as the kind of key enforcement challenges in the kind of so-called age of AI with the enforcement of the DMA, and if you have thoughts on how those might be overcome?
Well, on that point, I would like to disagree with Christina and agree. It's true that the DMA in itself is in infancy situation, and therefore still needs to use a lot of deployment and development to really raise the level he can or it can have. But the issue that Christina is mentioning, saying that AI is so special that we need something special, that's already, from my point of view, a bit the experience of the European Union in relation to platforms. Because also with platforms at the beginning, we said, not we, but some said, this is so difficult, this is so complicated, this is innovation, we cannot do anything, we have to leave this and we have to wait for that to develop and we should not interfere. No, and that's my argument. No, AI is exactly the same what we have already seen. It can be a useful tool for innovation, but it has to be covered with exactly the same competition policy controls as everything else. There is nothing in that sense, if I want to be a bit provocative, there is nothing special with it. There is just data and an algorithm and finished. And this has to be falling under competition policy control as everything else. Is it now true, as Christina has rightly mentioned, that this is very complicated? Yes. Is it true that we will need more manpower and maybe also a new approach? Yes. But this doesn't change from my point of view. And here I see a bit of danger that we cannot start already today to control with the basic principles of fair competition, also the development in AI.
Okay, I wanted to, Suresh raised a really important provocation before this, which was sort of like competing for what. And so one of the things we've seen in the last five or 10 years now is this idea of toxic competition, right? Where you have all of these large firms that are in a kind of race to the bottom in terms of invasive data practices. And that arguably that incentive is going to be supercharged with AI. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the kind of silos, policy silos that exist between privacy and competition. But to your point, from privacy, competition, civil rights, equity, and just get your thoughts on how and where you see points of intersection or bridging that are possible and what those issues are that help combine the analysis.
That's a big question. So I'm not a competition expert, but I do think about AI a lot, right? So first thing I wanted to say is, I think the issue of, the architecture of the systems, the platforms and the layers, all of this is particularly true in the world of generative AI, and is in fact not true for much of the other AI systems out there. Right. And I think that, first of all, it is helpful to distinguish. Having said that, my bet is that within a year, this distinguishing will go away. And this is even more worrying for me personally, because all the infrastructure we have around predictive systems, predictive AI systems, decision-making systems, will be absorbed into these generative AI infrastructures.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah. So I'm a company that wants to scan resumes and sell that product to an employer, saying, I will scan resumes and build a score saying this person's a great candidate for your job. I use some machine learning, I do some fancy regression, pick your favorite machine learning model, I do some stuff, I sell it to them. Great. Suddenly, November 2022, ChatGPT comes out like, wait a second, I could record a video and I could get their CV in PDF format, I could get all their online media, throw it into ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to tell me if they're a good candidate for a job and make a little wrapper on top of that. So suddenly my predictive AI system, which I go around telling people is different for various reasons, is easier to evaluate, easier to test than a generative system, has now become a generative system, which makes every problem that we're dealing with 10 times worse because we have no way to test and evaluate generative systems. And that's where the platform issues become important now, because now that system is using essentially a query interface to ChatGPT. Okay, what is ChatGPT doing? Where's the data? How is it running? We don't even know the first answer. So this becomes a much bigger problem. And this is where we are going. We're seeing this with medical data. We're seeing this, I'm beginning to see grumbles of this in fraud detection and other multimodal systems where you can throw multiple data. This is going to become worse. And again, competition rules are going to allow for some transparency in that, but it's going to make the evaluation problem much worse now. Yeah.
But what you're pointing to is not that there is going to be a single problem. I think there are multiple issues that are occurring at different levels. What you're saying is that the technology is going to be embedded and developed into the application, into the products that are going to be commercialized.
Yes.
Right? And so there is a concern about how those will be deployed and what further development of the technology will be performed at that level, and how do we actually police that.
Yes.
And then there is the upper level. The two don't exclude one another. I think one concern that many
Sorry, what is upper here?
I think about, as an economist, I think of vertical structures. Sure. And at the vertical structure is you have the production of foundation models, where the concern is about, as I mentioned before, the grandfathering of power. because of assets and resources that you need to develop those models into the future. So so I think of it as upstream, downstream, but you can think about it in any kind of direction you want. I'm making a distinction about structures. The issues are not exactly the same. Over here, at the level of embedding this technology into the products, there are concerns about what these products will do and how do we police their deployment. But there is a big conversation to be had also about the big, and this conversation is live. I'm not saying anything new. Amber and Sarah and Max have mentioned it. The issue is the grandfathering of the power into the future because the assets are so special and so Andreas, I'm not saying there is anything particularly magical about AI. It's just that it requires resources. If you speak to the people who are involved, the narrative that comes back is, well, look, you need scale. And if you need scale, you need us, suck it up. You don't like it? This is an industry that basically is inevitably a tight oligopoly. Sorry, you don't like it, can't help it. No one else has the money, no one else has the technology. And if you don't like it, China. So I'm saying this kind of narrative is not particularly one that I think works, because it is like saying, well, there is a technological inevitability in the market power. I think that we need to think about that.
I mean, so I'm trying to formulate a proper yes and answer because I think I agree with everything you're saying, but I want to add something to it. So especially with AI tech, right? There was a time when, this was the size of this room. Mm-hmm. And now this is much more powerful. I am not at all convinced that, well, let me put it another way. I would be willing to bet that within 2 years from now, you could build LLMs with a few machines without needing huge resources, that the scale issue is going to go away because there's a lot of incentive to make it simpler and simpler and simpler and simpler. We're already seeing, academic level LLM systems, that open source systems that are, below the tens of billions of parameters, maybe at 9.9 or 9.8 billion parameters and getting lower and lower and lower. So in other words, we are not always going to have locked in scale, locked in platforms. And so we need measures to govern AI systems that don't solely rely on the fact that you have large systems and large platforms that need to be managed for competition. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have that, but the technology is going to change. And it's especially going to change if people are saying, oh, if I can make these things smaller and cheaper, I don't have to worry about all the platform level regulation
that
issues.
Would be great. I mean, that means technology beats the problem. Great.
But well, it doesn't, right? That's the problem. It will not solve any of the problems with AI just to make them smaller and more nimble. It'll solve the competition problems. That's the only one it'll solve.
So wait, I'm gonna intervene here. One, to say that I think your provocation, Suresh, that scale is not inevitable to AI is one that is probably worth a longer conversation, particularly because I think you're saying that the incentives to scale maybe like that the incentives run kind of counter to this commitment to scale. But I think we're also seeing that there would be a kind of handful of players that do benefit from this commitment to larger and larger scale AI at the expense of everyone else. And so I still think the kind of jury's out on that question.
But that's why the closed and open source argument is happening. Because the folks who have a commitment to scale and having the advantage of scale are also the same people who are saying we shouldn't have open source systems.
But I don't think that deals with the kind of infrastructural dominance.
Okay, as you said, it's a longer discussion. Yeah.
Totally violating moderator's privilege here. I do want to take the two questions I've got here are quite similar. So I'm going to maybe let this be the kind of closing question to the panel. It's about AI for good, which is obviously this very aspirational narrative. But I think both the questions say, like, what could we do or what could we see? And maybe I could kind of add to that and say, what are the regulatory levers we have to guide towards more positively transformative AI development and less to kind of this race to the bottom when it comes to product and uses for AI. Maybe Andreas, we can start with you. So AI for good and like, what are the regulatory tools we need to get there? Maybe what does it even mean?
Oh, I would like to come back on the discussion of before, and the question is very helpful. I mean, we are at the moment also with the executive order, also with AI rules at a G20 level. We are thinking about what specific human rights, democracy related and basic freedoms concerns have to be met with AI systems so that our basic values are maintained and defended also in AI. This is important. And it will be important without any reference to competition policy. And we may also, on the basis of what has been outlined now, there will be also refinements to this that may be needed. But and that was my point a bit, I think at the moment, even with all the willingness of people that are working in the sector of creating open source, reducing the size, making it available to others, there is a lot of money that is needed at the time being to be invested. And I should not, I'm a Christian Democrat, so I'm not at all against the market, but the market in the investments in these markets is unfortunately bottlenecked by the gatekeepers. They can still raise most of the money. And if you have one or two others that are good enough, there is a risk that they are bought from the market by one of the companies. We have seen it also recently with the companies that are now doing AI for the gatekeepers. They were independent companies largely before. So there is for sure a competition policy, a very basic one at the very beginning. And then we may consider, as it has been outlined, what we can do with the smaller players that may also base their action on AI. And there is also this question in the Zoom stream. How can you regulate such a technology where AI can prompt you with an answer on the question, how do we circumvent AI regulation? How do we circumvent competition policy? For sure, there is an issue. But it has also been happened with platforms, and it has also happened with Ford and Mercedes in the past. They were also trying to do that, and there were also lawyers advising them without any public incentive and impact. So I think we should not put AI completely outside of competition. In the end, if we manage competition for AI from the very first moment, as we should have done 20 years ago also with platforms, then we get already the economic risks controlled. We cannot totally ignore it. We may also be faced with difficult issues, but at least we are attentive now. And if we know that we need more people, we have to send more people. If we know that we have to invest also in digital tools to make a competition assessment, we have to do that. And that doesn't mean that there are not other issues with AI that we can address.
Thanks so much, Andreas. Okay, hot takes on AI for good. Suresh and then Christina.
I'm sorry.
I hate the phrase, but I like the concept. So one of my colleagues at Brown works with folks in the astrophysics department, and they sort of use machine learning, AI in general, to help with hypothesis generation for scientific inquiries they're doing. This is becoming a major thing, right? All across the board, in engineering, in science, in medicine, biology, pick your favorite area. In archaeology, people are using machine learning and now generative AI to help with some of the exploratory tasks associated with science discovery. And there's a lot you can do here. You can find patterns. You can find patterns that would be very hard to see otherwise. And it's okay because you're going to take those patterns and you're going to do science on them. But they help you sort of expand the scope of what you can imagine. And so the expanding scientific imagination that comes with using AI is very powerful, and I think could lead to a lot. In fact, one of the insight forums on AI on innovation, Senator Schumer's like, how many billions of dollars do you need for investment? I think as a policy tool, investing in actual basic research that can help with this is going to be definitely an AI for good type story. Yeah.
Look, I don't know what AI for good is, and I don't have an answer for that. I think we need to really build a theory of change, which I don't think we have. I hear Suresh saying things like the models are getting smaller, open source is helpful. Allow me, I'm a little skeptical that this in the near term is going to help a great deal. And Andreas is pointing in a hopeful way to this European tool, this digital regulation, which is the only thing that stands between us and bad outcomes, because antitrust is not really delivered. Let's not forget, we continue to say we have these tools and we need to apply them. Well, we have had merger control, we've had all these tools, we've had anti-competitive rules, and we've had 20 years of consolidation that we're now struggling to undo. So Okay, so we are supposed to hope that the DMA, which is a great piece of legislation, but it's incipient, is going to be what stands between us and catastrophe in the latest sort of deployment. I'm again concerned, and so I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I think we can end on that skeptical note, which is also a call to action. Thank you all, and thank you for this really excellent panel, and thank you, Andreas, for joining us. Good time.
Thank you guys for a great conversation. If everyone could just stay, we're going to bring up the next panel. And just a quick observation about the last conversation. The Pure Food and Drug Act was 1906. The Clayton and FTC Acts were 1913. These, safety regulation and competition regulation go hand in hand. So why don't you guys come on up? Oh, they're still getting mic. Well, as people come on up, a lot of us in this room, a lot of people in the progressive space like to think that policy drives politics. Where do you want me to go? Yeah. But, all politics really comes down not so much to policy as to narrative, to stories, to language. Narrative and stories, that's how we put ourselves into history, or it's how we allow other people to take ourselves out of history, to take away from us the ability to actually achieve change in the real world. The last 20 years, our team at Open Markets, our central focus has been on narrative, on stories. We should understand that what the Chicago schoolers did back in the early 1980s, what the neoliberals did is they changed the story of America. They changed the story of the world, of what economics is and how you fit within an economy. This was not a policy revolution. The policy revolution came after an intellectual revolution. They changed the word consumer. They added the word consumer in place of the word citizen. That's just a very blunt way of of distilling down what they did. That's why I'm so thrilled about this next conversation, because it's really about the narratives that are being used right now to try and distract us from making change, distract us away from reining in the power and breaking the power of the platforms, and also some of the ways in which we can take existing narratives that we've built over the last 10, 20 years and repurpose them for this moment. And we have in this next conversation, we have 4 of the great storytellers, narrative builders in our country today. And I'm just going to turn it over to Sarah, who I've already introduced before.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for that introduction, Barry. And I have the honor of introducing this really fantastic panel. I think we have 3 of the great analysts of what's happening within the tech industry today. And we're going to be talking through, the emergence of industry narratives and how they're shaping the conversation around AI, and in particular, dialing in on this notion of a global AI arms race. So just by way of introduction, with us, we have Tim Wu, who's a professor at Columbia Law School, and until recently was serving as a former special assistant to the president for technology and competition policy. We have Laura Edelson, who is an assistant professor of computer science at Northeastern University and the co-director of cybersecurity for democracy. Also was recently serving in government as the chief technology officer of the DOJ's Antitrust Division. And we have Rana Foroohar, who's a global business columnist and associate editor of the Financial Times and has been doing some really terrific reporting on these issues. So just to kick things off, I wanted to sort of like set the stage by sort of framing up that this idea of there being a global AI arms race, that companies are racing to innovate and compete, both in the market, but also on national security in artificial intelligence has really risen to the fore as a dominant frame in AI policy discussions, and particularly on competition between the US and China. And I think, it's notable that we're having this discussion today as, the White House and President Xi are meeting at the APEC meeting over in San Francisco. Looking back in time, we've seen these narratives around the US-China arms race used at times to shoot down efforts to regulate the tech industry, both from a competition frame, but also broader accountability regulations. So I'd like to start by kind of throwing it to each of you. How do you see this arms race discourse currently shaping the scope of the policy debate on AI? And maybe Ron, I'll start with you.
Sure, thank you for that. And thank you for having me. So, you mentioned that big tech has used these issues of national security and sort of in particular, competition between the US and China to push back against regulation for some time. And I think we all remember a few years ago when some of the CEOs of the big platform tech companies were in Washington and being grilled by senators, that this actually came up. And I remember Mark Zuckerberg, when Facebook was still Facebook and not Meta, saying specifically that, hey, don't regulate us because we're the national champions. And that term, national champions, I think was really first used then. We are the competition policy in the global race against China. And I just always found that to be a really disingenuous argument for all kinds of reasons. One, because companies are, I wouldn't call them apolitical, but they're sort of multi-political. I mean, Facebook would just as happily be in China, the US, wherever it can get the best deal. So certainly these companies are not some sort of pro-US way of looking at economics or industrial policy. I also think I'm always a little bit skeptical, and I've been very skeptical actually in recent months as we hear CEOs of tech companies saying, regulate us, please, around AI, because when they're saying that, that they're trying to get you to look over here, and probably you want to be looking over there. I wrote a column recently. I think that we have a conversation certainly about national security and about privacy and just basic safety around AI, which is necessary. But I think also that we've gotten really focused on sort of Terminator scenarios and real disaster scenarios that are actually taking everyone's attention and focus away from the fact that these companies are basically set to do what the tech platforms have already done, which is eat everybody's economic lunch if we're not careful, and to do it faster and at scale. And we can dig into maybe a little bit more as we go along in terms of the similarity of the business model or not. But to the extent that these are businesses built on attention, built on data, built on algorithms, they need to be a lot better understood as economic entities than they are now.
Laura, what are your thoughts?
So I think one of the first things I think when you ask me a question about, what does this narrative mean? One of the first things that I start to think about is, okay, how much of this narrative reflects underlying reality and how much of it is narrative? And so, when I think about, the AI industry and the companies that are building the new transformer-based generative AI models, is this happening in a way that's different from prior technological revolutions? And fundamentally, the answer is no. Technology is an inherently innovation-driven business. If you want to stay in business, you have to innovate. That's not, standing still leads to your company going out of business. So, that's just the technology market. It's constant innovation. That's the nature of it. So,
that part of it, I think, doesn't really stand up to scrutiny. And then this question around, is there some kind of global competition, where we're pitting nation states against each other? Like, okay, but is that different, right? I mean, again, this is something that technological arms races between countries, this is something else that goes back literally hundreds of years. It's something we spent most of the Cold War doing, with the Russians. So again, I just don't know that this is something new. Technological development is how we advance standards of living. We do this so that we can grow more food, so that we can, offer people more interesting, better products at a lower price, that we can raise people's standards of living. And so for me, this is where this comes back to is, why are we doing this? What are these models actually delivering for people? And I think this is where, if you want to get into the national security implications here, I think when I think about what are the benefits and risks, I will be the 5 millionth person today to tell you that the risks kind of come down to privacy, that the risks come down to when algorithms are used as a way of taking a system that used to be inspectable, that used to be something where we could actually have transparency into a decision-making process and say, well, I'm sorry, now it's being done by this algorithm and we don't know how it works. And trying to pretend like, these are, that these aren't just choices that people make. And I think that's where, if we're going to have a conversation around how this is impacting national security, fundamentally, we're having a conversation around the data that's being fed into these systems, the degree to which these systems are publicly inspectable and publicly transparent. And we're not really having a conversation about how somehow because it's AI that we're in a different world, because we're just not.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that you foregrounded the question of what are these systems actually doing for people? Because so often we're proceeding from this presumption that they are associated with innovation without looking under the hood to see if that's actually bearing out. Tim, I'm curious for your thoughts on that original question about what function the arms race narrative is serving, and particularly, in the White House executive order on competition, there's a line there that says that the national interest is not served by national monopolies. Curious for what your take is on sort of what we've seen in the years since the publication of that executive order.
First, I'm very glad that you noticed that line.
It's one of my favorites.
One sometimes endeavors to have things in documents tucked into things and wonder if anyone ever notices. That's one of those moments. Well, thanks for having me. Thanks to Barry, wherever he is, for inviting me and organize this, and the rest of the organizers. I want to say 2 or 3 things. First, maybe slightly breaking from, mildly breaking with some of the other remarks. I do take the idea of an arms race seriously, and not, I won't say it's never happened before, but I take it seriously, and I take the idea of it mattering seriously. I do think we are in, not openly hostile, but real economic contest with China and other authoritarian states. I do think they have norms and values very different than I think those of the United States and other democracies. And I do therefore think it matters whose technologies end up being, I don't know, I want to say dominant, but which country has ideological and economic supremacy, in my view, is not a meaningless or abstract question. I think it's a real question that will affect all of our lives. So, that said, I think the question then becomes, what is the response? What has worked? What have we done before? What is good policy? What is bad policy? If you take this idea seriously, and you think of this technological arms race similar to ones, with the Soviet Union or with Nazi Germany or other countries, you would say that the United States is being very casual about allowing a bunch of private companies fight the war for it and hoping that they'll, figure things out. So one consequence that comes to me would seem to me we're dramatically underinvesting in basic research by the US government, and failing to take, and trusting companies who are fundamentally commercial entities whose major interest is figuring out business models to take care of something that might be much more important. when there was a race for the nuclear bomb, for example, the attitude of the United States wasn't like, well, let's leave it to General Motors or something and hope they can make a car that, is powered by nuclear energy, and they're doing great, and they've got the big lab. They had very big labs, very impressive company. But there's a sense in which the United States could be very taking great risks by hoping that commercial companies, consumer-oriented companies, are actually going to do this, come up with what the basic research that's needed. And the other point I'd make, which is in great agreement with the rest of the panel, is it has been proven over and over again that the national champion approach to industrial policy, especially in the United States, but other countries too, is a loser. It's a bad policy, leads to losses of technological arms races, not wins. Now, you can find certain examples where strategic investments, particularly at early stages, have been important. But if you look at the record of the United States, it is almost always the case that betting on competition, betting on decentralized industries, betting on allowing easy entry over a generalized platform has led to much greater success than the times we've tried to prop up some company that's going to rule the world, like Boeing or some of our other companies. There may be some exceptions, but I look at a company like Japan, which relied very heavily on a policy of trying to build up its national champions. I know we have a lot of Europeans in the room, but Europe has also had a fairly mixed record, actually bad record, of trying to choose national champions. It's always an exception, occasionally get things right. And I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I think the United States is in the 70s and 80s, when it faced, obviously, the depths of the Cold War, also facing challenges from Japan. We wisely took the strategy of that period, not in propping up AT&T and IBM, but trying to break up both companies. And succeeding in one case and bringing IBM to a very different position and opening up software markets, opening up telecom markets, opening a lot of markets. So, I think we should look back the lessons of what has worked for the United States. The United States' comparative advantage has always been invention and open entrepreneurship. Big laboratories are good too, but just sort of deciding one set of actors is going to fight this war for us. Is there a war? If there's a war, which I believe we are in a struggle, is to me a very risky, frankly, folly.
Can I respond to that very quickly?
Sure.
Yeah, Laura, I actually wanted to pick up on this thread that you also mentioned around some of these historical narratives, but go first.
Yeah, so, Tim, first of all, I think you're completely right about the nature of global competition.
Mm-hmm.
We are absolutely in a pretty serious competition around values and around systems with China. And I think that is an important point that we can't lose sight of. I think where I have an issue with the framing, the narrative framing that that somehow this is different when we're talking about AI, and therefore needs this different, as you put it, like the national champion approach, is that, again, I also completely agree with you about the strategy of investing in basic research, which has worked really well for the United States historically, and I think is fundamentally what's needed here as well. And the thing is that when you actually get into basic research, and even when you look at, where we made some of the advances that have driven, some of the new AI models we're talking about today, many of those advances weren't in creating some new AI model. They were in finding some different way of parallelizing data, or they were in finding some different chip architecture. And these, those investments in basic research have bubbled into, again, like these new, really, truly transformational, very large models. They exist not because someone came up with like some new machine learning technique, but because we invested enough in basic research that people were solving a lot of smaller problems that when combined together became transformational. And I think that's fundamentally one of the real strengths around the way we do science in the United States, is that we believe in funding excellence in a range of sciences and letting that come together in like sort of the best of the meritocracy. And, and something else that you mentioned around the way that when we have tried this national champion approach,
has been wildly unsuccessful. I mean, I really think, I hand on my heart believe that the Bell Systems monopoly genuinely held back the internet and signal transmission for a good solid decade. Has anyone seen those movies from like the 60s and 70s where there's like a mainframe computer and people like they were like connecting their big mainframe computer to the internet, and they take like a phone off a cradle and they put it in one of these like dishes that you connect a phone to? Has anyone seen these? Yes?
I owned one of those, by the way. It was older.
Those were never technologically needed. They were a pure regulatory necessity because AT&T had a monopoly on being able to connect equipment to the phone network. And this tremendously held back technological development because, as you can imagine, that is a bit of a barrier to signal transmission capacity. And I think this is where getting to a world where we have many companies working on AI development, creating those kinds of conditions, like that's how we actually create innovation.
It's I'm going to build on that and add one more point, which is that this is especially true, I think, at a moment when tech innovation and the sort of path of tech-driven productivity is moving from, I think, the consumer space into the industrial space. I think that that's where a lot of the action is going to be. It's about essentially, you know, we've kind of come through 20 years of consumer-based tech evolution, and now we're going into probably just as many, if not more, years of industry ramping up. And you've got 70% of the economy, you know, all kinds of industries that really hasn't been touched by tech. So a lot of the innovations, I think, that actually benefit people and entire economies, not just companies, are going to come from a tremendous dispersion, not just within the tech sector, but across all different sectors, which makes it even more important to have competition as just sort of a baseline thing we're thinking about. I also would say anybody that's really interested in looking at how you make tech innovation a win-win, you have to read this book by Darren Ajmaolu and Simon Johnson called Power and Progress. Fabulous. Look, they look at 1,000 years of tech innovation and why this time isn't different, in the sense that the only time you get a win-win rather than a race to the bottom or more concentration is when you have either labor power or really strong government safeguards around tech progress. And lots of interesting examples of how you can either have a sort of a Hobbesian paradigm or something really productive around things like automation, for example. And, you know, so tech isn't always great, and it isn't even always a net win economically unless you have those two things in place.
And it's, you know, it's notable that this conversation is sort of like drifted towards a focus on public investment structures, which are, you know, largely at present, the shape that those are taking are countries like, you know, the US and, you know, France, the UK. They've all announced these big investments into computational infrastructures. But if you look at that tech stack, it's just monopolies all the way down. So where are those dollars going to flow? It sort of is, in some ways, there's a real risk of, you know, that those kinds of measures, if not coupled with strong regulatory intervention, you'll sort of feed into economic dominance rather than contest it. So I want to go dial in a little bit more there. And Tim, if you want to jump in on this, please do. But I think we see the arms race narrative and also another sort of very strong industry current that is sort of trying to avert stronger regulatory intervention. And that's coming around this sort of like existential risk. We need to focus on computational scale as the threshold. So we are only regulating above a very large threshold of scale. And I'd love to kind of get into how those narratives are shaping the scope for policy intervention. But Tim, why don't you go first?
Yeah, well, I will, although I'm not going to directly address that.
That's fine.
I apologize. Because I think the regulatory questions are important, although I tend to think they're slightly premature. But what I don't think is premature is a serious conversation about what good industrial policy looks like. And when I think about the topic of global AI and, you know, and the arms race and all the things we're talking about, I think the challenge for governments is, and I guess the governments I work for and many of us in the room have worked for, The challenge, I think, is less doing a good job with regulation, but sort of avoiding the worst mistakes in industrial policy of the past and trying to figure out what good industrial policy looks like. It's clear we're back to an era of industrial policy. It's clear that countries see themselves in arms race competition and at some level, and there's a willingness to spend. But there's kind of a reflexive sense that what industrial policy means is handing over money to companies who are already there. And that's what I would call bad industrial policy. That it's tempting, and it's never quite framed that way. It's always framed as this is about America's dominating the future. Very more carefully framed. But when it comes down to government giving money directly, or in a way that almost certainly is going to go to one of the most powerful existing companies, that's a terrible industrial policy. The industrial policy, I think, has worked. I kind of alluded to it already. Has a very strong antitrust flavor to it. It's about making room for new entrants, new competitors. It also has this, as with the funding of basic research, it has this kind of arm's length nature to it. It's like you create a support, but it's not, this or that member of Congress who's getting the money. It's very, very distant. I mean, funding basic research is very distant from funding any individual company, or it's you're building an infrastructure or something like you build the internet. The best industrial policy ever was the internet. Yeah, I once looked at the investment. I can't remember the number, but it was a shockingly tiny investment that built it versus, say, the space program, which got people to the moon. Some credit is deserved for that. But the return on investment was much greater from the internet investment.
I want to press on that a little bit, though, specifically in the AI context, where the fundamental resources to build AI right now are pretty well captured within the hands of a few players. So, how do we escape that? The data dominance, the infrastructural dominance, and sort of, because even when you go outside of the cloud layer, then you get into NVIDIA's dominance, TSMC's dominance, going straight down the stack. So how do we sort of deal with that infrastructural problem?
Okay, but we have to pause for a second, because we do have to talk about the real question you actually asked. But every time, because if you want to say well, what is the data that, that is the foundation of every large model that's being built right now? It's the internet, right? That's what it is. It's the internet. And the fact that we have allowed certain specific companies to capture all that data and then not let anyone else use it is, I think, a fundamental, it is just ignoring the reality that we all created, collectively created the internet. And certain individuals have copyright over specific things, but the internet as a whole, we all created it. It's as close to a public good as you can come to, for a lot of the industrial policy reasons that you've cited, but then just the effort of all the people who made content and then licensed it for public use, which much of the internet is. So let's just not pretend that the absolute fundamental building block of large models, which is data, isn't actually a public resource. Now, there's a separate question of who controls access to it, but I just want to
well, and commercial surveillance data too, which I think gets to some of your recent work, Rana.
I actually want to kind of knit together, I think, a lot of what we've been talking about, which is actually related. So Tim started on industrial policy. I think there is an important story to be told about that. And I agree that the best industrial policy, and doesn't have to be, it can be expensive, it can not be expensive. It's essentially when the government sets a floor in a certain market, creates a sense of certainty, and then the private sector is able to come in a secure way and do their thing. And you always get some froth and there's some booms and busts. But, this is the process that we went through with the railroads, at which point it was really just about deciding which gauge you're going to use and ensuring that, you're going to have land grants to the race to the west. Internet, small investment by DARPA, aerospace, that's another story. But these are all different paradigms. We are actually at that point now. And one of the things that I liked about the EO, the executive order that came down from the White House, I didn't love everything about it, but it allowed commerce in particular to start asking some questions about what is the business model here? What is security? What is safety? And let's start to quantify those things. And that is a way overdue conversation, because getting to your point about my second book and my work around surveillance capitalism, we still don't have good metrics for that. I mean, we don't have basic good metrics for how the business models of the big platforms run that is part of public disclosure. So a lot of the basics of these models, how many users they have, where they're coming from, are the clicks ad-driven or organic, who's buying stuff, what are the third-party cuts of the stuff that's being bought? All of these things that are literally, like, if you look, as I'm sure Tim knows, at the testimony, when these companies are investigated, this is how they do business. They don't have to disclose any of this publicly. So there's basic accounting standards that are not in place yet in terms of platform tech and surveillance capitalism. Now add AI into that, you've got even more opacity. And opacity and complexity is where malfeasance happens. So with this EO, if I were Gina Raimondo, I would say, okay, let me start to pull open the black box. Let me start asking a lot of questions, get some sense of what are the metrics, what are the bits of algorithmic understanding and data that are kind of crucial, and then start to require that to be disclosed. And then at that point, you're going to have a lot better understanding about how to ask and answer some of these larger regulatory questions, I think.
So I want to tee up that we're hitting the sleepy part of the day. So we're going to do question and answer a little differently this time, and we're going to pass around a mic. So if folks want to ask their own question, we'll have a mic. If Audrey can get that started. I'm going to ask one last question for our panel first, which is to go back to a few questions ago, because this has been such an engaging conversation. Let's talk about the role that the existential risk narrative that's coming from industry as well is shaping the scope of the policy discussion. What are your thoughts there?
I guess I'll go first. If social media was a wolf in sheep's clothing, I would say that AI has arrived as a wolf, but clothed as a horseman of the apocalypse, which it's a very long sentence. But in other words,
wow,
like, because in other words, because I think partially because of the influence of popular culture, and one generation has HAL 9000, other generations have Skynet. Everyone understands or immediately has the instinct that the risk of robot takeover would be a bad one. You're kind of concluding that way. Unlike social media, which started as like, oh, it's just some friends sharing their favorite stuff, and Facebook, cute little bird zooming around. So the whole valence has started entirely in the different direction. But yeah, I kind of agree with the sense that the focus on existential risk has that most of the harms are highly speculative. I think the government and the executive order is doing the right thing to study them, but to actually act at this phase would be, in my view, very bad policy and insulation of monopoly from and bad industrial policy. Just return to where I am. Yeah.
I mean, it's been quite shocking, because it's the most effective, hey, look over there, that I have ever seen. And I think what I find just so difficult about it is, so I'm a computer scientist. I use a lot of machine learning in my work, and I talk to people. One of my specific areas of computer science research are mechanisms for auditing and transparency. So somewhat relevant. And, so the conversations that I have in technical communities around what AI risk means, it is just a totally different conversation, because like the existential, like like Skynet is science fiction. It's not real. That is not part of a conversation that the technical community is having. And it's just, but there are other risks, and those risks are affecting people right now and yesterday and tomorrow. And, someone said, many people have said, we're still figuring out what the right auditing metrics would be. And the technical community, we are racing to come up with those and to come up with frameworks to map then a model onto what that risk framework would be.
and then figure out how to actually evaluate it. We are working on it as fast as we can, we promise. And we really need the conversation to be around that, because there needs to be support for that research. There needs to be better integration of that research into the policy conversations that are going on. And every minute we spend talking about, again, something that is science fiction is a minute we are not spending dealing with those real problems that are hurting people right now.
And if I kind of add to that, if you don't mind. Yeah, in terms of the right now things, they're not only risks, they're harms, actual harms. And it's a little too much John Stuart Mill, but I have a big belief that law is most successful when it reacts to actual harms. Risks are good, but the most successful laws, jurisprudentially, I think, are proven harms. And it's actually extraordinary how often this country gets distracted from harms. If you look at anything to do with these are the border of artificial intelligence. It depends how you define it, but bad facial recognition technology has led people in jail for periods of time. That's not a good experience.
Copyright. I mean, we're spending more time talking about copyright violations and maybe less about the Terminator. Right. Again, as you said, we have to call it what it is, and it's harm. If there are people who made less money this year because their copyright was violated, there have been multiple instances of people who have gone to jail for multiple days. And for many people, going to jail for a couple of days because you've been misidentified as an algorithm, that will get you fired from your job. And if you, there are real consequences that are already being experienced, and those are the harms that we have to figure out how to mitigate and minimize now.
I think that's a really good note for us to transition to questions on. And I'll just note too that, just last week, 2 weeks ago, time is in a funny place right now if you're working in AI, as I'm sure many of the folks in the room know. The vice president gave a speech where she said those kinds of harms are no less existential. And that's really what we need to foreground. So let's go ahead and take our first question from the audience. And if you'd like to ask one, please raise your hand high so that Audrey can find you.
I wrote mine down because I thought we were just saying them up anonymously, but now I have to read it out loud. So Lena Khan followed the AI meme lord Beth Bezos last week on X/Twitter. Are neo-Brandeisians more aligned with EACs or D-cells?
Whoa.
Would anybody
does anybody in the panel actually even know what that question means?
I'm going to cop to no. I don't know what that means.
Okay, maybe another way to phrase it. So Luther Lowe from Y Combinator, we hosted a session with Chair Khan with about 200 developers the Friday before last. And one of the recurring themes was concerns and reaction to the executive order on AI about open source software developers hoping to tinker and build new tools. And I just feel like there's somewhat of a disconnect between kind of my friends on the anti-monopoly left who are aligned with kind of and sympathetic to arguments around safety when it comes to technology. But in that community, safety is a bit of a red flag. And I even personally feel like it might be overkill to, submit some kind of KYC to some kind of KYC thing if I'm running a stable diffusion node on my PC. So I guess the question I'm getting to is how do we disentangle that tension between sort of the pro-safety folks and the people who are just trying, I think, to have a fighting chance against the open AIs and, whatever Google flips the switch on at some point with respect to BARD. And, when normies first encounter generative AI, it's going to be through probably most people, it's going to be through BARD because most people haven't used ChatGPT. And what are we doing as a community to kind of encourage that competition as opposed to, sort of raise the alarm and implement sort of safety regimes preemptively. So talking about the safety versus competition.
what's the right pace for sort of leaning forward into innovation as opposed to imposing safety restrictions, which might in one interpretation then slow down?
I mean, I have some thoughts about this.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to say. I have thoughts too. Go ahead.
So, I mean, for me, something that we have all been talking about is the fact that we're not talking about abstract ideas. We're talking about systems that are used by people and impact people. So in terms of the safety and regulation question, to me, anytime we're talking about safety, we have to talk about what is this thing actually being used for and can it harm people? I think there are uses of AI, uses of particularly generative systems that really, they are, because of how they are offered to consumers and because of how consumers use them, the potential risks are very low. Stable diffusion is a great example. It generates some images. To a consumer, the risks are fairly low. There are some other issues around copyright, but those are other issues. And I think this is where, like, fundamentally the frame, when we think about what safety means, it's application specific. So I think, you know what, I don't care if you are like a one-person shop. If you are offering people contracts, like here is a service that will generate a contract for you, yeah, I'm going to have some pretty serious safety concerns about what it is you're offering. And even if you're a one-person shop, I don't think that that's a license to just offer people things that will get them in a lot of trouble. Health is another area where, again, like, I really sympathize for those 3-person startup businesses. I've been that, I've done that. But if you're going to be offering something that could potentially ruin someone's life, yeah, I'm going to want you to have some safety standards.
Yeah, no, it's a good conversation. And I completely agree that that level of abstraction is what ruins, you know, having it as a very abstract conversation ruins it. And then we have to, come again to the harm principle, which is a good guide in this area. It's both, it's wrong to act, you know, it's wrong for government to act in other words, government should be guided by, as you were just suggesting, the serious presence of potential of harm. Now, as opposed to sort of speculative risk, the challenge in this space, and it's something I feel like I experience a lot in government, is that there is a lot of public policy power in safety concerns. There's not a single elected official or unelected official who wants to be the guy in the horror movie or the disaster movie who kind of waves off the, I don't think we have to worry about that problem. And then, you know, or like in Chernobyl, the documentary, like no one wants to be that person. And there's almost no political downside to being on the side of safety. And I think that's the political challenge, but it comes with serious costs that are not going to be well represented. So I guess I'm recognize the problem that's the political problem that's going to be there. And I think the answer is to focus, I said, and you said it too, stay focused on this question of harm or something other than speculative risk.
I think we have time for maybe one more question, if we can keep it quick, and then we can continue over the coffee break.
Mine is super short, so we might have time for 2. I just wanted to quickly get Mr. Wu to clarify whether you were endorsing the AI EO as good industrial policy, because it seems like there was a lot about spending money on training work to the extent that appropriations were available, training workers, and then some stuff for the SBA to do with startups and such, and also getting government agencies to pilot their own development of these systems. So are you endorsing the AIEO as good industrial policy? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, so maybe we can fit in one more very, very quick question if someone has one. Now let's get a mic so everybody's able to hear.
The panel has not discussed very much the implementation side of regulating AI, and just the justification is focused on. But once you start considering implementation, you immediately confront the issue of international cooperation. no regulation of AI that is territorial, limited to New Hampshire or Delaware or the United States or, Britain or whatever is going to be effective. So could any of the panel talk about the prospects for internationally regulating a technology that's obviously fluid, lends itself to flag of convenience countries and all sorts of ways around territorial regulation? Thanks.
Any quick take? Yeah,
huge issue. And I mean, I think that the issue is the same issue that's being faced in coming up with common clean tech transition standards or any number of trade issues. I mean, you're seeing the sort of digital provisions in IPEF kind of, slowly eroding, falling away. I think that this is it's a huge challenge, but I think it's also part of a greater trade challenge. And I think there's some synergy actually there that this is going to sound like it's off topic, but it's actually on topic. Later this year, maybe early next year, you're going to see the US and the EU start up green steel talks again. They're going to start up clean supply chain talks, and digital is a very natural, digital standards become a very natural thing to bring into those conversations. So I see this as something that could potentially tag team on to some of those areas.
That said, the power of the United States and Europe is not a joke. I mean, you can't move your entire AI operation to the Canary Islands or something like that. And, people have often overstated the ability of new technologies to avoid nation states, which still have the monopoly on coercive force. And, there was a conversation where people thought, well, the internet's going to be unregulatable. No country's going to be able to keep up with this thing. And they'll just move to the, safe haven off the coast of England.
Good old Stealing.
And that it turns out that nation states have a lot of consumers in them who you have to reach. And so, I agree that there's this important question. In fact, it does, the fact that there are at least multiple points of AI development does raise the question, if you're so concerned about existential risk here, the end of humanity kind of risk, well, maybe you deal with that problem in Europe. There is this question if China doesn't care about that, what happens? But I wouldn't completely overstate it or say that if Europe takes strong action or the United States strong action, that's somehow irrelevant because there's a lot of countries in the world.
I actually disagree with the concept that there's a massive problem here because again, getting back to, well, what would a regulation be? It'd almost certainly be on how a product was delivered to consumers. And those consumers live in places and those places have consumer protection laws. So I do think that territorial regulation can protect consumers inside their territories and already does. Where I think there's getting back to this comparison to other forms of, other industries where there are real international regulatory issues, it's because those industries have some kind of externality, right? Greenhouse gases, et cetera. And I think the version of this for AI is data. If you want to talk about something that is, very difficult to regulate without some kind of cross-border agreement, it's flows of data. And I think I just want to separate out those conversations a little bit because data affects so much more than just AI systems. And again, has so much power to harm people outside of AI systems. So I think that there's always someone at the UN who's working on this, and I wish them all the best. I mean, it's a depressing note to end on.
I think it underscores a theme that we've seen throughout the day, which is that, there's a very strong need to be breaking down these policy silos and seeing areas of tech policy and other areas of policy as much more interrelated and relevant to AI, sort of expanding the aperture away from just AI, but looking more holistically at what's happening in these markets. Thank you so much. That was a really terrific and wide-ranging conversation. And we're now going to a coffee break, so we can keep it going.
Well said.
Yeah, real quick. We'll be back at 3 o'clock. We're just going to run through
Okay. Well, thank you all for coming back. We just got this last 2-hour run through the afternoon. And like I said before, we have a great guest coming shortly, which is Doha Meki. So I'm going to be moderating this conversation, and I'm going to start by giving away a trade secret. All of our analysis at the Open Markets Institute has focused on a single, simple combination of power and behavior. It's monopoly control over an essential gate to the market, plus a license to discriminate in the opening and closing of that gate arbitrarily. This is the frame we applied to our work on supply chains in China since 2002. This is the frame we applied to Walmart and retail suppliers starting in 2006, the frame we applied to Amazon and books starting in 2010, and to monopolies and workers starting in 2012. The frame we applied to Google and Facebook and the news starting in 2016. This is the frame we applied to Musk and Twitter in 2022. That's it. That's the key to all of our work, all of our analysis. Platform power, gatekeeper power, plus a license to discriminate in the opening and closing of the gate. Why? Because when a corporation can open and close any essential gate at will, for whatever reason that corporation wants, the bosses at that corporation will soon discover that they have a license to extort and control the people and businesses who must get through that gate. Sometimes absolutely. And when that license to open and close the gate is boosted by infinite data and infinite computing capacity, that corporation finds itself, the bosses of the corporation find themselves with a manipulation machine powerful enough to make a KGB commissar drool. And now with AI radically amplifying astronomically the ability of these gatekeeper corporations to manipulate each individual user individually, we find ourselves facing an information system designed to destroy information itself. A communication system designed to make it all but impossible for people to communicate with each other. We heard earlier today Nora Benavides talk about this as being as a moment of chaos and darkness. This is the conversation to understand why this is a moment of chaos and darkness. The foundation of the rule of law, the foundation of all liberty of speech and thought, the foundation of all public action, of the public's ability to function as a public in any age of gatekeeper platforms are non-discrimination rules designed to force the gatekeeper to provide the same service and information at the same price to all comers in the order in which they come. Yes, anti-monopoly law and enforcement must focus on size and structure and aim to prevent and break concentrations in power and control, but this comes only after we apply non-discrimination rules, common carrier-style rules to every corporation that controls the provision of an essential service or good. Most importantly, communications. This is true just as we saw this in the fact that the Sherman Antitrust Act came 3 years after and stood on a footing created by the Interstate Commerce Act. So to help us understand this issue, we have with us today 4 of the leading experts in the United States in how these systems of discrimination and manipulation work. 4 of the leading experts and why it's so important for us to apply common carrier style rules. Now, we're not necessarily going to get into a question of like, how do we make this function? But we want people to understand what actually happens when you allow for someone to control a platform and then arbitrarily control the opening and closing of the gate through the platform. And so what we have with us 4 people who, well, Johnny actually doesn't need an introduction because we've introduced Johnny twice today. Zephyr and Julia also really shouldn't need any introductions. And I'm actually just going to let you read who they are on their list. And then I would just want to sort of point out Karina Montoya, who has been with Open Markets for 2 years now. And she was a business and finance reporter for a while in Lima, Peru. And just in the 2 years that she's been with us, Karina has made herself into one of the true experts in online advertising systems. And I'd encourage you all to read her article, The New Gold Rush in Advertising is Your Shopping List, which was in the Washington Monthly. And Karina's going to give us some lessons from what she's learned from the FTC's case against Amazon. But I think for us to start, I'm just going to turn it to Zephyr, who's actually done a lot of work on this recently in her capacity as an advisor, a special advisor to New York AG Tish James.
Great, thank you. I'm very excited to be here. So excited to be on this panel. I want to talk about harms. We've been talking about harms, and I want to talk about harms in a particular way. As Barry suggested, anti-monopoly has these two key components, and one of the key components is anti-discrimination principles. What we are facing right now with AI, turbocharged recommendation systems, is a discrimination economy that has very direct harms in all kinds of ways that we can see already. AI, as he suggested, is turbocharging that in ways that should force us to do what we probably should have done 10 years ago in response to this discrimination economy. So I'm going to tell you what you already know. And here I'm borrowing from Tristan Harris, using TikTok as the model. So TikTok builds scraping from as many places as it can scrape a model, a simulacrum of each person. Let's think of it as each child, and identifies how TikTok can deliver to that child the content, material, interaction that will make them the most likely to stay on the platform and stay engaged and be the most profitable for TikTok. Pretty straightforward. This has been terrible for the health of children because it engages in a fundamental discrimination business practice. It isolates each child and uses the weakness of each child against her to maintain her desire to fight against what is going to serve her best in the world. The interests of TikTok are directly opposed. In the workplace, so we have a direct health harm. In the workplace, we see how Uber uses prediction algorithms, and there's a lot we don't see, and Julia's done the key work here to help us get a window in, but there's a lot we don't see. But to effectively build a portrait of each driver in their location, to identify those individual data points that will allow Uber to exploit that driver in a maximal way. We don't know. We know there's interest and ability, but there's nothing stopping Uber right now from giving different pay based on who has greater debt, who has a worse credit score, and therefore may need to keep the job longer. Using the data, the underlying data that is available in the world to exploit, manipulate, and isolate each driver. When you talk to farmers, their biggest concern right now is AI. Each plant has as much as 1 million data points that you can gather from each plant. But the farmers are not reaping the benefits of those plants. It is rather the distributors, the equipment manufacturers, and others who are using their surveillance capacity to, again, isolate, exploit, manipulate, and discriminate, treating each farmer differently. And finally, in prices, we're seeing continuation of the price revolution where that portrait, that, as Tristan calls it, the voodoo doll or the simulacrum, is used to identify that you are willing to pay 3 cents more for ketchup right now because you got to get home to get hamburgers for your kids. So we have a discrimination, a first-degree discrimination engine that has existed on platforms and is now through AI becoming outsourced to become the fundamental underlying engine of the economy. It's bad for our health. It's bad for our equality. It's terrible for reinforcing biases. And fundamentally, it makes democracy very difficult because it encourages the use of our emotional states to keep us focused on that which will give profits to the companies that are using these, as opposed to creating a common ground where we can all come together and sit at a table and debate and decide, as Hannah Arendt said, what should we as a people do?
Just before I hand it on to Julia, can you actually just talk for a second about the difference between, because we heard people earlier today talk about discrimination in terms of protected classes.
Yeah.
But we're using the word differently, and we're using it in a way that was used actually very widely in the 19th century. And
yeah, I think there's a tendency to think about discrimination, anti-discrimination laws through 2 lenses. And here we can have a conversation. One is there are, or maybe 2.5. One is there's the civil rights laws, the anti-discrimination laws of the 60s, not just the 60s, but let's sort of locate that there. Housing, work, other anti-discrimination laws. And second, there are utilities which have particular non-discrimination obligations that often accompany a high level of regulation. And then the half is that there's, at least for those of us in antitrust, there's a series of non-discrimination principles in essential facilities, or in the array of laws governing vertical restraints, which are themselves anti-discrimination laws. I just think that's the wrong way to see it. Anti-discrimination laws are a fundamental tool that are everywhere in our law. There's anti-discrimination principles in contract law, in property law, in insurance law. There's anti-discrimination principles, as Barry's written about, in the Interstate Commerce Act. He says, precedes the Sherman Act, in the Postal Service Act. That once you start seeing anti-discrimination as just a fundamental handy tool that can be used to address harms and can be sort of slotted in to say, okay, we don't, you mentioned my work at the AGs, we just pushed out a law that says you can't treat kids differently on platforms. They can't get different content. That's the default, right? That's just a simple, understandable non-discrimination rule in a particular context. Maybe some people say you have to prove it's a common carrier. I don't think we have to get to that level. Once you understand that non-discrimination is just is a tool against unfair business practices and a tool of democracy that has always been around, not just in these public utility or racial non-discrimination contexts.
Great. And I'm going to turn it to Julia now, but I am going to give a somewhat personal introduction to Julia, because a long time ago, when Open Markets was at the New America Foundation, there were a few of us that would sit around in the room. There was Phil Longman, who is one of the true great experts in non-discrimination law through history. He's sitting over there, and he's been a foundational member of our team from the first. And there was Lena Khan, and there was Zephyr, who was one summer was actually a fellow with us. And we would sit around and talk about these issues. And there was a book on the shelf, which was called Dragnet Nation by someone named Julia Angwin. And so Julia was a great hero of ours back then. And then one day, Julia and I got together at a bar next to a Ducati dealer in South Manhattan. And so I'm not sure exactly how the Ducati factors in, but
After that, that conversation led to an additional amazing body of work.
Yes, it was a seminal meeting at a bar, which is my favorite place to have seminal meetings. I am a reporter who, I grew up in Silicon Valley, and I really came of age in the technology industry. So it was my home base. And I actually believed everything, I thought, okay, this is all gonna be really empowering and gonna be great. And I was planning to work in that industry. And then I fell in love with journalism. And after some time in journalism, I realized I was kind of the only person in the newsroom who knew anything about computers or how to code or math, actually. I was sort of asked to cover technology, which I was a little bit annoyed about because I had really gone to be a reporter as like a rebellion against technology, because I was like, oh, everybody does tech, I'll do something different. But I quickly realized that I had a really different lens on it, because I just wasn't swayed by all the words, like all these tech executives, they love to make up words that sound really fancy. And I knew that, behind the curtain, it was the same stuff that I had learned. And so I had been writing at the time that I met Barry about this trend that I thought was really disturbing. I was at the Wall Street Journal, and I had been writing about privacy, because I suddenly realized that like all these companies that I covered were no longer selling products, they were selling data. And just as a business reporter, I was like, that's a really big business switch. And what does that mean for the privacy of the people whose data was being sold? And then by the time I met Barry, I had just joined ProPublica, and I was thinking about, well, what happens once all that data has been collected? Like, how do they use it against you? And so I had been looking at Amazon and trying to figure out, at that time, there was a hypothesis of whether they were charging different prices to people who came from different routes. Like if you shopped on your phone, or maybe if you were in Kansas versus Nebraska, whatever. And so I'd been running all sorts of tests, trying to find whether they were doing price discrimination. And I told Barry, I was like, I'm not finding it. It's really annoying. And he was like, well, have you checked whether Amazon is giving an advantage to itself? Because it's both a seller and a platform. It's the platform. And I was like, oh, I should do that. And so I ran that test, and it was like, boom, immediate results, like ding, 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 all the lights flashed. And so that story came out, and I think it's probably, I haven't even checked if it's cited in the FTC case, but it's definitely the underpinnings of many years of work on Amazon and how it advantages itself. And that was the beginning of, I think, my discrimination journey, where I started looking more deeply at how these tech companies discriminate. And the reality is that they're, like you said, built perfectly for it. This is what they're designed for, right? It's actually kind of hard to do discrimination like face to face. Like, I mean, people do it all the time, but it takes some effort. You have to come up with some sort of plausible reason why you're turning this person down for the mortgage versus the other. But like the reality is, when you put algorithms in charge, it's the perfect cover, because the person behind the counter just says, I don't know, the computer says no, right? No one has to take accountability. And so from my standpoint as a journalist who really believes in holding power to account, that is why I spent the past 10 years focusing on algorithms, because they are the perfect mechanism for hiding accountability. And so I have spent years investigating different algorithms, cracking them open, and trying to show the embedded biases. But the reality is, it's really hard to do. I've only been able to do it in situations where I could get a public data set through public records requests. So for instance, I was able to show that these algorithms used in criminal sentencing are biased against Black defendants. That was almost 10 years ago, and I just want to point out that algorithm is still in use for some unknown reason. Anyways, but there are a lot of contexts in which journalists and the public don't have access. So in hiring algorithms, right, companies use these all the time to sort through resumes. We don't know how biased those are, and we need to know. And so that is where I think we need more tools than just a bunch of journalists running around, although I'm obviously in favor of journalists running around getting things and cracking things open. And I think when you think about AI, it only gets worse, right? Because the thing about AI is it is this sort of, it claims to be the single answer, right? At least with Google search results, you knew you were choosing amongst a bunch of things. And yes, an AI ordered them and definitely steered you towards, by the way, Google's own properties. But in AI, it's just this one sentence and it's different for everyone, right? And so, for instance, recently in generative AI, I don't know if any of you saw this, but like in ChatGPT, if you asked, are Israelis deserving of freedom? It said, of course, all people deserve freedom. And if you asked, are Palestinians deserving of freedom? It said, that's a very nuanced question. And there are a lot of debates about what the answer. And that's discrimination, right? Like, as far as I know, Palestinians are people, and so therefore they should also get the freedom that this ChatGPT says all people deserve. And so I think we're in a world where we don't even know how often that answer occurs, which of the AIs do it, and then maybe they show different results in different countries, right? We don't know. And so we're in this world that I think what we were talking about before, the chaos and darkness, is that uncertainty. When you don't know whether the point of truth that you're being offered is actually a truth at all, or whether it's something tailored for you or to mislead you. And that actually is the destruction of the information environment, which is the destruction of our ability to participate as citizens, right? So not to be too dire about it.
Well, actually, that's a great opportunity to segue to what we learned actually from the FTC's case against Amazon, and what we are learning, because this is very much an iterative, ongoing process. Because this is a bleak moment, but we also have a radically different administration in the White House, and we have a radically different set of teams at the FTC and the DOJ. So, Karina, can you actually just give us a guide to some of the lessons of this case?
Yes, for sure. So I'll start by saying that the FTC lawsuit against Amazon is a 150-page gigantic document, and in various ways, it confirms a lot of the work that Julia was describing to us in terms of self-preferencing. But I'd also like to take a step back and highlight that I think one of the most important lessons of the lawsuit is that it really makes clear that when we talk about Amazon, we are no longer talking about an everything store or an online retailer only. We are talking about a company that runs multiple lines of businesses that basically create feedback loops with one another. And they're all designed in a way to either maintain the dominance that Amazon already has in certain markets, or to help it leverage that dominance and that advantage on access to data and in computing power to grow into other businesses such as advertising, and we can go into it later. I would say also the second big lesson is that just by reading the lawsuit, it basically accounts for behavior that dates back to 2014. And I guess from a really big scope, you could say that all of the algorithms that Amazon has designed to run its online retail business in a way have been built to manipulate both sellers, vendors, consumers, to predict those behaviors from consumers and steer them in a way that are not fundamentally beneficial to them. So we're talking about inflated prices. We are talking about advertising that steers them to choose lower quality products that are actually more expensive. We are talking about sellers are penalized constantly for basically trying to exert their own freedom of setting prices for their goods and services. I'd say that if the complaint survives as it is,
we are basically throwing in to question the entirety of the business model that Amazon has brought to the market in the United States, and that many other retailers have also followed in the last 20-something years.
The entirety of the Amazon business model, and which would actually be true also, as we may get to shortly, of the Google and Facebook business models. Johnny, you gave us a great demonstration before about how incredibly personal data, sensitive data, ends up in the hands of actors inside of Russia, inside of China. Can you talk a little bit about how, sort of in this context of manipulation machines, if we actually look at what Google and Facebook and Amazon are, they're manipulation machines that are designed to manipulate each of us separately. How might this, and they rent this out. Google and Facebook rent out their manipulation machines to other people, which includes corporations and state itself in China. How might this information be used in a way that could not just break down conversation publicly, but isolate and target specific important actors within our society?
I've been writing notes as each of you excellent people speaks, and it's been getting bleaker. I almost had to change virtual ink colors. So I'm going to answer your question much more broadly than you might anticipate. The original sin, this discrimination sin in this technical context, digital context, is tracking you and then profiling you, building that voodoo doll about you. And as we think about that sin, I start to hear, and it's not a faint sound, not one horseman or horse person of the apocalypse, I hear six. 6 horse people of the apocalypse, singular. So let me list them out. The first of these horse persons is disinformation. Now, there's at least 2 things that put that person up on their mighty steed. One is the recommender systems that Zephyr was talking about. The other is what I was telling you about earlier, real-time bidding. Now, I described real-time bidding as a national security threat because I wasn't talking about markets. But if you want to talk about markets, real-time bidding, the thing that places nearly all advertising on the internet today, is a cancer eating at the heart of worthy, expensive to produce journalism. And it monetizes and advantages junk that otherwise would not have a business model. And I'm not describing anything about freedom of speech here. I'm talking about a kind of an arbitrage that happens because those profiles about readers from expensive to produce journalistic websites leak out in that system and can be monetized by a crank website that would not otherwise have its own business model. So it's a cancer at the heart of media. Now, back to the horse persons thing. There is a second one of the 6, and that is electoral manipulation. Clearly, if you can profile every voter, pick a jurisdiction. You actually can't do it in China. But if you can pick a voter in any jurisdiction and have some sense of what makes them tick, and then target them with a message, clearly you have an opportunity for a novel form of manipulation. Now, the third of these horse persons of the apocalypse is the broken market, our old friend. And there's many things to describe there, but let's stick to this idea of profiles. What's happening inside the big tech firms is that they build a profile about you or get some data about you for one thing, and then they use that thing, that information, for some totally unrelated thing. They have an internal data free-for-all. Earlier, I showed you a slide with arrows firing in all directions between companies. That's the external data free-for-all. But there's an internal data free-for-all where if you're lucky enough to have become one of the biggest companies in the world, you'll always stay that way because you'll be able to use data from one bit of your business to prop up some other bit. Now, the fourth of the six is war. Always has to feature in a horseman of the apocalypse image. And the war here is that we're leaking out information in the way I described earlier, but it's not just from real-time bidding. I live in Dublin in Ireland, and I do not have to walk more than a few steps to see a Hikvision camera. These are cameras that are owned by a semi-state Chinese firm. They're internet connected, and most of them, judging by their specs, have facial recognition on the device. Now, Dublin is packed with Hikvision cameras. They're ringing our parliament. So we have this vulnerability that is attached to this idea of tracking and profiling. Now, the last two horse persons, one of them behind the others, starting to become visible, we're not sure if this is a real one, is the AI black box. And in particular, an increasing part of the labor force is going to be working for a black box that it cannot understand. It's not allowed to. And we know that that would probably cause a big problem. And the final horse person is called carbon, because all of the other horsemen of the apocalypse, they all involve unnecessary computation. But all of these problems create yet another problem. They just keep on giving. So let me run through it again. Disinformation, electoral manipulation, a broken market, war, carbon, black box, AI labor problems. That's quite a lot. And we can feel in our feet the drumbeat of the hooves. They are getting nearer. So this long potted answer is to say, from that initial sin of online tracking come all sorts of unexpected consequences. It's been a wild ride. You've been reporting every step of it. And it's not looking good what the trajectory looks like now.
The initial sin of online tracking and manipulation, just a little bit of background, is no other platform in history, not the telegraph, not the telephone, not railroads, not trucking, not airlines, not the internet. Have we ever allowed the corporations that control access to those platforms to engage in this kind of behavior? The only corporations that we've ever allowed to engage in this behavior are Google, Facebook, Amazon, and a couple others. Just so we understand, this is not something inherent in capitalism. This is not something inherent in the American approach to platforms. This is a fantastic aberration within our history. So we are going to get to the light at the end of the tunnel, because we're not going to stay here in the darkness, stay here in the chaos, stay here in the land of the six horsemen of the apocalypse, because somehow we've increased the number of horsemen by 50%.
Innovation and growth.
But just to understand, just really how this affects people, Zephyr, you wrote, and this was, one of the conversations that we were having a long time ago, but in your recent book, you wrote a lot about chickenization. And, just can you and this is actually, it's related, but it helps people understand what it does to people.
Yeah. The chickenization model I got from Chris Leonard and Lena, who I met through Barry. But the basic model is that chicken farmers look independent. They get to buy their own chicken house. And they are called small business owners. But in order to get their chickens to market, they have to go through a distributor. And that distributor, say Pilgrims, says, okay, great, I'll take your chickens. you just have to build that chicken house that you spent $1 million on, took out a loan on, in precisely the way that I say. You have to use precisely the feed that I use. You have to use the lightening and darkening schedule that I suggest. You have to use the heating system that I suggest. You have to sign a contract that you will not talk about what you are doing with any of your neighbors, an isolation contract effectively, right? And that it will be subject to arbitration if you have any accusations against me, a secondary isolation contract. And finally, we are going to pay you every month using a tournament system, which means you're going to get paid different amounts every month. So you're going to be competing against the other chicken farmers and how much they produce. And so this month you're getting paid $4 a pound. Last month you got paid $2 a pound. But you can't talk to your neighbors about how much they got paid a pound. So it puts these farmers in a state where they are told they are free, but they are not free. Because in order to not go absolutely into debt and lose their chicken house, they have to do everything that they are told. And they are put in a state of rational paranoia. I mean, again, just returning to this idea of darkness and chaos, where they do not know whether this month I got paid less because I spoke up, or this month I got paid less because I tried to use a different heating company. I talked to one farmer who talked about that. And that rational paranoia leads to murderous dreams and anger because of the experience of having your entire livelihood controlled and having to guess at, did I get this benefit because of this or because of something I said, has an absolutely direct impact on democracy. So they are allowed to say what they think about who to support for Congress, but not allowed to speak up in a functional way because they're afraid that if they speak up, they will be punished. And this fear, I think, is so essential. Montesquieu talked about fear as the sort of key sign of tyranny. Because when you see surveys, this is now almost 10 years old, a study of American workers, a majority of whom said they had either personally witnessed or experienced a retaliation on the basis of politics. What matters is that people believe they're going to be retaliated against, and they're the mechanisms of retaliation. And they then don't know whether the mechanism of retaliation was actually used, which is actually worse, because then you don't know if your accusations are real. Now, the chickenization is the business model of Uber. You buy your own car, but you don't know why you were paid this different amount. It is the business model of Amazon. It is also the business model of the news industry. So this month, videos are up, and this month down. I'm working at the Pittsburgh Gazette. I don't even know if the Pittsburgh paper is called the Gazette, but that's the numbers are going up and down, and so news organizations are in a state of rational paranoia, which of course encourages both subservience, fear of being called out, and this is just wholly incompatible with a democracy. And so now this business model, which worked for platform distributors, is now the business model that is both as a matter of opportunity, incentive, and technology. Going back to what Christy was saying about maybe they're not 80% using AI in the workforce, but the increase in AI product sales went up 50% in the last 3 years for managing workers. So we are talking about whether or not they are using it, workers throughout this country believing that they are being spied on and can be retaliated against based on what they do. Chickenization.
Also the New York Times, also Rupert Murdoch, they depend on platforms to get to market. The New York Times and Rupert Murdoch are afraid. And that affects what they say, that affects what they do, that affects how they fight, is the fear of retribution. And we actually, the three of us actually had this conversation on stage in June 2018. And so it's not exactly new. But So before we leave, part of what we do here, I did say that one of the key or what we do tactically is that we help people feel the wall against their back. We help people understand that there ain't no place to retreat to. So we should understand just how dire the situation is, because we have to move forward a lot faster than we already are. One last thing I wanted, it's like, Julia, you said, this is what these platforms are designed for. Can you actually just dig in just a little bit deeper on this idea that Google, Facebook, Amazon are designed to manipulate each person?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I used to call it mass customization, but I do think mass discrimination is actually a better term for it. But I think if you talk to the companies, they would put it in the terms of customization. Like, we're just customizing each and every experience for each of you. And so we have to collect all this data about you in order to understand your preferences and then feed back to you what we think you'll want. Now, of course, what we know about this is that what they feed back to you is not necessarily what you, quote, want, but what will make you stay on the platform, look at more ads, and what will make you stay on the platform is more outreach, right? So extremes of both sides are just, and things that you can't look away from, accidents, whatever, trauma. Those are the kinds of things that get prioritized, but they're customized to each of you, right? And that is the thing that is really disturbing about it, because I know for myself that, like, I'm not my best self at late at night when I'm trying to, like, oh God, I forgot to order my son's school supplies. So I just click on whatever on Amazon. I don't know how much it costs, right? And they probably know that. And they can change that price, because the prices on Amazon change every 20 minutes. I don't know if you know that, but every product is changing within a 20-minute window. And so they can customize it. Now, I have not yet been able to catch them doing it on a personal basis as opposed to a time basis, but like, they have that capacity and they will use it. We already see that with advertising, where it's somehow become accepted that they're going to customize it and target you. And it's a little bit less accepted in the content space in terms of pricing, because they know that that is something that will get them in more trouble, especially because Amazon got in trouble doing that in 2000. And so they sort of have been shy of it. But it is extremely disturbing to have a situation where everyone can be targeted by their own weakest moment.
Karina, just real quick, just reading in between the lines of the case that the FTC has brought, if they win, and there's some pretty amazing information that they have brought out, if they win, is the implication that the basic business model won't survive, perhaps?
I think it's kind of hard to predict. Obviously, we had algorithms to predict exactly what the outcome of the lawsuit would be. But I think I would say there are two main practices that would definitely have to be prohibited if the lawsuit survives as it is today. It has to do mainly with the tying of two main services for sellers and vendors to access US shoppers. They're basically required to use Amazon fulfillment services, and for some years now also advertising. So that would definitely have to be dismantled as it is. And there are also claims of conflicts of interest in terms of how the fulfillment, Amazon fulfillment business is creating this feedback or reinforcing mechanism to dominance in the online retail marketplace. So it could also be that we would have an Amazon that doesn't necessarily have to operate
fulfillment services. Doesn't necessarily have to operate advertising services if it's going to remain dominant in online retail services, for example, right? Just to add on some of the things that Johnny said also in terms of advertising, something that I think news publishers should also be watching out for is the growth of Amazon in what marketers call today retail media. So it is basically a business model where advertisers are no longer looking to reach certain audiences depending on the patterns of behavior that, for example, could have been drawn by Google or Meta. They're trying to reach audiences based on their patterns of shopping. And if there's any repository that has a wealth of data about our behavior as shoppers and actual real information about what we buy and what we don't buy, because a lot of times we just choose things on our shopping cart or we don't buy it, but that tells things about us, that corporation is Amazon. And now that information is also being transacted and it's being accessed by different brands. And I think we should start looking into also the effect that that's going to have in diverting revenues from news publishers, specifically at the local level, because a lot of these technologies are now being used to hyper target audiences, and retailers now think that they are also publishers in a sense, right? So
that's great and very helpful. And I actually have only one is a yes or no on this, Johnny. Based on, we heard a conversation before about some of the narratives that are being spread around this town by various billionaires. And so one of the narratives being spread around town by one of the billionaires is that we need to just leave Google alone so I can protect our national security against China. Based on what you actually were reporting yesterday, what you published yesterday, is Google protecting our national security, yes or no?
No. No.
All right, so now, Zephyr, you mentioned the law. Can you actually, because we're moving ahead now. Yeah. We've hit the bottom. We have walked through the valley of death, and we are marching the hell out of it because it stinks down here. We have the FTC, we got the DOJ, we got the Biden White House, and we got a bunch of state legislatures. Can you just talk about one of the things that New York is doing?
Sure. So we talked briefly about the range of anti-discrimination laws, non-discrimination laws that have preceded, and we have a lot to learn from them. Before I talk about, I just want to say one thing. It's been an amazing conversation, but I don't think laws should wait until we figure out good analytic metrics to figure out all the harms. We know enough about harms that we should be moving forward with laws, and that the laws, where possible, should be very simple. Complication and confusion and chaos are the friends of big tech and big AI, and simple laws are the friends of enforcement and what we need. So simple non-discrimination law in the context of children and social media harms, twofold. One, social media companies, this is a New York bill proposed and has a very good chance of passing with the support of Governor Kathy Hochul and AG James, says that social media companies cannot use any information associated with a user under 18 to deliver content. Simple. That's the rule. There's a consent mechanism. We can talk about that, but the idea is the basic rule is very, very simple. So when Julia 2.0 is researching it, yeah, Like we have learned in the non-discrimination laws in housing, we are not going to catch every instance. I hear that. And I think one of the people say is, oh, well, you catch every instance. That is not the point. You'll catch a lot. And when Julia 2.0 is researching, it's not a hard test, right? You can actually figure out whether they are violating that law of using information associated with a user to deliver content, as opposed to what the child themselves actively, affirmatively requests. The other component is you cannot collect data unless it is strictly necessary, and the platform would have to defend why it is strictly necessary. So there's both the collection simple rule and the use simple rule. And you can imagine that then applied to workforces, other different areas. But I am excited about that as a sort of model of non-discrimination. It sounds like a privacy law, but it's a public health law. Organized through the model of non-discrimination.
That's terrific. And that's just one step of many steps we're taking right now. And the key thing, given one of the narratives that's out there, which is that we have to prepare for how AI is going to deliver us an apocalypse in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years or sometimes in the future, is actually, given what we have just spoken about, we have to recognize that the apocalypse is right now. The apocalypse is happening before AI, before this latest generation of AI technologies. So that means that, do we actually focus on regulating technologies, or do we focus on dealing with the existing power and the existing behaviors of these existing corporations today? And the good news, this is one of the lessons of today that we saw with our fantastic partners and allies, AI Now, with Laura Edelson, with Ben Weissman, who's going to be on the last panel, with Principal Deputy AAG Mecki, who's in the back of the room, with Zephyr Spite in New York, is we know that our backs are against the wall today, and we are marching forward with a full understanding, an exact understanding of what we must do. And that is not just to make these corporations smaller, it is to cut off the behavior that we have seen them engage in. So axes are meant to deal with, drop it down vertically. It is also meant to cut across the bottom. So anyway, we have to clear the stage because we have someone important coming.
Blood everywhere.
So thank you, guys.
Axes.
Okay, can everybody, let's see, am I on? Can everybody hear me? I'm just gonna stand here for a minute. So thank you for hanging around for the latter half of this event. I am really pleased to have the honor of now doing, I could call it a panel, but actually I'll call it a fireside chat with Doha Mecki, who is the Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General in the Department of Justice Antitrust Division. And I gotta say, we don't know each other well, Doa, but I heard you speak, I guess it was last year at a conference in Europe that Christina had organized. And there were some European folks there, European regulators. There was also this sort of new crop of Americans, of which you were one. And afterwards, I wrote a column saying, you know, step aside Europe because the badass new American regulators are here and they are shaking things up. So with that, I want you to come on up and we're going to have our fireside chat. Go there. There we go. I think I'm still working. So thank you for coming out and being part of our conversation. Lot to cover. We've got about I can go over, right? I can stay a half an hour. Okay, good. That's my prerogative as moderator. I would love it actually if you could, before we get into the details, just step back and scene set the big picture here in terms of where we are in the antitrust discussion. I mean, there has been a historic amount that's happened really in the last couple of years. And so if you had to sort of pull back and give us your big picture look of where we've come and where you think we're going in the next few years, that would be great.
Sure. Can you guys hear me well? Yeah. Thank you so much to the Open Markets Institute for having me. And thank you, Rana, for this, what I'm sure will be fabulous conversation. So Testine said a little bit since the 1980s, really the 1970s, but sort of hastening in the 1980s. I think you start to see a more permissive approach to antitrust enforcement and business consolidation and business conduct. And the consequences of that, I think, have only recently started to come into full focus. So again, you have decades of really low monopolization enforcement, more consolidation, and even when law enforcers, including at the DOJ and the FTC, had concerns about mergers that raised competition issues, you started to see consent decrees and settlements that, even by the admission of some of our predecessors, really were not uniformly upholding competition, and some of which failed in ways that are really striking. And so there's been more of an interest in antitrust issues recently. And I think the reasons for that are perhaps debated, but you do see more concern about things like income inequality. You saw a two-tiered recovery from the 2008-2009 financial crisis. The Council of Economic Advisors under President Obama documents that there are concerns about wage stagnation and new business formation that's down. There's a growing body of research that new business formation is down actually 50%, that 75% of industries are more consolidated, that there's been an increase in markups by nearly 40% in really important industries like retail and healthcare and agriculture. And so you also see more interest across a political and ideological spectrum. You see concerns about censorship. You see concerns about deplatforming. You see concerns about choke points to the very information that we consume. And whether you think any of those concerns are legitimate or not, they kind of bring people to heightened interest about antitrust. And I say this a lot in my public speaking. Someone much smarter than me once said that Americans look to antitrust when we are uncertain about the future. And it's a really interesting time to be in the agencies and to be thinking about the anti-monopoly and antitrust tradition and what it means to really revive that.
That's really, I love the idea of looking to antitrust in a time of uncertainty, which, I mean, honestly, since I've been doing my job for 33 years, I don't think there's ever been a period economically where there were so many different vectors, change vectors in play. And we've been talking about technology today, but there's the capital labor divide, there's growing inequality and the ramifications for the economy, there's demographic shift, monetary policy. So it's really apropos of what you just said. It's interesting to me too, and actually we're going to drill into AI in a moment, but the fact that the president's EO specifically called out competition as one of the ways to think about and deal with the AI problem is very telling, and it kind of mirrors so much of what he's done looking at competition as a way of fixing government and fixing our economy. So you guys have your hands full, I guess, is the bottom line here. But let me ask you another big picture question. Something we've been hearing about for some time is that the FTC and the DOJ are rethinking, rewriting merger guidelines. Talk a little bit about what the impetus for that was and what that looks like.
Sure. The first thing to know is that nearly every administration since LBJ has either issued new guidelines or updated merger guidelines. The guidelines as we understand them first started to come into focus in 1968. And then the Reagan administration updated them in 1982, and again in 1984, and then 1992 and 1997 and 2010 under the Obama administration. And then at the tail end of the Trump administration, we see vertical merger guidelines. And so it was time to start thinking about how we assess mergers. And really what hastened our interest in updating the merger guidelines was a recognition that the economy itself had changed a lot since 2010, which was the last time we looked at the horizontal merger guidelines. And that's really important because you have to understand the ways that companies transact business in order to decide whether the competition at stake in a merger is actually meaningful and whether it is the kind of combination that should be swatted down under Section 7 of the Clayton Act. And so our Assistant Attorney General, Jonathan Cantor, asked us to do a really interesting exercise. He said, can you tell me how you assess a merger if guidelines didn't exist? And we accepted that challenge, and the staff started looking through the law, and the findings were really startling. What we observed was a really fantastic body of law that had built up over more than 100 years since the Clayton Act was passed in 1914. And there were very clear legal principles. It was very clear that looking through the legislative history of not just the Clayton Act, but the Steller-Kefauver Anti-Merger Act, it's right in the name, right? Congress was really concerned about mergers. And they were concerned about oligopolies, and they were concerned about the trend towards concentration and the idea that some mergers can really entrench or create dominance. And that is not really how the agencies had been enforcing the law, at least more recently, or thought about the law. I think we were more concerned about economic theories of harm, which are helpful too, but it also raised questions about analytical tools. And we got to work drafting an approach to the merger guidelines that reflected to the public how we think about mergers and how we apply the law and how we bring to bear the very best of analytical tools. And so again, if you are trapped in a paradigm that views competition as the type of competition that made sense in smokestack industries, you are likely to miss some of the real harms that are attendant to platform industries or to certain kinds of labor markets where we know that at lower monopsony power thresholds, you can start to see real harms that the antitrust laws are supposed to affect. And so before we actually drafted the guidelines, we issued an RFI and got 5,000 comments.
Wow.
And then after we drafted the guidelines and released them in July, we got 43,000 comments. And I think that speaks volumes. That says the public is interested.
Yeah.
The comments overwhelmingly wanted us to update the guidelines to reflect a more stringent regime for merger review. And it also told us the very real ways that Americans are experiencing monopoly power and market power. And their stories are really quite chilling. A lot of the comments are at regulations.gov. I urge you guys to go look at the emergency room doctors who talk about how care really declined after their practice groups were bought up, about maternity ward nurses who felt like they couldn't provide great care to brand new moms because after many rounds of hospital mergers, the requirements by their new owners did not allow them to round as much. By family farmers retail worker. I mean, it's just every industry was touched in some way with real stories about harm after mergers.
It's interesting because, I've always thought that you don't get change unless there's a real broad felt experience of a problem. And boy, is there that here. We all have an experience, I think, with monopoly power in one way or another. One of the things that has been a topic in many of the panels today has been coming specifically to AI. Is AI a new thing? Should we think about it differently than we have other technologies in the past? And I want to actually read a quote from you, which I will then ask you to respond to, because you sounded off on the debate on AI today, generally assuming that AI is just its own self-contained product and not an extension of products and services that have existed for a long time and that are already markets that are good and consolidated. And then you added, I think it's just about leveraging or extending existing monopoly power, which is, that's pretty definitive. So say more about that. And what makes you feel like this is just more of the same?
Yeah, let's take a step back and define what artificial intelligence actually is. Okay. It is principally products and services that are driven by computer or software intelligence rather than human or animal intelligence. And examples of it might include general internet search or web search, right? Google search, as most people have probably used. It includes autonomous vehicles. It includes the Waymo, for example. It includes voice-assisted search, right? Alexa and so forth. It includes things like generative AI and creative, like pictorial generated AI. And so on that sort of working definition of what AI is, it's pretty easy to see that these are products and services that we already understand. And so rather than imagining that this is a brand new paradigm or set of products, it really seems to exist within a technological continuum. And so we have a case downtown right now where we are litigating a monopoly concern with Google, right? We know how to bring to bear our antitrust tools on internet search. And so thinking about generative AI, which I think kind of sparked the public interest in what AI actually is, we know that some of the inputs that go into a generative AI product include things like massive data caches that have already been indexed. And so it stands to reason that if you already have a leg up in things like internet search, you are probably going to have a leg up in certain kinds of AI technologies. If you have a leg up in cloud computing, you probably are going to have a leg up, again, in new horizon AI technologies. And so I worry sometimes that clever marketing and PR sort of makes these products seem new, but they are not, in fact, new.
It's a great point. Just as somebody covering business, it's amazing how, yes, there are some very advanced models of AI that seem like new business models, but there's a lot that is, you've been using it for years. It's really not that impressive. So, I take your point. Can you talk a little bit about using either Google or any other example, a little bit more about the structures and the legal arguments that you're going to try and deploy to deal with the AI issue?
Yeah, so I'll stay away from speaking too specifically about Google since that litigation is ongoing. But I think that AI gives us a chance to really reflect on the tools we already have, principally under the Sherman Act. So Section 1 of the Sherman Act condemns contracts, combinations, and conspiracies that restrain trade. And you think about, and I'm sorry, I should say Section 2 also is the monopolization section of the Sherman Act. And so it condemns full-blown monopolization, but also attempts to monopolize and conspiracies to monopolize. And so thinking about that, I think monopoly maintenance, leveraging of market power in an existing product seems to be a paradigm that could be very useful if we were to have a concern based on the facts and the law in AI. Another paradigm that I think is really interesting and a market structure we really need to pay a lot of attention to is information sharing. It's an area that I've spent a lot of time thinking about this year. the agency earlier withdrew certain healthcare guidance because, or in part because there was a very permissive regime that seemed to permit information sharing up to a certain point, and gave a whole speech about it in February. Essentially, we learned that it was possible to maintain and sustain collusion under those frameworks. And so it's very important that we revised our guidance to the public because it no longer reflected our enforcement intentions. And so with information sharing, just a very simple example, if you have someone offering a product or service and they go out and collect their a bunch of competitors' competitively sensitive information, price, cost, et cetera, we would probably have a pretty good opportunity to use Section 1 to combat that kind of information sharing regime, particularly if there's an aggregated market power concern and we see something that looks like a fact, right? Higher prices or lower capacity as a result of that scheme. Now change the hypothetical. And imagine the person in the middle is not John. Imagine it is software, right? And there are private cases out there that really illustrate this principle very well. We need to be smarter and more concerned about how algorithms are using data and how companies are setting the objective function. I mean, one thing that's become clear is an algorithm is just software. Like the code itself is not all that useful. What is very useful is data, particularly the proprietary kind, and the objective function. And so as deep learning advances, one can imagine that these tools will get a lot better at efficiently colluding in a way that humans can't.
Interesting. Let me, we don't have too much more time, but I'm going to maybe go slightly over. Talk a little bit about some of the narratives that we've been hearing from the big tech companies, just in the public, about what AI can and can't do, what we have to worry about. Are there bits of misinformation, disinformation that you would want to particularly call out?
I think there's a lot of journalists in the room. I'm mindful that I'm talking to a business journalist. I will leave sort of scouting disinformation and misinformation to others. But I will say this. We at the Justice Department will not be suffering to disinformation and misinformation. So our Assistant Attorney General has prioritized hiring incredible data scientists and technologists because we all understand that we need to understand what these technologies do in order to do our jobs more effectively. We brought on Laura Adelson, who is here. Laura, we miss you. Please come back. She did really incredible work in the year that we were lucky to have her to make sure that as an agency, we were really set up to understand these issues. And then I would maybe caution more scrutiny about the claims that companies that either are already offering AI services or stand to benefit from the explosion of AI, and particularly how they think about regulation and antitrust. One thing we learned from sort of first frontier internet technologies and digital markets is that companies were very good at saying, don't use antitrust, that's the sledgehammer, just regulate us. But I'm mindful that in 2022, something like $70 million was spent by the biggest companies. They blew their own records for lobbying. Bipartisan antitrust legislation did not pass in Congress. And so the argument seems to be, we want regulation, just not that regulation. And I think we should be careful about that. I'm really proud of the work that the department is doing to litigate the monopolization cases that we have against Google. And I expect that we'll still be busy on that frontier in the coming year. But it took us a long time to get there. And I think we can really learn from the ways that we experienced antitrust enforcement and concerns about monopoly and sort of first wave technologies and make sure that we don't repeat those mistakes when it comes to new horizon or new frontier AI technologies.
All right, before I get the hook, I'm going to just read out one quote from Vice President Harris that I want you to respond to. She was speaking in London recently and said that even now ahead of congressional action around AI and some of the tech harms we've been talking about, She said that there are many existing laws and regulations that reflect our nation's longstanding commitment to the principles of privacy, transparency, accountability, and consumer protection. These laws and regulations are enforceable and currently apply to AI companies. So what's the message to corporate America here?
That is a fabulous statement. I agree with it. I think that look, it's clear that it's clear from her statement that competition has a seat at the table. And I think that's reflected in the Biden administration's EO. And one of the things that I think that comment went on to address was concerns about preservation of our democracy. And I would say that we don't actually have to choose between competition and democracy. The folks that wrote our nation's antitrust laws understood that the value of competition as a first-order benefit yielded myriad secondary and tertiary benefits, including the maintenance and preservation of our social, democratic, and political institutions. And I'm also, I can't miss an opportunity to indulge in a little bit of legislative history, but we should be mindful that on the floor of the Senate, Senator Sherman, for whom our first antitrust law was named, declared that monopoly is inconsistent with our form of government, that it's a kingly prerogative, and if we won't have a monopoly or king as a political power, we shouldn't accept it over the necessaries of life. And that if we wouldn't submit to an emperor, we shouldn't submit to the autocrats of trade. And that's almost a quote.
The autocrats of trade. That is, yeah, that is a good place to stop. Thank you so much. That was an awesome conversation. Next time I want more time. Whoever's got the time clock. Thanks again.
Thank you so much for having me.
Great. What we're going to hear from you next. Invite our final panel for our discussion. You guys want to join me on stage? Thank you. Again, I'm Courtney Raj. I'm the director of the Center for Journalism and Liberty. For those who are joining us in the room or online, bookending the conference landscape discussions after an incredible day. Thank you so much to everyone who has shared their perspectives and really deep thoughts about this. And we don't want to leave you thinking only about the problems, right? So we've heard a lot about the various challenges that monopoly and concentration and the lack of competition at all levels of the tech stack pose to free will, to democracy, to the economy, to our political life. And so now we want to talk a little bit about fixes. And we want to focus on the quick fixes because we do know that antitrust cases take a while, new legislation takes a while. So we want to get into a discussion about what can we do now or in the short term to address a variety of the challenges that we've discussed. So I'm delighted to be joined by Ben Weissman, who is the Associate Director of the Division of Privacy and Identity Protection at the FTC, and Sarah and Max, who you met earlier today. Sarah is the Managing Director at AI Now Institute, and Max is our Director for Europe and Transatlantic Partnerships here at OMI. So let's see. At first, I just want to jump right into it. Based on everything we've heard today, if you had a magic wand and could just magically create one quick fix, what would it be? Max, let's start with you.
Can I mention two?
Okay, fine. You get two magic wands.
So I think the first is we really need to tackle these partnerships that we're seeing between the tech giants and a lot of the nominally independent players in the market. So, Microsoft, OpenAI, Anthropic and Google and so on. I think that's a situation where, regulators can still act. These companies haven't been acquired yet. So I think we need to investigate those and potentially break them up. I think the second one is we need to seriously think about using structural separation between some of the business lines of the dominant platforms. One of the things we talk about in our report is, the power that dominance in cloud computing gives companies over AI because of the computing power and so on. So I think, for example, we need to seriously think about whether we need to separate their control over the cloud and turn those into separate companies. Possibly a case to do the same with foundation models, because if you own a foundation model and, for example, you own an AI application downstream, you can self-preference that application and so on. So yeah, I think those are two traditional competition solutions I would emphasize.
Do we have the power to prevent these partnerships before they get to mergers? I mean, I think that's one of the challenges that we're seeing, right? You've got this, OpenAI that started as a nonprofit, and now it has we've heard 49% acquisition by Microsoft. Can that be accessible to antitrust investigators?
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's jurisdiction specific, right? So each competition regulator will have their own thresholds, their own rules on what can be investigated. I mean, I'm more familiar with what's going on in Europe, so that's what I can speak to most. But certainly in the UK, for example, and in the EU, competition authorities can investigate significant investments as well. It doesn't have to be an outright takeover. Christina was mentioning earlier that the German competition authority, looked into OpenAI's deal with Microsoft, and it felt it didn't have the powers to investigate that, without necessarily saying that it didn't think there was a competition problem. So I also think, if we can't investigate and potentially block these things with our current powers, then we need to look at upgrading those powers as well.
Less of a quick fix. Yeah. Okay, Sarah, your magic wand, or if you're using two hands, your two quick fixes.
So we haven't talked a whole lot about instituting bright line rules, bans on the most harmful uses. I think if we were going for a quick fix, that's where I would start. So for example, emotion recognition systems are largely regarded by the scientific community to be invalid in their commercial applications. There is, if there's no underlying scientific validity, why are these in widespread commercial use? They're being used in workplaces. They're starting to get deployed widely in cars. That's, I think, ripe for a ban. Bright line rules that tackle data minimization principles, like banning the targeted advertising model, in that sort of drives some of the worst behavior in AI. Those kinds of measures, I think, are the place to go strongest in this current moment. And we're seeing some of those in the European Parliament's proposal for the EU AI Act. So we could, in fact, see several introductions of those kinds of bright line measures take place in the EU. We're also seeing them get passed on a community level in the US.
Yeah, whether US legislative fixes may or may not be a quick fix at this point.
City level, city, state, working from the ground up.
Yep. Okay, excellent. And then Ben, what about you at the FTC? What do you see as some of the quick fixes here?
Yeah, of course. Let me take a step back. So I manage our privacy division, which is within the Bureau of Consumer Protection, and sort of a separate component of the agency than our competition bureau. So sort of my comments today are going to be sort of more couched on sort of the privacy side and the consumer protection side, acknowledging all the sort of concerns that have been discussed throughout the day on the competition side. So two quick fixes. One, I mean, I'll echo what Sarah said. I mean, comprehensive privacy legislation, it would be significant. It's what the president called for in the executive order. It's what the commission has long called for. Providing real substantive protections for all Americans across the board would go a long way to start to address some of the harms, certainly the privacy harms we're seeing in this space. You mentioned it might not be a quick fix. I think that's true. And we have been really encouraged by state laws advancing in the privacy space. 13, 14 now, probably more at this point. So there is progress on the state side. I used to work for the Office of the Attorney General in the District of Columbia. Many of the states, like the district, have sort of mini FTC acts and are able to sort of enforce the same laws that we are at the FTC, which is also sort of encouraging. Second quick fix, more resources available for the FTC and other regulatory agencies. If you look at the size of our division, we have about 45 attorneys. Our total staff is about in the 50s with investigators and paralegals and technologists. I mean, that pales in comparison when you look at some of our colleagues overseas and the staffs that they have. So, really putting the resources into this type of work and empowering the FTC would go a long way.
I mean, the FTC only got, I think, one small paragraph in the executive order. So do you see anything that the FTC plans to do to take forward some of the issues, especially privacy? So data is one of the foundational elements of artificial intelligence, and fundamentally that is in large part an issue of privacy. Is that on the agenda?
Yeah, so I think we are looking at the executive order and seeing where ways that we can continue to use our existing authorities in ways to sort of address this issue, and we have been, and in fact for many years have done so. I mean, the FTC Act is a very broad and flexible statute. It's an old statute, but has been used repeatedly over time to address new technologies. In the 30s, it was the radio, it was big tobacco, mobile phones, mobile apps. And so over time, this sort of flexible and nimble statute has been used to address sort of new technologies and the harms they cause. And we're doing the same thing when it comes to AI. So if you look at, classic substantiation claims, which may have developed over time in sort of the dietary supplement realm of, companies not substantiating the products they're putting out. The same applies to AI, and we put out guidance on that. Don't say your product is an AI product if it's not. And we've brought a case against a company called WealthPress for doing exactly that, saying it ran an algorithm to help people with their financial trades when in fact there was no AI or algorithm behind anything that they were in fact doing. Turbocharging fraud. I mean, the FTC has a long-standing history of enforcing the telemarketing sales rule and other types of frauds. When you're thinking about voice cloning and other really harmful uses like deepfakes of AI, I mean, that's an area we have a lot of experience on. Privacy is another one. And, more broadly, these are markets that we are very familiar with, that we have had enforcement authority over for many, many years. And, really think that we're really positioned to take action now and have been taking action to address the issue.
So let's stick on data for a moment, because, as we've heard throughout the day, it really is the underpinning of all the AI systems. So one of the benefits and for creating really robust AI is data. So I think there's this tension between, Max, you suggested, okay, well, let's break up different aspects of the business. How do we think about data, bigness, and concentration when you get so many benefits out of big data? So on the one hand, you want better AI. On the other hand, this further entrenches the power of the companies that own the vast or have access to the vast majority of data, or can, generate and surveil that. How do we address that tension in AI governance?
Sure. I mean, I think on data, we can look at the interventions that we need in kind of two areas. I think one is, if we kind of understand that data is, one of the major ways in which companies achieve dominance in AI, then by restricting their ability to leverage that data, into dominance in AI, then we can kind of rein in their market power to an extent. And I think that talks to what Ben has been talking about enforcing privacy law properly, so that they're not able to just kind of hoover up people's data indiscriminately to train these models. I think, rules on kind of data minimization and so on, so that they're only using what's strictly necessary, I think are crucial. I think also, one key thing here is, because these gatekeepers are active across so many business areas, they've been able to use a lot of data that they collected for other purposes and now put that into their AI model. So Google can use Gmail and search data, Meta can use data from Instagram. I mean, I say can, but we know they're doing that already, right? So I think limiting that would be crucial, and again, kind of mitigating that advantage they have, and also making it easier for others to compete. And then I think the second area we need to consider, which I think is less of a quick fix and something we need to think carefully about, but could be very powerful, is how can we open up the data that they hold and essentially sort of make it available to other actors. Laura was talking earlier about this idea of, in a way, data being a public good or public property, because it's kind of been generated collectively by all of us in using these gatekeeper platforms. And so, if there's a way that we can open up that data, I'm skeptical that would work at an individual level. People have talked about every person owning their data and then deciding when they hand it out to a company. I'm not sure that would work, but I think if there's a way to open up that data on an aggregate level, obviously we need to think a lot about privacy, and how that's preserved. I think that could potentially help other actors, not just other companies, but also nonprofit actors, universities, and so on, innovate in AI in a way that's outside of those kind of monopolistic systems.
And it does.
I want to jump in on this though, because I really think we need to contest the underlying presumption that more data leads to better AI. Because the incentive structures in the field, if you look at the past decade of AI research, look at where people are publishing, what's happening in the leading AI conferences, the rise in dual affiliations where professors are also working for companies. The incentive structures for AI research and development have become so dominated by the big tech companies. And this is sort of like the ground on which this current generation of AI was developed. So it's not surprising then that the literature right now is saying, well, scale equals efficiency, but that's because they're not really looking or are incentivized to look at other models of building AI. And we do have a much longer history to this field that built AI differently. And so I think the notion that scale is inherently going to lead to more innovation or more effective or more efficient AI, I think actually deserves a closer look, because I don't think it always bears out. And there are so many harms that come with the collection of the incentivization of collecting more and more data.
Well, exactly. I mean, I think if you look at the literature, I mean, you can look at the alignment literature recently, which actually shows that smaller, really high quality data sets can create better outcomes for generative AI. And that, I wanted to build on, this idea that the internet is a public good. Very interesting to think about data as a public commons. But there's also an existing law, copyright, intellectual property law, which is not being enforced. And yes, lots of that data is trained on open internet data, but coming from the journalism perspective, we know that journalism news content is overrepresented and very valuable. That's why, for example, the consumer-facing products, on search engines are integrating news into those search functions to make them more updated. That's why you have partnerships being struck with, the big news organizations and big tech to use their data. So, I mean, I definitely agree with you on that. And that's something I think we need to think about more. And I would just plug, for my quick fix would be enforce copyright, enforce intellectual property. But Sarah, in a recent report that AI Now put out that you co-authored, you said it was about computational power in AI. And you said that understanding the influence of computational infrastructure on the political economy of artificial intelligence is profoundly important. It affects who can build AI, what kind of AI gets built, and who profits along the way. So I want to move from data now to the other key component of AI, which is computational power. So what are some of the quick fixes or maybe more medium-term fixes for addressing computational power and dominance there?
I mean, in the infrastructural layer, I think these are really gnarly challenges. I mean, the quick fix is something like mandating multi-cloud interoperability. So a cloud infrastructure provider that also owns a platform ecosystem can't sort of create incentives that lock you into their ecosystem. I think that's a near-term fix, but it's only partial. And I think that the measures that are going to be most effective are the kinds of ones that Max was talking about, in the form of structural separations, in the form of non-discrimination provisions, really like taking a harder look at the way that, I mean, the dominance in these infrastructures, these are like almost the tectonic plates that are shaping the way that companies behave. But I think we also need to look at them threaded with the larger platform ecosystem, with data collection practices. Like, these are not, they can't be fully disentangled.
So Ben, in terms of thinking about the fact that you have kind of the power that some of these companies already have because of where they are in this ecosystem and their access and possession of data and computational power, how are you guys thinking about, and how is, say, the US government thinking about this dominance? And coupled with the fact that you have, a very pervasive legal structure for a lot of these big tech platforms where they're not subject to the same liability laws that, others are. They have essentially very little privacy restrictions, no anti-discrimination requirements. Like, where do you start to even get into this?
Yeah, so, Chair Khan wrote an op-ed in May that sort of touches on this. And, one of the themes was to learn from the mistakes that we had made with respect to sort of Web 2.0 and the policy choices that were made. If you look back, in 2000, 2001, the FTC, took back or made this recommendation not to pursue privacy legislation. And that was a policy choice. And and it took a decade until the FTC came back and asked Congress and specifically asked for specific privacy regulation. And in that 10 years, what you saw and what you continue to see in the decades since really is sort of the incentives in the commercial surveillance economy to collect as much data as possible. And so as much as it might be true that more data doesn't equal, better AI, the companies now, in the absence of really significant or strict regulation on how much they can collect, are incentivized to collect more and more. So we're seeing the same incentives that drove a lot of the harms in the sort of commercial surveillance space, driving the same types of concerns in the AI space. Now, how do we address those incentives? And that's something we've talked about at the commission a lot, is ensuring that the remedies that we seek in cases are actually addressing the incentives that are causing the harms in the first place. So if you look at some of our data security cases, we've started to impose data minimization requirements, requiring companies to have retention schedules and to abide by those retention schedules. And another place we've started to do this is in sort of deletion of algorithms and products that have been developed off of illegally or unlawfully obtained data, as we have alleged it. So, we've had some recent cases against Alexa is one in particular, where in addition to deleting data that we allege was unlawfully obtained, they also had to delete any data products that were trained on that data as well. And so that's one way in which we're looking to try to address the incentives that are leading to some of the harms that we're seeing in the space.
Yes, I did notice that idea of like, you have to, erase and get rid of the algorithms or the kind of products that you developed from that. I think that's a great development. It seems like a lot of the discussions that we have in the AI governance space are focused on the application layer of the AI, right? So the discriminatory algorithms, biased decision making. But it's much harder, I think, to talk about these infrastructural layer issues, right? The infrastructure at the cloud. So how can we help educate policymakers, and I would say also the broader community? Like, I come from a human rights background. Human rights activists very rarely talk about competition policy, and yet it seems like, this idea of self-preferencing and anti-discrimination really fits well there. So, if you were going to talk to a broader audience, hopefully many of whom are watching online, what would you advise for them to think about focusing their efforts on? How do you translate these kind of economic concepts from competition policy into the language that, say, an everyday person or advocate can understand? Max, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, I think I would start with just making them aware of the concentration problem that we've been talking about in the supply chain today. I think, a lot of people working on AI aren't necessarily aware of it. I mean, they might be aware that, there are a handful of big tech companies that are very dominant, but they might not necessarily think about those kind of key choke points at different parts of the supply chain. So I think just raising awareness of that. And then I think linking that to the fact that, when you do have this whole downstream layer who are dependent on the models and the cloud computing platforms of a few companies, then any vulnerabilities upstream will infect kind of everyone else operating, right? If some sort of issue with bias with the foundation model or some issue with its data is kind of magnified, then I think that kind of suggests as a policymaker you should be focusing your energies on that part of the stack rather than necessarily the kind of huge number of smaller operators downstream. I'm not saying you should kind of forget about downstream or exclude them, but I think you should focus on where the power is and the risk that then creates.
And Sarah, here in the US, we are further behind Europe in terms of, actual regulation. It's nice to have an executive order, but we know that's not as powerful as legislation or regulation. And we've seen in Europe and in the UK, they're taking this more risk-based approach versus the harms-based. And so if we're thinking, as Tim said earlier, most successful laws are those that deal with harms, not just risk. But it does seem like we have to do both. So what would you prioritize in terms of the hierarchy of harms with respect to some of these infrastructural governance issues?
I mean, I favor a different sort of metaphor for thinking through how to regulate this sector. And I think that's to look at this as a supply chain, where the obligations that you put on, the infrastructure providers are going to look different from the folks who are involved at different stages of development. I mean, certainly from an enforcement perspective, that seems like it's most logical because you're incentivizing like every actor, making sure that they have a clean house. So at least if you have to go back and then like look under the hood, have clear data documentation requirements so you know where their data is stored, like that kind of base level provision in a market that otherwise we've kind of approached in a very whack-a-mole after the fact fashion. So I think broadly, using that supply chain approach and trying as much as possible to put the burden back on companies to make sure that they're doing their due diligence to comply with existing law, and not leave it to, like under-resourced enforcers who have are doing a tremendous job given like what the task that they've been handed, and also like investigative journalists and the public to identify where these massive companies are going wrong.
I mean, just to jump in quickly, because you mentioned the AI Act in Europe. And I think that's a situation where this kind of dynamic is very much playing out. So, the AI Act was drafted and published before the whole generative AI craze and the debate around foundation models. So it, doesn't reference them. That's the AI Act is now kind of in the legislative process. So there's now an effort to include them within the scope of the legislation, particularly coming from the European Parliament. But then you've had basically foundation model providers, mostly big tech and some of the companies associated with them, essentially saying, no, you shouldn't regulate foundation models because they're general purpose, and we can't predict what they're going to do, so you should focus your regulation downstream, which obviously would basically allow them to kind of do whatever they want. And it's a narrative which has actually, for example, seems to have captured the French and German governments who are now, fighting against the European Parliament's attempt to regulate foundation models because they're worried about it harming European innovation. So.
But it also seems that is there a way to leverage or use the risk framework that is dominant in Europe? Because it seems like, again, like when we talk about some of the risks, it's a narrow conception of risk. I don't hear, and maybe I'm not, I didn't hear the right conversation, but I don't hear them talking about, for example, the risk to labor, to jobs. We don't hear them talking about the risk to intellectual property and the theft and the, wages. The risk, it seems like it's a very narrow conception of risk. Can we use the framework to try to open up?
Yeah, I don't know if speaking about the EU AI Act, right? I'm not sure I'd necessarily say its approach to risk is narrow. I mean, it does talk about, for example, the risks you have when you use AI to allocate work to people, for example, or in education. But I think what is missing from the Act's conception of risk is scale, right? It doesn't really talk about scale. It doesn't talk about how the larger a platform, the more that any kind of failures of that platform or biases are magnified across the supply chain. Again, that's something that the European Parliament has been trying to do with these new provisions on foundation models, but we'll see if they succeed.
And Ben, how do we reconcile different parts of the government, that might have different priorities, right? So on the one hand, there's this recognition, I think, by the FTC and other agencies about the need to address some of these, foundational competition issues. On the other hand, you've got the preferential trade agreements for tech companies, the trade agreements that are giving preferential treatment essentially to tech companies, building in Section 230 protections, building in, protections for companies that will ensure and perpetuate their dominance. are you negotiating? Do you talk about this behind the scenes? Are y'all just doing your own thing?
So I'll address that question. I do want to go back to your question previously about how do we socialize this with the public.
Great.
And just make a plug that tomorrow there's an open commission meeting at the FTC where there are going to be 2 AI related items that are going to be discussed. One, talking about cloud infrastructure and sort of summarizing, I believe it's summarizing the results of the cloud RFI that the Office of Technology, which is a new office that has been spearheaded by the chair, put out earlier this year. That's a plug for that. Another way we can better socialize this is, the cases we bring are based on the individual facts, the unlawful conduct that we allege in a specific case, but they also speak to broader concerns. And we have, as regulators, need to do a good job of making those broader concerns clear. I think like one example we've shown in the privacy division over the past year is about our concerns about the use of sensitive health data. Julia's written on this and others, but we had a series of cases sort of where companies were unlawfully disclosing sensitive health data, as we alleged, and got bans on the use of using that sensitive health data for advertising purposes. On the question about sort of differing incentives at the federal government level, yes, there is a deep coordination, and we might not always agree on the right approach, but there is a collaborative and a really close collaborative relationship with other agencies throughout the government. Our job at the FTC and my focus is in the privacy division is to use the tools that we have to provide the most protections for American consumers, and that is our mission. But we also recognize that there are other agencies have different missions, and we work closely with them to ensure that we are speaking and communicating.
Okay, we are talking a lot about Americans, and clearly the US government has a responsibility to Americans, but these companies, the handful that were on the slide earlier, that dominate the AI landscape, have profound impacts on populations around the world. So to what, if any extent, does that figure into how the US government needs to govern companies that are in its jurisdiction?
Yeah, so one, our orders are not necessarily limited just to American consumers. They can apply more broadly to company behavior. Again, I think the key in sort of trying to address this, and I've been at a number of conferences that have sought to do this, is to bring people together. So we're speaking in a common dialogue about these issues. That has been sort of critical in some of the work that has gone on the international level to trying to get to some consistency about what governance could look like. It's an incredibly challenging task, especially as technology is moving incredibly rapidly. But keeping those lines of communication open and that dialogue open has been critical, at least in my view, of starting what a framework could look like.
Sarah, to what extent should we and can we think about options like common carrier status, breaking up these, companies, creating new public options? How are you thinking about that? Do you think that's a fix, and where would you start?
I think they very much need to be on the table. Now, the path to getting there is, as I think other folks have said in prior panels, that's not a quick fix, but it is, the path that I think we need to be heading down. And I think one where international coordination is particularly important because, if you look just on the, question of concentration in the cloud market, I can count at least 6 different international competition and consumer protection agencies that have conducted market studies into cloud and have all converged on the same diagnosis that there is a high level of concentration in this market. They've honed in on particular practices, many of these reports as anti-competitive in the behavior of these companies, like the institution of egress fees, which is a little bit wonky, but basically what it means is super easy to put your data into the cloud, very expensive to get it out. So I think international coordination is a really important part of that front. And then building the case, with the public that there is, a massive problem with the concentrated economic power of these firms that own and run these infrastructures, building the political will to be able to push those kinds of measures forward.
do you think that we could get international consensus that cloud services are essentially public utilities? I mean, with all this, there is this, I think, growing awareness.
I mean, every jurisdiction has its own sort of
US.
And
Let's
right.
think
So
about
if we're
US.
just talking, okay. So if we're just talking about United States, there's a long precedent of these kinds of measures being implemented. So looking back historically, that's been an approach that the US has frequently taken in the past. I think that we have had an approach to the tech sector in the last 20, 25 years of kind of permissionless innovation, hands off, just kind of do what you will and we'll fix things after the fact. Clearly, there has been a sea change in the last, several years around social media and with the, new heads at the enforcement agencies, a new way of thinking within the White House. I think that one of the dangers in the current AI hype cycle is that it's revived some old narratives like the development of AI is inevitable. If we don't do it, someone else is going to do it. The notion that regulation is antithetical to innovation, that regulation is going to restrain or hold back innovation. And I think that it's important that we draw on what the evidence shows, and there's more than enough of it, to shoot down those narratives and continue on the path that regulators and enforcers have been on for some time and just get the job done.
Ben, what do you think? Can we think about
legislation that would
do you think that the FTC has intervened in the past, right, to break up these companies that either to break them up or to impose, essentially turn them into public utilities? Because with cloud, right, it may be that bigness is what gives you the security, the power, et cetera. So you don't necessarily want a bunch of tiny clouds, but you want the non-discrimination, et cetera. Is that, you think, on the table?
So I can't speak to any sort of specifics, but what I can say, and this was actually documented very recently in a comment that the FTC submitted to the US Copyright Office, sort of outlining concerns about AI broadly, but also specifically in the sort of creative generative space. But there clearly are competition concerns that the Commission has with this technology, in particular, particularly as to cloud infrastructure as well. And we are looking at sort of all the tools we have in our toolkit, as we have done, I think, in a number of different areas, about how we can use sort of all the tools we have, whether it's enforcement or other tools, like our Section 6B authority, to try to address these concerns.
Great. I'm going to give Max the last word. Also, because you put out, this amazing report that really goes into the different layers in great detail with several recommendations on both quick, medium, and longer term fixes. So last word to you, Max.
So I'll go back to the utility point. I think there is a very strong case for treating the cloud as a utility. If you think about the kind of infrastructural role it plays in supporting activity across growing share of the economy, particularly as more activity becomes digitalized, it doesn't seem that different to me. Something like an internet service provider or telecoms infrastructure, or even railways. So I definitely think we should think about utility style regulation of the cloud, and that could include a number of things. I think it would definitely include non-discrimination against different customers, equal treatment, but also things like cybersecurity, privacy, and so on. What that looks like in practice, I think in the US, my sense is these kind of common carrier provisions that we've used in other industries could work. In Europe, Andreas Schwab earlier was talking about the Digital Markets Act, which in some ways you could say is a type of utility regulation, because it designates a small number of big tech platforms as gatekeepers, and it says they have special responsibilities. So it was a big mistake, actually, that in its initial designation decisions, the Commission didn't include cloud in there. We and others are pushing for that to happen. So I think that's one route. And then I think also, we should potentially consider in the future, depending on where things go with foundation models, if they do become increasingly infrastructural and if they are used across loads of different sectors, again, I think we should consider giving them kind of special responsibilities given that role.
I would add also, I think, I don't know if it could be a quick fix, because it's something we can all do today is the narrative. We have to change the narrative. We have, I think today, really demystified AI, right? What is AI? What are the component parts? And introducing the idea of oligopoly and monopoly and the dangers that these concentrations of power pose in all sorts of ways, the harms that they cause, the risks. I think that's a quick fix that if we all start talking about this in our domains and we give these tools to the people that we work with, that might be part of the fix, because people start talking about it in a way that will suggest certain changes. So with that, I want to thank our panelists. I want to especially thank Sarah and Max and our host institutes, and turn it back over to Barry to conclude the day. Thank you.
So we've just saw how easy it is going to be to fix this all. Been here for a long time, so I'll just cut right to it, and then I'm going to turn it over to Amba for the final word. I want to thank this amazing events team at Open Markets Institute. This is, Kat, Ashley, Kanzada, Karina, Esmeralda, Austin, Max, Audrey, Daniel, Anita. The whole team, has put on 4 very large events in the course of 9 months and 2 in the last 7 weeks. And this one, as I mentioned before, put the whole thing together in 7 weeks. And that's because, when there's a fire, you got to go out and put the fire out. So we couldn't wait. And it's just, anyway, thanks to everybody who put this on. I just want to thank also our fantastic partners, Sarah West and Emma Kack. And please, these guys are the stars of not just of the future, but today. And I want to thank all the speakers. Just want to note, Christy Hoffman and Christina, they really went out of their way to get here from Europe. They had extremely tight schedules. It was not easy. A number of folks who came from the West Coast, from New York, it was the same thing. Thank you all. But, Christy and Christina, they were suffering on those transatlantic flights. I want to also quick thanks to some of the allies who have actually helped to chart this course forward. Public Citizen has done some really great work. Economic Security Project. We have right here Becky Chow, our friend and our ally. Just want to mention the work of Tejas Narachania and Ganesh Sitaraman, who've done they put out a really important paper about a month ago. This is very much a group effort. And then last, I just want to thank all of the folks at the FTC and the DOJ and the White House, in the European Parliament and in the European Commission, enforcers in South Africa and in Brazil and in Australia. This is a worldwide fight, and we have heroes who are walking the earth today carrying really big, broad axes, and they ain't afraid to use them. So anybody who has been panicking about AI, stop it. We got it under control. There are adults in the room, and they are armed to the teeth. So now, Amba.
Okay, I'll follow up maybe with some closing thoughts. And I feel like we're at this kind of tricky inflection point in AI policy. It has all the makings of opportunity, of a very tremendous opportunity, but we're also seeing core public language or public interest language be co-opted by private interests, and this is what makes it so tricky. So everyone is suddenly pro-regulation, pro-audits, pro-privacy, but the one term that I think is still and will not be co-opted is concentration of power. And I think that's an argument that we as kind of public interest advocates are bringing to the table and is often going kind of unchallenged, because there is no challenge that
either incumbent big tech companies can bring to that argument, nor for the many so-called startups that we like to call barnacles on the hull of big tech, right? So I feel like that we need to bring that concentration of power analysis. We need to thread it across policy domains outside of competition. It is what will make sure that algorithmic auditing is not captured and is actually a meaningful policy response. It will help prioritize policy and make sure that our bright line rules are kind of prioritized towards domains like worker surveillance, which are ways in which AI is being used to erode worker autonomy. So I think that power analysis is crucial. And Sarah and I would really just like to thank the Open Markets Institute and particularly Barry for bringing this room together and bringing this conversation together that does kind of bring these different worlds and these different silos together, put them in conversation, and also demonstrate the power of that analysis really threading through our policy demands. So thank you so much. And thank you to the OMI team for doing all of the heavy lifting with organization. And we hope this is a sort of event is instructive to the field more generally.